Hey, hello, welcome to this Vue 3 plus Firebase course. In this video, we are going to first talk about what you are going to learn in this particular course. First thing first, as you can clearly see, we will be building an online store using Vue 3. In the home page, we will be showing our products data. This products data will be coming from our Firebase. So let's try to add few items to the cart. We will be able to go to the product details page. Let's add few more. The best thing about our app is you can access the cart from anywhere. So you can access it from the home page. You can access it from the product details page as well. Once that is done, if you think you want to remove items from the cart, you can freely do that as well. Based on this, your cart total will also be updated dynamically. And remember, so far, not a single page reload has happened. Now, when we click on the proceed, it will take us to the orders page where a user can submit where they want the order to be delivered, and the data that will be sent to our server will be total products in the cart, the total order bill, and who to send this order to their name, their contact number and address, which will give us all the details, like who is our customer, what they order and what needs to be sent to them. So this is what we are going to build. And for that, we are going to use two main services, as already shout out has been given to the Vue 3. And not just that, we will also be building using Firebase for our all the cloud-based services. Now remember, there are multiple components in Vue 3 itself that we'll have to individually learn. Same goes with the Firebase as well. So like let's say a routing, that is one of the main thing. Then the learning about how to write .vue files, that is basically called as single file component. All of those we'll be discussing as we move forward in the course, but these two will be the two key players in our game. So that's about it regarding the course. Now remember, in the course videos, we will be providing an approach for each single one of the chapters. So let's say we are starting with how to read and write data to Firebase. First we'll start with the approach. So basically, whiteboarding what we are supposed to do, how we can achieve that. So make sure that approach is something you are having focus with your 100% capability. Alright, so in the next video, we'll actually talk about what is Vue.js, why Vue.js we are using, and then later videos we'll talk about React versus Vue as well. So see you there. Alright, now let's talk about what is Vue.js. So as Vue.js.org says, it is approachable, performant and versatile. Alright, so basically one thing is clear, it is some good things about a framework they are talking about, so must be good to use. But again, doesn't make sense to us yet. Let's go to the first principles of web development, and from there we will come to the Vue.js and understand what exactly is this thing. So remember your first experience of creating web application. So let's say you created a user interface, right? So you are showing some product, some name, price, add to cart, anything you are doing. Maybe there is some navbar over here as well. So how did we guys created this in the beginning? Of course, the only way you can create web page are basically HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Question number one, can a browser understand anything other than HTML, CSS, JavaScript? And the answer is absolutely no. It can only understand these three things, and that's how we get our web pages on the browser. But now when we come to something like framework, because this was very easy to do, right? Just create HTML file, link CSS file, link JavaScript file. So we kind of call this as a traditional view of JavaScript. So let's separate these two. This is traditional. And now we are into the world of something called as framework. So you must have heard about React, Vue, Angular, So let's talk about what these frameworks actually do. Remember, so there is a one step that goes behind this, which is not happening in the traditional way. So what happens is, first this frameworks allows you to set up a project. So let's say you set a project looks like this. Inside you have multiple folders, so you might have heard about something called as components, something called as scripts, then styles, and also the main thing package.json. So package.json contains all the things that you are using in your project. So basically what they do is they first provide you a structure, like okay, this is how it looks like, please write your code inside this. Now what is the benefit of framework. When you write a code in a structure, it basically allows them to transform it into a web application. But before running into a web application, remember that every web application is HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So what they do is they take all of these files and they kind of output us these three things: HTML, again CSS, and JavaScript. And once you have these three files, of course running it onto the browser, it's not a big deal because browser can understand. So then what's the difference between these files and these files? Remember, these files we have written it from our side, so it actually depends upon how a developer is expert in in writing front-end user interfaces. If developer is not that ready, maybe of course the code will not that be optimized, not that be performant, might be lagging in some cases. But who is writing this HTML, CSS, JavaScript? What we are writing is happening here. This is where our game is happening. This is where we are writing all our code, right? So this is being generated by whom? This framework. So framework has some build tool layer. They have some this program that does this mini conversion job for them. In Vue it is called as white, but right now let's call it Vue. Vue is doing all of this. Now remember, Vue is a proper framework, proper way to create front-end user interfaces, and that's why the output files that are coming, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, what they have these following qualities: they are performant, they are really fast because the code is optimized, the code is also compressed, in a sense that let's say you have a 10 KB of HTML, CSS, JavaScript code, and if you somehow provide it to the Vue and ask you, can you please convert it into your HTML, CSS, JavaScript, it can actually shed out 2 KBs, 3 KBs, or maybe even 5 KBs from that code. And if that is happening, that basically means it is a lightweight code, and browser will really love a lightweight code, and finally your browser will be happy. Okay, so this is your browser. Now it is getting very performant, not performant is the latest stage, but it is actually getting the optimized code which is browser friendly. And what about our experience? What about developer friendly as well, because it is providing a structure where you can write the code, where you can organize code, where you can collaborate with other people just based on this wonderful structure it provides. So that's what Vue.js is. Remember, Vue.js is more about process, and traditional is more about just one action. Just write HTML, CSS, JavaScript and run it, that's all. Vue.js is not like that, or any other framework. As a matter of fact, first to create a structure, you initialize a project using some command tools. Once this is done, you start developing it, you start writing the code, then you ask Vue, now the code is done, can you please run it into the browser? Then Vue will convert it into HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Why? Because the first principle of browser and website is browser only understand three things: HTML, CSS, JavaScript. It does not understand .vue is, it does not understand .jsx is, any of these fancy files. It is only workable till this point, that's all, not later on. And that's why it is a very, what do you say, in-depth process of making sure that both the browser and both the developer are happy and you get the best possible website. So that's what this framework does, and that's what Vue.js also does. Now we move to the next part, and we'll actually talk about what are the features Vue will provide us and how we can use that while building our online store application. And also remember, Vue versus React is also coming up, so see you guys there. Alright, one of the major functionalities provided by Vue.js is basically single page application. It allows you to create single page applications called as SP as well. Now again, ask many questions to yourself. Okay, single means only one page. So what do you mean? A web page? So does that mean that you just have one page? So let's say home page, where we can see the product details and maybe we have some nav bar, and that's pretty much it. Like, we can't create something called as, let's say, more routes, let's say /cart, /orders, /about us, all of those we cannot create. No, it's not like that. So single page means it will get all the data about a website. So whatever routes it has, slash cart, slash order, because again all of those are HTML. Even the slash home, our home page is also a HTML CSS data. So what we do in the beginning, we grab all of that data from the server itself in the first place. So let's say this is our server, and we grab all of that data at once. Now remember, once we grab all of this data and user visits, let's say slash cart, now tell me, do you need to go to the server, or do you have the data with you already? Yes, the data you already have with you, when we first went to the server and got back all the data. And that is the reason why when you reroute in your single page application, let's say you go to the next route, you don't have to visit a server. And if you don't have to visit a server, that means there is no reloading that is happening. So imagine in this way, let's say a 14-year-old kid went to the grocery, and there is one approach he can use. So he can first take a, let's say, biscuit, next day he will take a toffee, then he will take, let's say, what else kids eat, let's say a different type of chocolate, a triangular chocolate. Okay, so basically he has to visit the store 3 times. Instead, we have a smart guy. So let's say Pablo here is, what Pablo is doing, Pablo is like, no, I don't want to go to like make this, day 1, day 2, day 3. He will gather all of this in one day in just one box. So all the triangular candies, circular candies, whatever it is, he will get it on one day itself. That means even though it is day 4, he can eat that rounded candy. He already has it in his house with him when he first bought all of this. He doesn't have to go to the store and get it back. That means he doesn't have to put that effort. And that is the same case which happens in single page application. You don't have to go to the server again to get the any other HTML CSS data, and that's why there is no reloading. So to give you a really good example of that, we have a Gmail here. Now this is a Gmail you must be very familiar with. This is a modern Gmail. Well, I'm not sure about this one. So this is the basic HTML Gmail. HTML Gmail, yeah, makes sense. So what we are going to do, let's say I want to go to the trash. So pay attention here. I'm clicking on trash. So trash, it is going to be a new page in my Gmail application, my traditional Gmail application. And if I click on that, it is going to reload and it is going to take me to the trash page. Now I'm going to do the same thing in modern Gmail. Click on the trash, pay attention to the browser reload. I go there. I think I already went there. Yeah, we went there, no conversations in trash, and the browser did not reload at all. Same with other cases. Try to go to the sent, start, snooze, wherever you want to go. Let's say you are even searching for something. Let's say you are searching for a bank. And there you go. Even searching results will not reload your page. And if I do that in traditional way, let's say I'm searching for bank. There you go, I search anything. So it will be reloading. It will be going to the server and taking back the data. So that's the most basic example and how fast the single page applications are. As you can see, such a good user experience. User don't have to wait for a browser to go to the server and get back the data. The data is already there, just like Pablo sitting on the couch and all the candies are available to him, and not like John has to go to the every single day and get back the data. So of course there are some trade-offs here, but right now we'll just focus on the benefits. When we move forward, you will get an understanding of how single page applications actually work. But so far, one word for single page application: very user friendly and faster than any websites that are available there. And that's what Vue.js allows us to perform with all of its features, allowing it to route, managing the data. So these are little complicated technical things. When we actually go to the we have chapters dedicated to each single feature in Vue.js, and that's where we learn. But so far, single page application, Vue.js, let's go. Alright, now let's talk about Vue versus React. Remember, both of them allows you to create web user interfaces. The first thing first, how easy, the first question, how easy it is to learn Vue versus learning React. So I think everyone will agree on this. Vue has a quite easy learning curve. So Vue is quite easy to learn, while React, we wouldn't call it difficult, but again you will have to put some efforts into understanding this. Now why that is required? That is because of the coding style that we have with both of these frameworks. So first thing is, for the Vue, we kind of do a traditional way. So by traditional I don't mean exact HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but when we see the code you'll understand. For the React we have something called as JSX style. So why wait, let's just look at the same code, sorry, same page written in both of the frameworks and see how it looks like. So on the left hand side, again it's completely okay, you might have been seeing this weird code for the first time, but I'll just ask you a few mini questions, and based on the answers you'll get the clarity. So on the left hand side we have a code written in Vue. Have a look at line number 1 to 15. Ask yourself, what does this code look like? Which type of pattern is this? You see form, you see div, you see input. Of course this is an HTML, clear HTML. Okay, line number 18 to 32, you see script tags. Of course, like you may be like, what is this form component, what is this return value, what is this methods? That's a different part, that's a Vue thing. But again, at the end of the day, you can easily conclude that this is JavaScript. Line number 35 to 41, again you'll be like, okay, what is the scope? Doesn't matter yet, but it is a CSS. Now it is very easy to understand Vue. Okay, HTML, CSS, JavaScript for one file, game over, that's it. Look at the React code, .jsx code. Can you easily spot the HTML code? It is there, but it is not that easy to look at. If you look at line number 32 to 45, okay, there is your HTML code. Also you will see that line number 39 and 40, you see something called as this dot state dot value, this dot handle value change. Of course there is a dot, that means it is an object. If it is an object, we are talking about JavaScript. So see how HTML is being embedded into the script, or you can say script is embedded into HTML, but it is not that easy to read. Also your CSS, you are importing it like this, as you can see line number 3. So clearly if you show this code to any web developer in the beginning, Vue is something very easy to learn. Now what about performance? So see, performance wise both frameworks are toe to toe. So we can't say like 1920 just fractional differences we have, but we can easily talk about what is the size of this framework when you actually start using in your project. So Vue will give you somewhere around, I have to use green, right? So somewhere around 58 KB of built-in packages, and React will give you somewhere around 100 KB. Okay, we need to use blue. Okay, it's fine. So it's easy that Vue is quite lightweight if you want to use it, and React is a little bit heavy. Again, 100 KB is not that heavy, but this small this differences in the framework size will actually come into the play when you start developing your code. Vue is very easy to navigate, while React might not be. Also, the best thing about both of these are they are quite flexible. So when you install Vue and when you install React, you get only the most essential things. You don't get the external features, even though those are officially provided by Vue or React. So let's say for routing, let's say you want to go to /cart/order, there is something called as Vue router. And similarly, it is there for React as well. It is called as, of course, React router. Now these are not part of the official packages, and that's why these are lightweight, but if you want to use them, you can just directly do some npm installation, and there you go, you will have that plug and play kind of system available for both of the frameworks, making them really flexible. So, and next let's talk about the community support. So for the community, understand that Vue is built by independent individual developers, which is again actually really strong community, because remember they have been there from last 8 years, going really strong. They recently released Vue 3, so everything is going really good there. But for the React, the best part is it is backed by Facebook. Now that does not mean Facebook goes there and all the time promotes it, but again the name tag is there behind the rig. But if you are really a true web developer and all you are concerned about is will I be able to create the best possible website, will I have the best developer experience, will I get the best performance out of the browser, then I don't think you have to worry about who is backing whom. At the end of the day, Vue and React both will provide you that kind of thing. The best thing about Vue is it is very easy to start with, and the way you write the code is something you have done in the past, so that's why the learning curve is quite easy regarding Vue. And there are multiple big huge websites built with the Vue that we are going to talk in the next website, made with Vue.js. So the websites that have been built and maintained in Vue, we are going to see those there. So that's pretty much it, the difference between the Vue and the React. And remember, Vue, since it is very easy to start it, majority of the startups prefer Vue over React. React is being used by the traditional companies who have been in the game from, let's say, last 10-15 years. But if you talk about next generation companies that are coming up, the preferable choice has been the Vue.js. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so let's talk about the few places where Vue.js is used. So to talk about the big names, we have Grammarly, we have GitLab, we have 9gag, we have Behance, we have Xiaomi. Alright, so that's it, it's heavily used. Now, before getting into other website, we need to discuss this one part. So how a large scale product is usually built. So let's say this is Google, and what does Google encompass as? Google has, let's say, Gmail, it has YouTube, it has, let's say, Gmeet. What does Google has? Google has Google News, so there are so many products. And remember, even in this one of this, so let's say Google News has some small components through which it is making itself work. Now remember, all of these are software products, no doubt about it, but that does not mean all of them are just built with one stack. So let's say React or Angular or Vue. It's never like that. Sometimes it makes sense that for Google News, let's use React. Let's say for Gmail, let's use Vue.js, and for YouTube, let's use Angular. Depends upon the requirements of the product. So in that case, where is Vue.js used? Where a particular corporation is for some of their let's say operations, for some of the functionality they want to provide to the user, they are using Vue.js. So one of that is Google Careers. So if you want to apply to the Google, go through all that process, the whole website is built using Vue.js. Then we have Apple. So Apple, for its internal internal management tool, they use Vue.js for that. Again, that's something that we as a user doesn't see it. It's something only Apple people use internally. Then we have Netflix. So Netflix have publicly tweeted about they are using Vue.js for building their cloud storage services. And again, they have appreciated how easy Vue.js is to just set up and get it running. And that's pretty much it. We also have Xiaomi. I think we talked about it. We have again multiple websites. Just we're talking about the big companies using this one. So if you want to get into the details of all the website or the best website built using Vue.js, consider visiting madewithvuejs.com. Here you can just visit any website and have a look at how it looks like. Just get an idea of what Vue can do. Okay, so that's one really looks really sick. I think I saw a game as well here somewhere down the line. Yeah, this one. So remember, of course, for the game you need some gaming engine. That's a different thing. But all the showing it onto the web, the UI part, is definitely done in the Vue.js. Yeah, it's a German game. Consider playing it though. How it feels. Game in Vue.js, and then we have like multiple products. SaaS products, animation products, API products, music discovery app. Okay, this looks good. Let's have a good look at it. All right, wonderful. So these are all the things that you can have a look at to just get understanding of what can be built with Vue.js. Again, remember, it's been there for 8 years. Some of the websites you might not see here, but there is one tool called as Web Appalizer. I'll just let you know the name. So it's an extension. So I think Web Appalizer. So this is a Google Chrome extension that you can install, and this will tell you what is a website using. Is it using React? Is it using Vue? Is it using Angular? In the backend, what else it is using? So all of that thing will be Web Appalizer will allow you to have a look at. So consider installing that on your Chrome. Alright, that's pretty much it regarding the whole course introduction, getting into Vue, its comparison with the React, and again the best part, first principle, thinking about why exactly Vue and why exactly this thing called as frameworks. Now in the next chapters we'll actually start setting up our Vue project, so make sure that that's the first step you are following as much as you can, and from there we'll start developing our online store, and you will understand how easy and beautiful it is to develop in the Vue.js. So I'll see you in the next chapters.
Project we will be building in this Vue 3 course. As you guys can see, we have the home page component, and the data that is coming to us is from the Firebase database. And if I open any of this product, they can take me to the product details page where we can add multiple quantities of the product. Let's do for a few of them. As you can see on the right hand side, the cart will update based on what are the unique products we are adding. So add one last, and now if I go to the cart, it will work as a cart pop-up, so it will not take us to a different page. It will be accessible from every single page in our application. Let's say I go to the home page, it will be accessible from there as well. So what do we have here in the cart? We can remove the quantity of the product. So let's say I can remove the whole product. When I click on the proceed, then it will take me to the final page, that is the orders page. So users will fill in the data here, and we will get whatever order is, whatever their total cart amount is in our Firebase database as well. And once that is done, we click on submit and we'll be able to access the data. Other than that, we will also be having an admin page through which we can add these products by ourselves, not hard coding, but literally going to a page, selecting an image, name of the product, and it will be visible here, because this data is also coming from the Firebase itself, so it will be updated in the real time. So that's the app we are going to work. 4 main components: home page, product details, cart, and the admin component. So let's jump right into it.
What we are going to do first, we will be creating a home page, and as you guys saw on the home page, we will have the products data. So whatever products data will be having, whatever products you saw, that's what we'll be building. And from where this data will be coming? This data will be coming to us from our Firebase. So the database will be setting up later on in the course, but that's how it will be coming. After that, the next thing that we have is basically the product details page. So as you saw here, we will be clicking on this individual product, and that product will be expanded into its own details, its price, its quantity, and all that, and then you can add it to the cart. So that means we have one more main component, and that is cart. So this product will be added to our cart, and as you can see, our cart is basically a pop-up that is coming from right hand side, and this is where we'll get all the products data in the vertical format like this that I showed you already. And one last thing that we will having is admin. Why we need admin page? Because we don't want to manually add our data to our Firebase. Instead, we will create a proper form. So form will be like let's say name, file, price, and finally the submit button, and this all of this data will definitely be added to the Firebase database. All right, so there are some mini components in this as well, but this is the basic and the primary architecture of our application. When the things keep on coming, you will be better able to understand what exactly we are going to do. But yeah, that is the gist of what we will be doing in this course. To yourself, when we run a code into the browser, what are the only files browser can understand? Of course, there are only 3 files: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then the multimedia asset. But the files that we will be writing in our application will be .vue files. After that, we'll be having something .sass file. If you guys are aware, this is some advanced version of CSS. Might not be required, but yes, some people do write it. After that, we will be having some, let's say, assets, some configuration files, all of this thing. But majorly the files that we'll be writing are in the .vue format. Why do we do this? Because this is of course a developer friendly environment. All of this thing that we just talked about, this is a developer friendly. But when we talk about a browser, let's go to the browser real quick. Browser cannot understand .vue file. The only files it can understand is .html, CSS, and of course .javascript. So it only wants these things to be gave it to him so that it can run it into the browser, so that you can get the website that you want. But we are not writing the files into those format. Why? Because it will not be developer friendly. So how do you ensure that you get both the things, developer friendly and browser friendly, and that's where a build tool comes in. If you guys have heard about Webpack, Rollup, that's what they exactly do. And the build tool we'll be using in our case will be White. So White is going to be our build tool. What it exactly does, it takes all our development files like .vue, .sas, whatever it is, and converts them into the files that can browser actually runs. And not just converts, it actually optimizes it. So it will not be necessarily understandable to a developer, but for the browser it will be the most optimized code. And that's what White is. That's why White is going to be our development environment. It will provide us all the things that are necessary to write a developer friendly code, but when it comes to running into the browser, it will take all this file, chunk it into this HTML, CSS, JavaScript, so that it can run perfectly in the browser. That you can just go to the Vue.js.org. There we will be having relevant documentation. Now the first thing is creating a Vue application. If you could pay attention here, as you guys can see, the created project will be using a build setup based on White, something that we just learned in the last video. Now to make sure that this works, you will have to follow these commands, and also make sure your Node.js version is higher than 16.0. Let's just get into writing the commands. In my case, I am into my desktop folder. Inside that I have folder called as my project, and that's where I'm running my this new Vue project. You guys can run wherever you want. So let's copy this command, hit enter. Now it will start asking us few questions. What is the name of project you want to use? So let's say in our case it is Vue store. And it will start asking you few questions like what are the additional things you want to have in your Vue.js project. Right now we don't want anything. Since Vue.js is the progressive framework, you can keep on adding the new things whenever you want, but right now no. So I'll keep on saying no to every tool, and that's it. Our project will be run. As you can see, Vue store is the name of the project we gave. So let's go to that folder, install all the npm packages that by default this Vue project require, and then npm run dev. So this will be our development environment where we'll be writing the code, and you can see the output here. Let's open up this URL, and as you can see, this is it. Successfully project is created using White plus Vue 3. Actually get into what are the files that have been created by the White for us, and let's understand the project structure itself. First, let's go to the Vue store. Now since I am currently into my projects folder, I am indirectly accessing Vue store. Let's directly jump into the Vue store itself. Yeah. And now as you can see here, we have few files. First is node models, which are basically npm packages which will help us build this project. Then we have public, where we can store our assets, svg, icons, images and all that. Then we have the main source files, which is stored into the src folder. Here we can store our assets as well. In the components, we'll be building those homepage components, cart components, and all of these are going to be .vue file. So by default, White has created this .vue, welcome and all that files, which are basically visible here. Whatever project we are seeing are basically the output of all these .vue components. After that, we have a main component called as app.vue, which will take all this .vue file inside it and give you that single page application interface. Then we have main.js, which is basically the configuration of your whole Vue.js application. What are the things you want to import, any CSS style you want to import. Remember, this CSS style will be then universally applied to the application. As we move forward into this project, the role of main.js will be more clearer and clearer. After that, we have index.html. So this is where our app.vue will be mounted. So understand this. Imagine these components are basically child, okay, all these components. Then app.vue will be the parent of it, and then index.html kind of will be the grandparent. So all this is the hierarchy, and this is the file which is basically the output that we see here. That is the HTML file, and as you guys can see, it is the only HTML file. That's why a single page application. Later we have this White configuration. So if you want to have any changes in your build tool, we can change it here, and the documentation for that we will be providing here. Right now we don't need to do any configuration, but if our project requires, any configuration to the build to the white tool, we will be doing it here. And then the routine package.json files, in that we have these 3 scripts to run: dev, build, preview. And if you guys could observe, all of those are being run by white. That's why white is called the our development environment. So let's get into actually starting creating a project in our next section. How to create the project structure and then understanding the particular files of it. One defining feature in this project structure that we keep on seeing are these .vue files. These are called as single file components, and that's what we are going to talk in this particular video. They also go by the name basically SFC, again stands for the single file component. So what this SFC is about, it is a defining feature of Vue.js, a particular file format in which you can write your HTML, CSS, JavaScript in just one particular file. That's why it's called single file component. CSS, JavaScript into a .vue file. Now, what is the structure of it? How exactly you write it? It's kind of similar, to the way we have been writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. First, we have something called as a template. So again, with the starting tag and the end tag, this is where all our HTML go. And again, just not the normal HTML. Vue will inject us some of its feature through which you can create dynamic, DOM manipulation, dynamic web pages. After that, we get to write our script, which is going to interact with our DOM nodes, and whatever logic we guys want to write, that will go here in the script section. And finally, we will be having our CSS. So it will be written inside this style. So that is the basic structure of any .vue files. When we actually start writing our first component in the next video, we will see what exactly code you need to write. But there are multiple benefits of this. First thing is you can create a modularized component. What does that mean? Let's say you want to create a navbar, footer. All the code for that particular component will be available in the single .vue file. You don't have to keep on going to the multiple folders just to see where its CSS file is, where its JavaScript file is, where its HTML file is. All of this will be available in the single file component. Also, all of these things are decoupled from another component, so there is no mixing happening. One of the best thing about SFC is the styles are basically scoped. So the CSS style will only apply to this particular component. It will not be mixing up with another component. And as the structure, we'll be writing our Vue code in it. We have some hierarchy of this Vue components that we'll be talking about in the next video. .vue, which are basically single file components. But we look at this default project that is given to us by the white. We have something called as app.vue as well. All right, let's not go into the technicality of this code, but again, how it is different from all these components, because there is a hierarchy to Vue components that you are supposed to write. So what usually happens is, let's take an example of a navbar that you need to write. Okay, so let's say a navbar component you want to write. Of course, you need to write the template, script, and style, all the logic that you need to write there. But ask this question, let's talk about dependency. A child will be dependent on the parent, and let's say a parent will be dependent on the grandfather. So in our case, the smallest component that we have right now, which will go onto the web page, is of course, a navbar, which all of its code. But navbar will be the part of one bigger component. Remember, we are talking about reusable component. Today you want to use navbar in your home page, maybe next time in the admin page, in the contact us page, right? So let's take an example. You want to use this in your home page. So this will be your home page component. Now where will this home page go? This home page will be added to a one single parent component of any Vue application, and that is called as app.vue. So the reason why I'm writing it in such a big word, there is a reason for that. Let's take one more example. Let's take an example of now. After the navbar, let's say we have the footer page. Okay, and footer is, let's say, a part of any contact us page. So contact will be our another component, And of course this also needs to be the part of, this will go into, you know, app.vue. So app.vue is going to consume all these components, give you a structure, and that app.vue will be converted into our .html file. So that's how, you know, a single page application is built up. So this thing, if we have to name it up, this thing will be called as components. So very individual parts, absolute individual parts that you can use it anywhere. But these components will be a part of one bigger component. Now home page and contact, these are usually a routes on any web page, you know, /home, /contact, /about, /admin, you know, and these are called in Vue as something called as views. So we will have to create one more component for this, one more folder where we can store all of this, our views. And finally it will go to our main component, and that is going to be app.vue. So that's how Vue consumes first your components will be the part of the views, and views will be the part of app.vue. White takes this app.vue, runs a build process on that, and it will finally give you that index.html. Right now we will try to create our first own component. Let's see how we can import that in our app.vue. We will not be needing views right now. We'll try to keep it very basic, but later on when we need multiple routes like homepage, contact, /cart, /orders, then this player will come into the picture. Right now let's see creating our first Vue component.
In the project and understanding the .vue files and its hierarchy, it's time to create our first component. For that, we will remove all the boilerplate default code that is provided to us when we did the white setup. For that, let's remove all the files from the components folder. You can remove icons as well. Make sure you're not removing the components folder. So once you do that, of course, you will be welcomed with a lot of errors. It's completely fine. After that, app.vue, I'll remove all the contents of app.vue as well. And this is how it will look like. Now, because of that, it will give us an error, and the error will say basically you need at least one root component, that is app.vue. Anyways, we have already learned about how to write a .vue component. What is the structure of it? First, let's create a template. That will be our template. Inside that, you know, we can start writing our divs, the HTMLs, and then the second one will be the script tag. You don't need to write this export default, anything else. And then finally we'll have our style. Okay, this will, we need to make sure that it is applicable only to this Vue component. That's why we write .scope. All right, that's pretty much it. Let's try to write anything inside this. Okay, just try to play with it. Remember, we don't have any components for now. We only have our one single parent component, that is app.vue, which is always be, you know, only one app.vue will be there. So let's create h1. Welcome to Vue. Let's save this, and yes, we can see the content on the left hand side. But remember, we can't keep on writing every single thing in the app.vue. Like I can't create my navbar, my footer, my home page, my cart component, my orders, everything in the app.vue. It will be very cluttered. So what we need to do, we need to start creating component. So let's say this welcome to Vue message, can we create a component for that? And let's see how we can export that in our app.vue in our next video. Most basic component ready with us, which is written here in the components folder, hello world.vue, and this whatever data we have written in our template, basically HTML data, is visible here. And all of this is possible because we are importing that in our the parent component app.vue. Now I don't want this data, you know, to be coming directly from here. Maybe I want it to be coming from app.vue, which is basically now how you pass the data from a parent component to a child component. So these are the steps you need to follow. First thing first, what is the property that you want to send it to your child? Let's say the name is message. Second thing will be the what is the value of the property. In our case, welcome to Vue. All right, that's pretty much it. Now you have passed the property, you have mentioned it into the parent. Now you need to read that in your child component. Remember, we cannot use a normal script. You need to write setup, so that we are using the script which are suitable for Vue, so that, you know, we can inject its own power into your script. Now for that you need to first read all the properties that you are passing. In our case, we use a standard syntax provided by Vue.js, which is called as define props. It is a function which takes an array of all the properties that you are passing to your child component. In our case, the name is first message. Once you have done this, now you need to read that message. How you do that? You remove this manually hard-coded value and instead you read it here. So for that you need to use mustache syntax, which looks like this, and here you pass your message. Once you save this, there you go, the value will be provided here. Let's change the value from welcome to view app. If I save this using hot module replacement HMR, it will directly be updated on your left hand side, which is basically on your browser. So these are the steps through which you can pass a property from your parent component to your child. If you want to pass multiple props, the process will be similar. First you go to the app.view, decide what is the data you want to pass. Let's say I want to pass now another message. Okay, of course you can name it anything that you want. Another message will be, let's say, let's keep it simple, maybe let's say hello only. All right, and that's it. So you have mentioned to the app.view, this is the data I want to pass, this is the name of the value, and this is the actual value. So just consider it as a variable value pair, multiple variable value pair that you pass to your child. Now the second step is always about you reading those properties. The first property we pass out message. This time it is another message. Make sure we are not missing any spelling mistakes here. Once that is done, you need to show that into your hello world.view component. Let's say I'm going to create h3. And remember, you cannot directly pass another message like this. If you do it, of course, it will be just, normal value that we pass here. Instead, this should be a value that is coming from your script. And to do that, always you need to use this mustache syntax. And now you can pass your value another message. And now see the magic. I hope spellings are correct. And the value is not coming. Might have been some mistake. Another message. Spelling seems correct. Okay, reload the page. Maybe it did not work. Hot module replacement did not work, or maybe we did not save the file. But yeah, that's how it works. First, create a variable value pair, like here, multiple properties. Send it to the hello world.view. First, read all the properties here. I'll add the comments as well. Read props being passed to this component. Of course, coming from a parent, and then if you want to show the value, you show it here, and that's how you can pass multiple properties.
Talking about composition API when we started learning these views. But before that, we need to learn something called as data reactivity, and the way we learn that is by creating a simple counter application. So what I'm going to do, first I'll just create a count variable, which will of course be initialized at 0. Then I will create a button through which we are going to increment this. Okay, so let's say increment. And how do you make sure that when you click the button, some function would run? In the case of Vue.js, you need to write it like this, at click. If you guys could remember, in plain JavaScript, it is on click and then you write the function. In Vue.js, it is at click. Okay, and the function I want to run is, let's say, increment. And now we need to write a definition for that. Again, it is, a plain JavaScript way you guys can write it. Const increment. Perfect. And the value that we want to add is count plus plus. Now let's save this. And if I click on increment button, there will be an error. Okay, assignment to constant variable. Yes, of course, we cannot use const here. It needs to be let. You cannot reassign a variable declared with const. Now let's click on increment. Let's add one more thing. I'll add console.log here as well to just see if our count value is being updated or not. Let's click on increment now. So as you can see on the left hand side, yes, my count value is being updated. but it is not being shown onto the web page. Why? Because of course we have not added, the count variable. How we show it here? Let's add, let's say h5, and we need to use mustache syntax. If you want to show any JavaScript variable from the script, if you want to show it on your DOM into your template, you need to use that syntax. If you could remember, what is a template literal syntax, so you can relate it with that. Let's write count here, and now let's see how it looks. In the beginning, of course, I am able to see 2. Let's refresh this, so it will be reset to 2. Now let's click on increment. So the clear observation right now is I have declared a count variable. It is being incremented. If I click on this button, the value is being changed, as you can see on the left hand side in the console, but it is not being updated here in the DOM itself. Why? Because our data is not reactive. It does not, line number 5 does not react to the changes happening at line number 17. How do we do that? That's what we are going to learn in the next video. We need to ask ourselves, this data reactivity, reacting to the changes happening in your JavaScript, needs to be updated into the DOM in the real time. Is it something available in traditional JavaScript by default? Absolutely not. That's why we have framework like Vue.js. So this functionality will be provided to us by Vue.js. For that, we need a particular function to be imported from Vue, and it is called as ref. And that's the default word for that. Ref from where? Of course, I want to get it from the Vue package. Now you need to wrap this thing, this method, to whatever variable you want to make it reactive. Of course, I want to make my count reactive. My initial value will be 0, but I now wrap that value to this ref, and that's how it will make it reactive. Now let's see how it works. There is a catch here though. So if I try to increment, something called as NaN happens. Why that is happening? For that, we need to understand the count value first. Let's not, this count value right now. Let's remove, let's comment out increment for a while. And now let's see how this count looks when we wrap it with something called as ref. Let's save it up. And when I do that, now count does not look like, simple value, which has the data as 0. It is a completely different thing. If you want to access its value, you need to use it using a getter, and the name of that getter is .value. So if you want to do count plus plus, right now count is an object and we are trying to do count plus plus there, and that was the answer was not a number. But if I try to do count .value, that's how I will be actually able to access this inside value. Remember, this is very important. It might be very natural, very intuitive to think that the value of the count is 0. If I want to increment it, I should do just count plus plus. No, count is now a reactive object. If you want to access its value, you need to do count.value. So if I save this now, as you guys can see, count is now accessible. Okay. So the change that we need to do here is, instead of doing count plus plus, we need to do count.value plus plus. All right. And also if I want to look at the value, I don't want to just look at count. It should be count.value. Now let's see, does this thing work? Let's save this, remove everything. And now let's click on increment. As you guys can see now on the left hand side below, the values are being updated into the console. But the magical thing is, it is also being updated in real time on my browser, as you guys can see. The best part is the page is not even reloading, and that's people is called as data reactivity. You can do this with an array as well. Let's say you have an array, you can just write it 1, 2, 3, and then if you want to push it, it will be applied there. You can also write an object, basically any data type you want, you can add that inside the inside this ref method, and you should be able to wrap it and make the data reactive. When we go forward in your application, we'll be making so many things reactive: form data, arrays, objects, multiple kinds of data, and that's where this knowledge will be more mature. Magic of data reactivity using this ref method that we're importing from the Vue, but this was not the case in previous version of Vue, basically Vue 2 or Vue 1. there was a different way we used to write script. This way of writing a script where you don't have to do a lot of boilerplate. All you have to do, if you need any particular functionality from Vue, just import it like this and then use it if you want to make it reactive. Usually reactivity is something like the major thing you would like to import. There are other things as well. When we go further in the course, we'll learn about it, but previously it was not this case. So this way of writing your script, interacting with your script, is called as composition API. There was another method and it used to be called as options API. Let's see how is that. So I don't think we need to do script. We'll keep script as itself. Just comment out the underlined code. Yep, perfect. So this was basically composition API. Line number 14 to line number 25. If you want to add the variable, you can just add it like this. If you want to add it to add a method, just add it like this. If you want to make it reactive, import ref from Vue. Previously, you had to do a whole lot setup. So first, you need to write this export default because you are exporting this state. Of course, you want to make it reactive, right? So export default. Inside of this, whatever data you want to make it reactive, you had to type it into this data function. Once that is done, of course, when you are writing this previous way options API, you should not write setup. Setup is only for the composition API. That should take care of that error. Once that is done, what is the data that is being written? What is the data you want to make it reactive? You need to return that data. So remember, it will return it as an object. And what is the value that I want to make reactive initially? Count as the 0. So that is now my reactive state so far. How we used to do that previously? Just one line and import reactivity. In the options API, you have to do this much of boilerplate code. Now once my data is done, how do you write method? For method, you need to explicitly tell methods, whatever methods we have. So what is the method we have? We have increment. So let's write that. Increment. Now the question is, how do you access this count? In our case, we could directly access count, but of course, if I want to have the value inside it, I need to type dot value. This is a signal through which I can understand, or I can understand other people's code, that this count value is reactive. If you want to access a count value in options API, you needed to access it like this. This dot count, and I want to do it, incremented. And now let's test it out. We already have the increment function ready with us. Let's click on increment, and there you go, people. On the left hand side, data reactivity is working. So in both the cases, data reactivity will work. The concept is exactly same. The only difference is this is the modern way of doing it and this was the previous way of doing it. This is called as options API. So why do you need to learn it? The reason is there might be few projects that are still using options API and it should not come to you that I have never seen this and we don't know what is actually happening here. This is basically your reactive state now, your reactive data, which we are doing it using a ref now, importing from you, and whatever methods we have, you have to keep on adding it here. So you see the way we are writing the code here is more simpler, more readable, and more like plain JavaScript. When your code base gets bigger, you have to work with the teams. This is the code that will be more user friendly to understand, and probably not the options API. But again, options API is still supported. If you want to use it, if you want to play with it, the documentation for that is also available. But in our course, we will be going ahead with the composition API. Try creating the components and try to import them inside our app.vue. Let's go to the components folder and create one more file. Let's say hello world. It's better if you use camel case for the naming conventions. Hello world.vue. Again, there will be some errors. It's completely fine. Since this is a .vue file, we go with the same structure. First, you create a template, and after that, we create a script. Nothing fancy yet, and a style. All right. We need to write scoped here, so it will all the CSS that we write here will be applicable only to this particular file. Now here, let's write our h1, which was basically
welcome to Vue. All right, perfect. Remember the welcome to Vue that we have is coming from app.vue right now. Let's remove it completely. That means our web page will now be empty. So what is the situation right now? The welcome to Vue, the message that we have is in our component, and what we need to do, we need to make sure that it is visible on the web page. Everything that you want to be visible on the web page should be imported into app.vue. Whatever it is a component, it is a view that we learned about in our hierarchy video. So let's import it here. How we can import it is again, plain JavaScript. Import hello world from / let's go to the source, then the components, and finally hello world.vue. Alright, we have imported it. Let's console.log just to see if it is even working or not. I'm going to open up my VS Code. Let's reload it real quick. And as you can see, hello world component is available. What we need to do, we need to make sure that to use it our app.vue, and how we need to do it, the import hello world component is there. What you are supposed to write here, this is now the standard syntax. Whenever you import a component, this is how you are supposed to make it visible on your app.vue. So hello world, what is the name that you have given, and then just end it like this. That's how you basically import and use a component in your app.vue. Now let's see the magic. Save it. And awesome, it's not working. So let's check what's the issue here. So how to solve this error? This error is coming because we are using a standard script syntax. Whenever you are using Vue.js, there are two APIs that you need to use. One is called as options API and another one is called as composition API. What are those? Those are basically the way you treat your scripts. And in our case, we'll be using composition API. The details about this composition API we'll learn later on. But right now, you need to write a standard word called as setup that is going to tell Vue.js, okay, you are trying to use a composition API and you don't want a normal script. You want a script that is supportive of .vue files. Now, once I save this, there you go, your message is available. And that's how you have created your first Vue component. We have other things with respect to components as well, passing the data from parent to child. In our case, the parent is app.vue and the child is hello world.vue. Let's see that in our next video.
Discuss the data reactivity and the difference between the way you can write script in Vue.js. One is the composition API and another is the options API. So as we have discussed, we'll be going on with the composition API. Just remove the code that we discussed for the options API. Just get the setup ready. There must be some error. Define props is not defined. Okay, yes, so remember the error is coming because you can only use this type of syntax. Define props is something that is coming by default from Vue, but Vue does not know. Why? Because in our script you are just trying to use normal traditional script. You need to pass setup to it, and this will make it work. Let's reload, and perfect, there we go. Now let's just remove this hello world component now, because from now on we'll start actually working on our online store application. So quickly I will remove. First, we don't need hello world to be imported here. Just clear out this component, then I can delete hello world.vue as well. Perfect. Now the component that we are going to create first is going to be a navbar. So it is going to be simple one. Again, if you feel that you are stuck again creating component, you can just revisit how to create component and how to use that in app.vue once more. So navbar.vue. Perfect. Now so there is an extension I'm using, Vue 3 code snippets, that's the name of it. So if you want to install, basically to just give this whole single file component setup right away, the template script and the style. We don't need to use SCSS as our CSS language, it's completely fine. All right, so inside this div, now this is going to be just a plain HTML. This will be my ID navbar. So I want to have content on the left hand side and right hand side. So on the left hand side, let's say I'm going to name it LHS, and it will say only home. Perfect. Then let's create an RHS. On the RHS, I want to have, let's say, one option called as account. We might not create account, but just for the sake of having that thing on the navbar. Then after that, we need to work on the navbar. So that, the cart, the cart icon that I showed you. So let's create a proper separate div for that. Div id to cart. Inside that, I want to create one more div. It will say cart count. So yes, we do need icons and all that, but right now let's just keep the cart count as a number. Let's say the count will be 1 for now. Let's save this, and now my component is ready. Navbar.view. Of course we have done the styling, so let's do the styling real quick. So this will be of the display flex. Give it some height, let's say 70 pixels. Align all the items in the center. Font size, let's say want to be a little bigger than the original one, so let's say 130%. And a border, just to realize how tall our navbar is becoming, just to be aware about its size and dimensions. So solid 1 pixel black. Alright, let's just do one thing. We'll first import it so that we can keep on seeing the output on the left hand side. So my navbar.view single file component is ready. Again, what are the steps to import? Question number 1, you need to ask where you want to import. Of course, app.view right now, because we don't have any roots yet like /home, /cart, /order. When we have it, that will be a different story. But for now, let's just directly import it in our main component. So import navbar view from /component navbar.view. Perfect. And then if you want to use it, you can just directly do navbar view, and that's how you will be able to import. Let's save, and there you go. Perfect. We have our navbar component ready. Of course, we haven't done the styling, so let's just do the styling real quick. So there is just one thing here. We have found in the white, if you don't want to have issues with hot module reload, try to keep this name and the name of this file separate. Like, of course you can do this, I mean it's not an issue, standard JavaScript will allow it. So if I save this, this is going to work as well. But we have seen in the large code bases, sometimes it's just a small bug, they might get it fixed later on, but try to keep the name that you are using it here as different than what is the actual name of the component. Okay, so in our case we'll just make it navbar view, or you can just call it navbar component. Let's do that. I think that looks more feasible and more intuitive. So navbar component, and that should do it. Perfect. Let's do a little bit styling real quick. Left hand side will be, it will be again display flex. We need to give it, let's say 30-70% kind of ratio. Like on the 30% side it should be home, and 70% side account and the cart content. So let's say flex will be 3. See, it's working already. And then we want to align these items in the center as well. Perfect. Then with the RHS, same thing, display will be flex. After that, flex will be 7 in this case. And align items will be center, but as you can see, we want the content to be justified on the right hand side when it comes to horizontal alignment. So justify content, it should be on the flex end, at the end of the flex. There you go. We need to create a gap between this account and the count of the cart. Since this is the display flex, this whole div, we can create a gap between them, and that will be, let's say 10%. and perfect. That should do the things for us. Now we do want the background to be white. Right now the whole background is black. So where is that happening? See, it is happening for the whole component, so that must be the styling of app.view. Let's go here, but there is no styling for app.view. Then let's go to the main.js, and here you can see this is where the main CSS is being imported. So let's go to the main.css, and we need to check where we are adding that background color as black. Okay, here is we have base.css as well. So the root, again, this is that is given to us by default when we ran our Vue create app command. Let's see, the color here is var color text. So var color text, it is coming from this particular line. It will keep on going like this. So what you can do instead, I'll just directly type down the color, because we don't need the variables right now. Color, let's say white, that should do it. Okay, that's not the case. Oh sorry, it should be the background, my mistake. The background, that's what we want, and the background will be white. And there you go, perfect. And color should be black. So this is a global setting coming from this base.css provided by default to us. And there you go, people, we have our navbar component. Okay, as simple as that. No props yet, no anything complex in the script setup right now. Just a plain simple DOM elements shown inside our main page. And the communication that is happening right now is navbar.view is imported into app.view. App.view is being converted to index.html when we run npm run dev. That is basically command run by white, and that's how you are getting the output. In the next video, we are going to create a banner component. So we will see some messages here as well, like welcome to Vue shops. That's where we'll be using props, and we also discuss the common errors we might do while creating components. See you. Our second component, which is going to be a banner, which will look like this. So let me just see if we have the deployed link. I think we do. Yes. So this is the banner, people. Welcome to Vue.js shop, and that's what we are going to create now. So let's create one more component, banner.view. Again, I have extension installed with me, which can give me a setup right away. So Vbase 3 setup, perfect. All right, let's start writing our div content. So we are going to kind of keep it as, let's say, welcome div kind of. Let's go with that. Welcome div. And inside that I want to put an h1. So h1 will basically say welcome to Vue shop. We are going to keep it very simple. Of course, if you want to have some carousel images, all of the stuffs can be done here as well. So welcome to Vue shop, looks good. Okay, now since this is ready, I guess let's add some style, of course. So welcome div. Let's get it inside. Don't make this mistake, people. All right, display will be flex here again as well, because we are still dealing with only single rows. Height, let's give it 200 pixel. Let's get it the border as well, so we understand how it is going so far. Solid 1px, black. Okay, of course we haven't imported it yet, so we will not be able to see that. Remember, not just writing component is important, importing it in your parent component is more important. Otherwise you won't be able to see any output. So let's import it real quick, then we can finish our banner component. So import banner component from /component/banner.view. Perfect. And how you make it work here? So is this the exact way you need to require, like providing this kind of brackets? Absolutely, that is the syntax Vue.js want you to use if you want to import your components and use it in your parent component. Perfect. There we go, people. On the left hand side, we now have our second component imported into our app.view. Let's add some more styling to it. Let's give it in the center. Perfect. Let's center it vertically as well. Perfect. And let's get some color, maybe some Vue.js kind of color, something on the side of green, but not exactly green. I think this is where, that's how Vue.js color kind of looks like. Really dark. Yeah. Save it. Okay. We'll add some style bold to it as well, to the H1. So let's give some font weight as 500. Perfect. Looks more bolder. And then a font size. Font size will be, let's say, 3 rem. Okay, looks good. Perfect. So that's our banner so far, and we have created navbar component. Now we want to do one last thing. This message that is coming to us, welcome to Vue shop, we don't want it to write it inside banner.view. We want it to be coming from app.view. So again, what is required? Whenever there is a need of data transfer from parent component to child, you need to use props. And again, you need to understand what is the parent component and what is the child component. Whoever is importing a component inside it, of course, that is going to be a parent component. So let's start this. Which is the component I want to send the data to? Banner component. And where we write it? Where you actually initialize your banner component. So let's say I want to say welcome message, and it should be, again, we have done this previously as well, welcome to Vue shop. Perfect. That's all you need to do in the parent component. Just sending out a variable value pair that you want to be used inside your child component. Now when you go to the banner.view, first you need to tell that this time you will be getting data from somewhere else, basically the properties. And what are the properties that you will be getting? So remember, define props is a function, and it takes array of properties that are being passed to it. Okay, the value that we are passing is, of course, welcome message. And if I want to use welcome message, because welcome message will have this value now, if I type only welcome message, is it going to work? Think about it. Is this a hard coded value, or is it actually a value that is coming from this variable? Let's save this. It is not. So if you want to have the value here, you need to use the mustache syntax like this. And if I save it now, oh, it's not working. I need to check it. Where did we miss out on? See the console. Okay, so hot model reload did not work properly. So this might happen, people. Sometimes you might not able to get the data, especially with respect to the props. So just try to reload and things will start working completely fine. So there we have it, our two components, banner and navbar. Navbar was very simple. Banner required some props to be used. Just practice it more and more, and that's how you'll get comfortable with using components. First, try to do it with something like navbar, a plain HTML and CSS component, and try to import in app.view. Again, your app.view might not be your parent component all the time. We're going to discuss about that in our next video. Can you quickly recall the view hierarchy we discussed in our previous chapter, where I introduced you to the new word, something called as views? So there are three words we talked about when it comes to .view files. Of course, every .view file is basically a single file component, but then there are various names given to it. First thing, a very basic, that is it is a component. It doesn't do anything. It is just a simple component, and it does its job only for that particular use case, showing a navbar, showing a banner, that's all. Then we discuss something called as views, right? And finally we had our the component, the god component I like to call, app.view. And right now the way we are doing is, we are basically taking our component and we are directly passing it to the app.view. We did it for two components. We did it first for the banner, and second thing we did it for the navbar. And what about views, where we will be using the views? So views we will be using whenever we require multiple routes. What does a route mean? So you go to a particular website, let's say xyz.com. That is the main domain, but on that domain you have multiple routes, like let's say slash home, then you have let's say slash cart, then let's say slash orders, slash about, slash contacts, more and more like that. Of course we cannot keep on creating components for all the home, cart, order and put all of them inside app.view. No, that is going to be a very hard to organize, and that's where we introduce something called as views. So views is going to be this one singular route. So let's say home is one view, and inside that view you add this banner and navbar. So this structure that we just created, now this is how it is going to look like. So I'm going to redraw it. Let's say component that we had so far were of course banner, and second thing that we had was navbar. Now all of these components were directly going to app.view, not anymore. Now they will be the part of which page? Of course not the cart, not the orders, they need to be the part of the home page. And what do we call it? We call it a view. Like that's the name of the folder we are going to give, views, and they will be imported now to home. And this home component, can you guess? Absolutely, this will be now imported into the app.view. So are you able to understand one more layer that we have added just to organize our code much better, so that whatever components we are using, now they being added to one particular view, and that view will be the part of app.view. And how many routes you might have in your application? Let's say 10, and importing 10 things in the app.view will not be that much of a big deal. But how many components you might have in your application? Like in our homepage itself, we have 2 components. We'll be having more components, probably 40 to 50 components, and adding all of those in app.view is not going to make sense. So that's why we have this architecture. First you have your normal component. Your component will now go to the views, and now all of your views will be the part of app.view. They will be imported there, and that's what we are going to do with our banner and navbar component in the next video. Discuss what we have learned here and implement it in our Vue application. So the components that we have, first what we need to do, we need to understand they are a part of a home page. So I will create one more folder. It will say, let's say home page components. These are basically the component that belongs to home page. Of course you don't have to write home page components. If you even keep it home page, that is also going to be work perfectly fine. And I will now put these 2 things inside home page. Perfect. Let's add navbar.view as well. Of course it is going to give us error, because now our app.view will not be able to find those components. The path of this component has been changed. Okay, perfect. Of course if you want to make it work, you need to add one more line here, and that is going to be basically this dot slash components, homepage components. Okay, yeah, it has already done. So I have an extension setup which is called as Waller, supported by Vue.js officially. If you install that, if you change any particular component path, it will be updated automatically here. So would recommend you guys to have it, but always check if your path of component is correct. All right, now we have this component inside our, now the way we are organizing our component is little better. Now we need to create our views folder. That's where we are going to set up this particular layer, okay, of organizing our code. So let's create inside the source folder views. That will be the folder, and inside the views, what is the first view that we are discussing? The first route, and that is going to be the home.view. Now all you need to do is, first of course, since it is .view, all of them will be single file component. So you need to create the boilerplate code, the setup code. Okay, you don't need to use SCSS. And then all we need to do is, can you guess, looking at the architecture, now the banner and navbar components should be imported inside the home. That is their now nearest parent. Of course app.view is there, but it is now more like a grandfather. Their father is now home, and that's where we'll be importing both these components. What I can do is, I can just go to my script now and import. What is the first one? Navbar. So it is already coming. Okay, components navbar.view. Of course, I'll name it as navbar components for more understanding. Component, perfect. I will import the banner one as well. Instead of view, this should be banner component. Alright, the way you import it is going to be the same. Standard syntax, banner component. Alright, will it be visible to us? Of course, not yet. Why? Because whatever you are able to see it right now is coming from app.view. All this component we have imported. I can now remove this. And if I remove, of course, my file will be completely empty. There you go. So now what is the component which is consisting of navbar and banner? Of course, home.view. So let's import that. Import home view from /views and home.view. So I'm going to name it as home view. Okay, just again for the intuitive understanding, and that's what we are going to import here now. Let's see what happens. There you go, it is there. There might be one error in our case, and that is the props. The props are not being passed to the banner component. Again, ask two questions to yourself. What is the parent component? What is the child component? Parent component in our case now is home.view. So go inside that and pass whatever prop you want to send. So in my case, that is welcome message. Of course, you can give it any name. Welcome to View Shop. Once you have added a variable value pair, all you need to do is read it inside banner.view, and I think you already have a setup for that. Yes, and that's why it is working. All the defined props and using the value using mustache syntax. And that's it, people. That's how our structure looks like now. Again, quickly revisiting. Now our banner and navbar are the most primitive components. Those primitive components are being used in our parent component, that is going to be the views, and now this views is being imported into app.view, and that's how the structure is coming up. Of course, when we move forward, we'll be having more views, more components, and the architecture is going to be the more organized, even though it seems like it is getting complex. But right now I really want you to just practice following this architecture from components to the views and to the app.view, and of course practicing the props as well. So after doing the hard work of creating components, importing and learning about views, it's time to install a UI framework for our Vue application. Of course, we don't want to spend a lot of time in designing, so that's why we usually use UI framework, which is an already optimized UI thing for to be used in your project. So whatever CSS you are going to be using from Kasar, it is already optimized, and when you actually run it via White, it is going to be much performant, and also the documentation, and that is going to help us create the better forms, create the better buttons, even the layouts. If you want to have something like alert box, card pop-up, dialog pop-ups, all of the things are available in the Kasar. So how do you use it? First thing first, there are multiple ways you can install Kasar. What we want to do, we want to install this for our basically White, whatever project that we are creating using White, and for that we need to use it like this. So remember, navigate to your White project folder and install the necessary package. This is not what we have to do. This is creating a White plus Kasar project from scratch. In our case, we have already created it, we want to just install it. So we are going to use npm to install. Again, hide this for now, and let's stop our server and install our first package. Perfect. Once that is done, we'll be installing the second package as well. Okay, let's get the second one. Don't need to install anything else. This one will just do the job for us. So that is usually the first step, installing the packages. The second step will be actually using the Kasar. And what are the properties of a Kasar that you actually want to use? Material icons, yes, we do need that. That's pretty much it, to be honest, for right now. There are icons, it is just, there are different types of icons. If you want it, you just have to switch it on, and it will be added in your configuration file, but we don't need that. Also, make sure you disable this thing, it is very important, disabling Casar, SAS, SCSS variables. All right, once we have that, we have our configuration file already ready. If you could realize, this is just our main.js file in our Vue application. Don't need to do anything, just copy this code, go to your main.js file and paste as it is. That's all, no need to worry about anything. This is going to take care of things for us. I'm going to save this. After that, there is one more thing you need to do, and that is inside your white.config.js. Again, just copy this thing and you can just paste it in your white.config.js. all right, paste it, and there you go. Our Casar setup is now ready. Let's see if this works. I'll go to npm run dev, and of course I want to use some Casar component in my code. Let's say a button. Let's try to use a button. Search for it, the Q button. Okay, how can we use it? Standard, these are standard buttons. If you want to look at the code, just click here on the view source and it will give you this Q button code. Now let's try to use it in our maybe banner component, so somewhere here, and if everything is fine, I should be able to see a Casar button in my Vue project. And if yes, there you go, I can see it. So this is not a normal button, this is a button styled by Casar. Of course, this is not what we want right now. We will be requiring to use a cart icon. If you guys could remember, our cart icon right now just says 1, so we need to put an icon up there, and we are going to do that in our next video using Casar. We have the Casar UI installed with us. Now let's just make the first use of it when we need to use icons. So what you can just do is you can just search here for the icon, and it will take you to this page, which is basically documentation for Q icon. So let's say we want to check out any one of this icon. Let's see how the code actually looks like for it. Again, quite straightforward. You just have to type Q icon just like we typed Q button in our banner component previously, just for the testing purposes, and you just need to put out the name of the icon. So if you could figure out the name of the cart icon, then we are good to go. So which is the icon we want to use? Let's say material icons. Okay, let's open it up. Let's search for cart icon. I'll be having multiple card icons. This one looks what we actually want. Let's click on it, and there you go. This should be the name of that icon. Okay, not this shopping space card. This one actually, the continuous name. Now what we just need to do, copy this Q icon like this. We'll put it here, and instead of font download, the name will be shopping cart. That's all. Let's save this and check how it is working, and there you go. We have our cart icon ready with us without any issue, and that's power of using a UI framework with you. They just provide you so much functionality. All you have to do is just follow the code, follow the documentation, and you will get it done. One more thing we'll need to do, we'll just quickly need to style it so that it looks like what we intend to do here. So let's do it real quick. I think we have already div name for the card, so that's where we are going to do the styling. Let's say cart. So for the cart, we will give the display as flex. Line items will be center, and now they should get together. All we need to do is now put this count a little bit up, little bit above the cart icon. Actually, I think we already have a div for that. Yes, cart count, so you can style only that particular number. Let's say we get some padding from the bottom. Let's say 10-12 pixel, and there you go, looks perfectly fine. And that's how our cart icon will be looking like, and that's the best use of Casar UI library. In the further chapters, we'll learn more about what are the extra use we can do with the cursor, and we'll just keep on moving with our knowledge of props, components, views, and understanding of app.view, our the parent component. Now we deep dive into the single file components in Vue. Right now we do have the basic components imported into our views, and that view is imported into app.view. Now we'll be creating our one of the major component, and that is going to be the products. So in our application that is ready, these are the products that we have to show. Basically, have to append the data, image, text, and the price, all of the data inside this particular area, and that's what we are going to work on. So again, this is going to be the part of our home page, so that's where we'll be creating our new component. Let's call it products.view. Since every .view file is a single file component, let's create the basic structure, template, script, and the scoped style. Scope style is important so that all the CSS that you apply here will not interfere with other components. So let's start working on this. Divide is equal to products, and let's say I'm just going to name it for now. Let's say h3. This is products component. Like, this is where our the products data will go. We'll add some basic style to it for now. Products, so we'll separate it from the top. Margin top will be, let's say, 3%. And now we have our child component ready. Let's import that in our parent. Who is our nearest parent component? Of course, our view, that is home.view. So let's import it here as well real quick. Import. Instead of view, I'll name it as products component. Products component. Alright, let's save this, and there you go. As simple as that, just 2 steps, and you start importing your component inside your home. Now see, we have navbar first, then the banner, and finally the products component. We'll be working on this in our upcoming videos, showing the data, where the data will be coming from, all of that thing will be discussed. But just a small optimization. As you can see on our web page, the home and the cart icon are completely linked to the border. We need to have some padding there. So what is the main component which is consisting all of this? App.view. So we will just add a padding to that one itself, and automatically it will be applied to everything. So let's say we name it as container, and let's say padding will be padding left and right. We'll just keep that, let's say 2%, and same with the right. Should be also 2%. That should make it look better. Yeah, there you go, looks much better now. In the next video, we'll actually start working on the products component. Current goal now is to actually prepare the products data just like we have it here, and then get to the appending part. Then we can do the styling and all that stuff. But right now, let's talk about the data. So I already have the data with me. We will just store it in a separate folder. So inside the source, we'll call it, let's say, data, and inside this, of course, how do we usually store array of objects? Let's say you want show it onto your website, or how does a server send it to you? It is usually stored into the JSON format. So we'll create a products.json file, and inside this I'll paste the data that I have available with me. So this data will be provided to you in the notes, no need to hard code it. Once we have the data stored inside the data folder products.json, second thing we need to do is we need to import it in our component. So which component we are trying to show this data? Of course, it is the products component. So next step will be to get into the relevant component and import our data. So we will start importing the data now in the script. Import, let's say, products data from, let's say, go back inside the data, and here products.json. Let's just confirm if we are getting the data. I will console.log it real quick. Let's check it. And yes, there we go. We have the array of objects available with us. So that is just one step of setting up the data and importing into your products. Now the next thing we need to do is how we can iterate through this and show it in this format. Like this is one product, second, third, and here we have to show three things: image, this text, which is basically the title, and after that the price one. And that we are going to learn in the next video. So in our case right now we have products data, which is of course an array of objects. So whenever you basically go to any website and you have multiple data, usually it's stored into an array of objects, and then that data is shown it to you. Like go to any e-commerce website, it is shown to you in the grid format. So we just need to figure it out how we can convert this data into our user interface. One thing is clear, we need to show each individual data. We need to show this one, this one, this one, and so on and so forth. So that basically means we need to do what? We need to loop over the products. Now the only way we know to loop over the products is for loop, for each loop, for in, for off, all of those stuff. But when it comes to the Vue, you just are not writing a logic. That logic needs to be converted to the UI. So somehow we need to figure out the way through which Vue.js can run the loop and keep on creating this individual product for you onto the DOM. And that's where our v-for directive comes in. So what are the directives? Directives are basically structure, a syntax, a functionality provided by Vue to add some extra features to your Vue application. In our case, of course, we want to loop through the product and show it to the DOM. v-for is just one way to do that. And in the next video, we are actually going to implement v-for, how to use it, why to use it, what are the things you need to be careful about. But one thing you need to take from this video is whenever you want to loop over the data, there is only one answer: v-for. Alright, let's see how we can use v-for directive in our application. So what we'll do first, let's just create a dummy individual product. So let's say div. Of course, we want to create individual div for this individual product that we have. Individual. Suddenly I forgot the spelling of individual. All right. Individual. Okay, looks good. Individual product. All right. And inside this, let's say I am product. Let's say the product is speaking to you. I'm product. And that's pretty much it. Now if I save this, of course I'll get I am product. How many products we want? Okay, depends upon number of elements, number of objects we have in our array. But one thing is clear, if I have, let's say, 10 products, this line number 3 needs to be repeated 10 times. So what we can do, we can become a legend and we can just keep on typing like this. And there we go, we'll have multiple products. But is that how it is supposed to be? No. That's why we have v-for directive. You just provide how many times you want to loop over this and it will do it. And that's what we are going to do now. So the syntax is very simple. v-for. Now v-for is quite similar to a for in loop, or let's take an example of for each loop. So array dot for each. So how do we read each individual element inside for each? That's how it is, element. And then we basically just element dot title, element dot price, whatever it is. In our case, this becomes very simple. v-for, let's say, element in, let's say, products or products data. In our case, that we have here. Well, let's not go that much ahead. Right now, I'll just type element in 10. Then what's your guess? How many times we'll get this product now? Let's save this. As simple as that. We got it 10 times. If I write it for you, I got it 5 times. And that is it, the simplest explanation of v-for. But of course, we cannot write this, hard coded. And of course, we want this for loop to run based upon the array that we have. So let's store our array. Const products. It should be equal to, of course, the products data that is coming from line number 8. Now, instead of 5, it will be products. And if I save this now, we see this 23 times. Why? Because we have 23 items in our products data. Now the next thing we need to do is, instead of just typing I am product, we need to show its image, we need to show its title, we need to show its price. That's what we are going to do in the next video. Now it's time to show our actual product, instead of showing this hard-coded data called as I am product. So where is our this name, title, price, image here existing? Of course it is existing on the element. So let's try to output element. Okay, save it. This is not what we wanted. So what is the thing that I'm doing wrong here? Remember, element consists of some value. It is not a hard-coded data. And right now the way we are implementing is just typing it. And of course that's why we'll get the hard-coded text. We want to grab the value out of it. And whenever we want to grab a value out of it and show it onto the view, we use mustache syntax. And if we save it now, get ready, you will start seeing each individual object that we have. That is basically 23 object. Now of course we don't want to show all of this data like this. Instead of, let's say I want to show only element dot let's say title, and if I show it like this, there you go, we now only see the title. Similarly, we can get the image URL, we can get the price, and that's exactly what we are going to do. So let's keep on creating individual HTML elements for the title, price, and the image. First we'll create the image, and how do we show the image? Of course the URL that we have needs to go here. And how we can do that? Remember, whenever your attribute in the HTML needs a dynamic value, you need to bind it with something. And what is the value you want to bind it? Element.image URL. That's how it will go. Now you might think that from what we have learned, can we do this? Element dot image, I think it's image URL. I think we have forgotten. Let's just console.log this real quick to see. Okay, not console log. We need to do element if you want to see the value. So element dot, yes, image URL, that is my key. So I'll copy this. Let's go back to the image. So is this how we can do it? No, that's not how you do it. If you want to bind a value, you need to use this colon here, and it will bind the value, and you don't need to remove the mustache syntax. Now see the magic. Save it, and hopefully we start getting the images. Of course I'm getting only one image. Might be some issue, we'll look into that later, but yes, at least one image is being visible here. After that, next thing we want to do is, let's say, the price of it, and for that price I'm going to create a p element. Now do we need the binding here? No, I want to actually show the data right here. So for that, what we can do is element dot title, and this should give us the title value. As you can see, title is there, shoes 3. After that, last thing you want to do is element dot price. Let's save this, and I should be able to see the price, and should be there. So why it is not showing for the first elements? You need to check it. There is some error. Let's reload it. Okay, was the issue with the hot module reloading? But yes, now that's how simple it is. You just loop over the array that you want to. You grab each individual product's value, which is basically an object, into element, and then you start binding that value, whatever the key is. In our case, image URL, title, and price. If you directly want to show the value, use mustache syntax. If you want to bind it to a particular attribute on HTML, you need to use this data binding syntax, and that's how you do it. So for all the images you will be showing, this will be a common thing when you move forward. Now what we'll do, we'll just quickly style this up. So products will now be a grid. So display will be, let's say, grid, and of course we need grid template columns. Repeat, we want to have 4 columns, 1 fr. Save this. Let's try to reload. Yep. I think we need to do one more thing. Yes, image width, because of that it is taking everything. So hashtag products, and all the images on that. Let's say the width that we want to have is only the 100% of that individual individual product div. Let's save this, and this should fix it for us. Let's improve the gap between them. Grid gap will be, let's say, 3%. Save this. There you go. We have the gaps now, and for each individual product, okay, looks good so far. I think if we need any more optimization, we'll do it later, but that's it, as simple as that. We first grab the data, we store that data inside our inside a variable that we have declared, and since that variable is, of course, array of object, we need to loop over it, and this is how we loop over it. I would recommend you to practice this enough. Try to just play with this, try to go line by line, try to first create a v4 instead of product, just try to type let's say 12, see how that works, and then move step by step, and that's how you can master v4. And that is one of the directive that you will be used to that will be required to be used heavily in your project. It is also goes by the name list rendering. If you want to render a list, since array is basically a list, you can use v4 directive for that. Hey, so this is what we have built so far. We have the products catalog ready. The data that is coming to us is hard coded into our data folder coming from products.json. The new thing that we also learned was v4 directive, through which we can loop through the arrays and basically update on the DOM in the real time. We don't have to write the logic in the script. You can just write it directly inside the template. That is basically going to be your DOM. Now we are going to learn something called as life cycle hooks. All right, it's quite a big word. Let's just talk about what life cycle is. So let's talk in very layman terms. Life, everyone has a life, and we go through some cycle. So we are born, then we are a child, then we get into teenager years, then adulthood, professional, and then at the end we all kind of die. So that is a basically different periods in your life where you do different things, where you are involved in multiple things, your habits change, all of that. At the end, what I'm trying to say is a different segments of your life where you do different things, and that's almost the same thing happens with our application. So with the Vue application that we have, initially, do we have anything before we don't write any code? No, we are completely left with the blank thing. So let's say that is the stage number 1. After that, you start writing your code, and your application is showed onto the web page. Let's say that is number 2. In meanwhile, there are some mini stages that Vue application go through. So let's say you change your data onto the DOM. So of course the state of your application has changed. Now it looks a little bit different. Even though the singular part, even let's say a count is, the value is now 1 and the count is changed from 1 to 2. That means the Vue application is updated. Let's say that will be 3. And the first stage will be, let's say you go from one page to another. That is also changing the look of your Vue application, changing the data inside it, and that will be the 4th. So on and so forth. Finally we will just close your Vue application. So you can call it destroyed kind of phases. So these are the multiple phases Vue application go through. Of course there are so much mini phases that actually happens in the detail, but roughly these are the things that you will be using when you develop your Vue application. But again, we are just talking about in real life application. In the next video, we'll see actually what are these hooks called as and how will we use those in our application. So let's see that in the next video. Now let's talk about what are the names that are given to these life cycle stages of an Vue application. So first thing is quite simple. It is something called as your component, that is your Vue application is created. Second thing, remember in the created state there is nothing, it is just completely empty, completely blank, there is no data, nothing as such. It's just that initialization process has started. Second thing we have here is mounted. What does that mean? That means your DOM nodes, the HTML elements, the buttons, the images, the forms, the paragraph, all of those things, those are now visible onto the DOM. Next thing, let's say you change something in your application because of reactive data. Let's say a counter goes from 1 to 2. So that is even the smallest change, doesn't matter, as long it is a change, it will go through next stage that is called as updated. And last thing, that is basically, of course, all of this creation of mountain updatation and done. Of course, you'll leave your component, you'll go to a different page, and that is basically we call as unmounted. And these are the different ways, where you can decide where to write your which code, and you can actually invoke this in your Vue application and start injecting your own code, giving you kind of almost full control of the Vue application, not just when it is ready, but even before it is being in the creation stage, or after when you are destroying one component. By destroying, we mean just going from, let's say, one page to another in the simplest term. So in the next video, we'll actually get into the code and see where we can use created, mountain, updated, and all that. For that, we'll use a simple counter example. So these are the stages that we have discussed so far that a Vue application goes through whenever it has to create itself. It has to show the DOM nodes, it has to react to the data that is being changed. So these are our 4 main events. And what are the hooks that we call, lifecycle hooks that we can call based upon these events? And these are right here shown in the image. On the left hand side, we have this main events, and the hooks are basically methods or functions that you can call inside your application whenever you want to, let's say, do something when your Vue app is going through creation event, when it is going through mounting events, and how exactly to do that, what kind of code you need to write when. That's what we are going to discuss with the example of a simple counter application. Okay, so for that, sadly, we'll have to say goodbye to this hard work that we did Vue for a while. All right, so we have just now a products component with no DOM nodes here. So first thing first, right now, which stage my application will first go in? Of course, if I look at the diagram, it is creation event. So let's say created hook. But in the Vue 3, there is no such thing called as created hook. Yes, in the previous version or in the options API, you can actually still write it. So this script setup that you have in the beginning is basically the created hook, where you still can set up your data and you can actually read that data. So as you can see, I can console.log my products. But remember, in the creation stage, in the created stage of the Vue application, you cannot access DOM node. Let's prove that. Okay, so trying to access DOM. Okay, so we have line number 2, div id is equal to product. We'll go the traditional JavaScript DOM manipulation way. So document.get element by id. Products, and see what happens. So it's just a simple observation, and based on that observation, we will come to the fact. If I try to access it, as you can see, my div is coming as null. I can still access the data, the variable values and all that, but I cannot access the DOM node. So that means in the creation stage, DOM nodes are not available. So when are they available? They are available in this mounted stage. So let's see how we can hook into this mounted stage of your application and try to access our DOM node. So for that, you need to import onMounted function from the Vue, and you will have to now execute that onMounted. So when this is basically an event, whenever your Vue DOMs are ready, that's when this onMounted will be fired up. Okay, so have a good look at this. Now what happens if I just take this code trying to access the DOM node inside onMounted? Now see what happens. You see, you are now able to access it. If I again remove onMounted real quick, just a plain simple observation and come to the fact, you cannot access it. But when your DOM is mounted, this onMounted event listener will fire up. If it is fired, so of course the code inside this will run, and now you can access the code. So that is basically onMounted is all about. So we discuss about on creation and onMounted. In the next video, on creation is actually not available. The basic script setup that runs in the beginning is basically the creation hook. Okay, that is basically the creation event. In the next video, we'll talk about on updated and on unmounted. So the simple facts that we derived from what we learned so far, if you just want to set up your data, you can directly do inside script. No need to add any on mounted, on creation and any of those fancy stuff. The data will be set up. But remember, in the script, you cannot just directly access your DOM. If you want to access the DOM, you can only do when your component is mounted. So all the DOM manipulation logic is supposed to go inside this. Now let's quickly create a counter application. So I will create a button which let's say increment, and of course what should happen when you click on this button, an event should fire using @click, and that should be run a method called as increment. Okay, how do we write methods inside a composition API? You just write as you would write in a plain JavaScript format. No need to wrap it inside anywhere. Const increment, and this will, let's say, increase the value of what? Yes, we don't have any value, so we need to do const count is equal to 0. So let's do count plus plus, and I'll do console.log count as well to check how this goes. So here is my increment button. Just click on this. Okay, assignment to const, yes, again the same mistake we did previously. We are changing the value, so we need to reassign it. So we can't use const. I increment, my count value is being updated, but I don't see anywhere in DOM. Why not? Because of course we are not showing it to the DOM. So let's say h2. What is, if you want to show any value from the script to the DOM, how do you transfer it? Of course, you just can't write count. You have to use the string mustache to actually bind the value to the DOM. If I save it now, current value is 3, but I click on incrementing, the value is not updated. Why? Because your data, you have not made it reactive. To make the data reactive, think about what was the inbuilt function from Vue we are using. It starts from R, ends with F, the middle word is E, correct? So import ref, that's what we have to use, and you have to whatever the value you want to be make reactive, just pass the initial value, and now your count variable will be reactive. There will be one more mistake, by the way, if you try to run this now. So if I click on increment, the value will be nan. Why? Because now ref converts this count into a reactive object, as you can see. So if you want to access its value, you have to get it via a getter. So dot value is how you can actually access that 0. Okay, so count dot value should be plus plus, and that should take care of it. So again, now let's click on increment, and there you go, my data has been updated. So now does that mean the state of my Vue application is changing? Is anything in my Vue application changing? Yes, it is being updated. So if I want to read that updated, how can I do that? Just use on updated. So that is our this stage we are talking about now, updated. If something in your code updates, how will you read that? For that you have to import on updated hook from Vue. Remember, these are not available by default. You will have to import them from the Vue. On updated, let's say console.log, something changed. Remove all other console logs for a while. Let's save this. Perfect. Now see, when I click on increment, there you go. Whenever a state of your Vue application changes, it will fire up that event. So let's say you have two dependency based on A. Let's say a particular A component is changed, and now you want to show that onto the B as well. So that's where you can actually read about these things and perform some operations on that. So that is on updated. The last one that we have, what was the name? Unmounted. Yes, so let's see, your component is unmounted, let's say, but we don't have any other components right now, so that probably will not work. So you can learn about that later, because right now we are just onto the same page, as you guys can see. So there is actually no other route for us to go to. So now let's discuss this lifecycle hooks of Vue with respect to React. Again, in any application, these four things will be common: creation stage, mounted stage, updated, and unmounted. But these are the three that will be
mainly used for our case. So in case of React, if you talk, let's say React now, the mountain is basically called as, I think, yes, I'm sure, component did mount. Then for the update, of course, component did update. I think I'll spare writing the last one, don't have in the space, but last one will be component did unmount. So as simple as that. So whatever code you want to write when your application gets mounted, updated, unmounted, it will be same in the major frameworks. At least the, the vibe, the flavor will be the same. Maybe there will be extra mini life cycle stages that you can hook into in React, like you have a lot of stages when you just mounting, when you go into the updation. But these are the main stages you need to use in your application, unless you are trying to build something really complex. So that's pretty much it with respect to lifecycle hooks. When we move forward in our application, we need to use mounted a lot in almost every single cases. So that's it, you'll get to see the applications of it. So we'll keep on discussing this. The next chapter will actually also talk about a new concept that we will require to actually build our upcoming pages. So it's actually quite on a pause of our development, but these two concepts are very required, lifecycle hooks and the next chapter. So I'll just see you guys right there. Yeah guys, so last time we learned about lifecycle hooks, how we can tap into different lifecycle stages of a Vue application, that is creation, mounting, updating and unmounting. After that we are going to talk about a new interesting concept, and that is called as router. Alright, so when I talk about router, probably the first thing that might come to your mind is the router that you have in your home, that allows you to visit different kind of website, basically that routes that traffic that comes to it. Let's say you want to go to youtube.com, google.com, it will understand that and it will take you to that server and get you back the data. That's what router does. Router routes you to the location that you want. So is the router that we are going to use in your Vue application, is it any different? Mostly not. So what kind of things we might need to route to in our application? So let's say this is our Vue router. Okay, this one is let's say rectangle. Let's create a circular router. All right, so what are the routes anyone might want to go to in your application? So a few of the routes that we have, let's say home page, that is the one. Let's say an admin wants to go to the admin page. Then we have someone who directly want to jump to the, let's say, any the cart, how many items they have in the cart, and let's say finally placing an order. So we will have multiple routes, but let's talk about this four. So when user types in, let's say slash home, or clicks on the button, and our browser will redirect them to this slash cart page, what should our Vue router give them back? Is it going to be an empty page? Of course not. There should be some content that should come from these pages, and then it should be served to our Vue application. And that content, what needs to be served when you go to this particular URL, that is done by one and only, drum rolls please, Vue router. So it's just that it doesn't look like a physical router. Of course it is actually a router.js file, in which we write all this logic. Okay, if you go to, let's say, home path, what should be written to the user? When you go to the admin, what should be written to the user? We can also add authentication in here. We can add multiple filters, multiple, what do you say, restriction, but again that's advanced stuff. Right now only thing we need to work about is, you get user goes to this page, what needs to be written to them, and that we will be working in our router.js. So in the next video we will set up our Vue router, we will see how to install it, how to get it ready, and then we'll try to create routes in our Vue application. People, so let's talk about more advanced stuff in the Vue router. First thing, we'll have to do the installation, so we'll quickly jump to the documentation. By the way, as you guys can see, we have reverted back to our products page, removed that counter example we took for the life cycle. Make sure that before starting you also get to this level of our online store development. Alright, so this is our Vue router. Now the version is 4. You can just need to click on get started. We'll have to install the Vue router package. So see how Vue is a progressive framework. Only if you need it, you start installing the package. You don't, install everything at once and make your application bulky. When you need it, install it. So it is installed. If I go to the package.json, as you can see, Vue router is there. Now we need to start setting up Vue router in our project. How you do that? Just click on getting started. We don't want to do this in this format, importing a script via a CDN. We will do this in format. Now, of course, all of these things are new to you. What I will do, we'll just first go to the sketchboard and we'll see how this works. Remember, whatever diagram we worked on in the last video, it is exactly how Vue router is going to work. So for router to decide that if someone goes to /home, it needs to give you back whatever data they have on the home page. And home page is basically where it is stored. It is stored inside our views folder, and then home.view. If I open our project structure, this is that thing we need to import to the router whenever someone's go to /home. If let's say we have /admin, they will have to create one more file in the views, and then it will return admin.view. Of course, when we are going to return home.view, it is going to return what are the child component we have in our home.view. We have navbar, we have banner, and then we have products. All of this which we have already worked about. To show that in the code, have a good look at home.view. So see, these are the components that will be shown, of course, if I just set back home.view whenever someone goes to the /home. And that's what actually happening here. First, we'll have to define route components. So when we are talking about home, just import this home.view file. Right now, Vue.js is going very light and they are just giving you a HTML div. That's all. Of course, that's not in our case. We have navbar, banner, products, and we'll just import home.view in that case. Now that is the first step. Second step, we basically do define some route. So what is the path? Let's say user goes to /. What does that mean? If user goes to the /, that is basically the homepage URL, serve this component. And from where this home is coming from? It is coming from this thing. And that is just all about defining a route and making sure that for particular path, whatever component you want to serve back to the user. After that, we have to create the router. And what are the things we need to pass to it? We need to pass whatever routes we wanted to work with. In our case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and many more routes that will come up. So these are the things we need to pass to the Vue router. History is something we will go further, then you will get understanding of what this history does. And then once that is done, we just need to make sure that this router and stuff that we just set up needs to be used in our Vue application. So we'll actually keep this thing and these things separate. So this is about setting up Vue router till this part. This is about actually start using the Vue router, and we are going to do that in our next video, where we'll actually start writing our components, writing our routes, and creating a router instance, and then later on using it our Vue application. Let's do that in the next video. So let's start installing Vue router in our application. Let's go to the Vue router documentation, and first thing we need to do is installation, as you guys can see. So let's install the package real quick. Once that is done, in the package.json, you should be able to see your Vue router version 4 is ready to work with. Let's restart our server. Now, first thing we need to do is set up our router.js file, which is going to take care of where user is going and then what we should serve back to the user. So inside the source, let's create router.js. Perfect. Now let's go to the documentation, getting started guide. So as we discuss till this point, we are just talking about the setup, and since our router.js is going to be about setup, we can just copy this one and paste it here. Right now we don't have any other routes other than home, so I will remove anything that talks about the routes that we don't have yet. So we have template home, it is going to serve this particular template when we go to the component home. Of course, we have our home component that needs to be served if user goes to this particular path. and that is again stored inside the views, and that is going to be the home.view. So if you could recall our view component hierarchy, first we have the child components, then we go to the views folder, and then that views folders whatever files we have are stored into app.view. So every single route, for that route we'll have a separate views file inside the views folder. So let's import all our views. Right now we just have only one. Import home from dot slash views and then home.view. Perfect. Now where do we want this home component to be rendered? Of course when the path is slash. So have a good look at this. Route is basically an array of object. Each individual object is going to talk about which path user wants to go, and if they goes there, what is the component we need to serve. In our case, now line number 10 is connected to line number 4. That's perfect. Next thing we need to do is actually we do have view router already ready with us, so we don't need to use this one. We can just directly go to the create router. Why that is? Because all this create router and create web hash history are already provided in our view package. So all we need to take care of this, import them. Import, we'll talk about those, what are those things exactly doing. First make sure that you are importing those from the view router that we have. Second thing is create web hash history. Perfect. Now those are being installed, imported from view router. So that's again, example of progressive framework. The Vue.js is only things you need, you will be importing them. So far it is quite clear. You define a path and then, you define a component, and when user visits to that path, this will be served to it. Just like you go to your Wi-Fi router, you ask google.com, it will serve back to you google.com web page data. Now this create router is the function provided by view router, which is actually going to take in all these components you are providing, all those routes you are providing, and give you a package that is basically your view router. Now once that is ready, you just have to use it in our application. What about line number 18, history? So this is something we will get into when we start having more and more components, and when we actually deploy our application. That's where this thing is going to come into the play. So right now just focus on the routes that we need to pass and the create router function that is coming from the view router npm package itself. Now we have done the setup so far, so let's export our router. So router is ready with all the routes and all the components it needs to render, but where we are supposed to use it. Remember, every single time you want to add a new functionality to your view app, the place to go is main.js. So just like we added Kasar, in our view application, it's time to use view router now. So import router, the file we just created, from where it is supposed to come from, of course router.js. We have done all the setup. Only thing we need to do is use it on our application. So line number 18 is where we have actually initialized our application. Line number 20, as you can see, we started using Kasar. Similarly, now we want to start using router in our application. So now line number 24 and line number 6 are connected, and of course line number 6 is basically all of this file. Okay, let's save this real quick. Perfect. Now let's go to our white application, and if I just go to the slash, and of course it will start showing me all the data that is related to this particular route, and of course it's coming from home.view. But again, this is something that we have already worked on, creating home route. What about if you want to add a completely new route from the scratch? And that's what we are going to do in our next video. Now it's time to create one more route in our application, and that is going to be something we'll be doing from scratch, creating the component, registering it into the router, and then we'll start using it. But first of all, we'll just have a quick fix about this hash thing that we're able to see. So what we can do is, instead of creating web hash history, we can just create a web history. Okay, So make sure you change that part in the both import and when you are actually using it. When I save it, if I even go to the slash page, it will take care of it. Like you won't get that hash inside your routes, just for the simplicity purpose. All right, so ask this mini questions to yourself. Do you want to create a new route? Like when a user goes to a new address in your application, they need to serve different view to them. Yes, that is the case. What is the component we want to register? Let's say we want to create an admin component, because we don't want to show this data coming to the users from hard coded data. Later on we want to add our own data to the server, and data should dynamically come here. So for that we're going to create new route. And where do we create the new route that will be served to the user? Of course we create that in our views folder, and the page we want to have is admin.view. Inside admin.view, let's since it is .view, that is going to be single file component. Right now we are just going to create a simplest component possible, and that's why we'll just write this is admin page. If you want to use any components, of course we can import it here, that we're going to do later, but right now let's just create a simple admin.view file. Once we have it, ask again questions to yourself. Do you want it to show in your router when user visits that particular route? Yes. First let's use it, so let's import it so that we can use it for that particular route. /views/admin.view. All right, second question. Do you want to define a route? Of course. So let's define it. What is the path user is about to visit? Let's say /admin. And if they do that, what is the component we want to serve them? The component that we want to serve them is of course the admin one. And that's it. That is going to take care of our admin component. But there will be some issue in this case. I'm going to show you right now. If I go to, let's say, /admin, you still get the home page. From where this increment is coming from, you'll have to remove it. I think it's from products component. Yes, let's just remove it real quick. All right, perfect. So if I go to the, let's say, /admin route, it is still showing me home page. So think about it. All these views that we have /home /admin, ultimately where they go to? First we have the components. Components go to your views folder. Where do your views goes to? What is the God component in your view application? And that is app.view. Remember, now we don't want to show them home view for wherever they go, right? Initially we had only one component, so it was good importing it here. Now who is taking care of? Okay, let's say if I go to / then show me home page. If I go to /admin, then show me router. That is going to be taken up care by router now. And how do we tell that our app.view that don't worry about routes now? We have view router for that. So basically what will view router do? Let's say someone goes to /admin, then it will automatically import that admin inside your app.view and it will start showing it to you. You don't have to do that. So what is the syntax we need to add? What is the command we need to give to app.view so that it will offload that work to the router instead of doing it by itself? It's a very simple one. Just add router view to your application. That's it. No need to pass anything to it, and just see the magic of it. Now if I go to admin, it does give me, this is admin page, and if I go to my home, it will start giving me the home page content. So basically, if we think about it in terms of app.view, this is how it is going to do. Right now I am going to the /admin. When I go to the /admin, of course my router.js will be invoked. My router.js will be like, okay, for the /admin, I need to use admin component, and this admin component will be added to the app.view whenever you hit enter here. And now all of that will be taken care of by router view. App.view just now have to sit, and whatever component it comes to your, whatever component is being sent by router, it has to show it, and it is being done automatically. Same will happen with multiple components. That's what we will be doing in our next video.
So let's quickly summarize what does Vue router is all about. First thing first, what is the use case? In your application, if you are dealing with only one page, right? So like you don't have any multiple routes, then you don't need Vue router. But let's say, and which will be the case in multiple application, you will, let's say, require home, then you'll require contact, then you will require, let's say, in our case, I think cart, yes, about us. So multiple pages, it will keep on coming. One thing is sure, will the content for all of this, is it going to be different? Maybe there will be some components like navbar, which are reusable, header and footer, that will be the common, but there will be some content that is going to be different. So let's say user comes to your website and users type, let's say, slash contact, then how will your Vue application will understand which particular data to show? And that's where router comes in, which is basically a router.js file based on the configuration you have provided. So this is your path is slash component, and then slash contact, and what is the relevant component for that? The component will be contact.vue. Now remember, this is different from app.vue. This is different from your childest component like navbar.vue. These resides inside your views. So based on 1 2 3 4 routes that we have, how many files we will have in our views folder? Think about it. Exactly, we'll be having 4 files. Then whatever you want to import inside your views file, then you can do that, like navbar, header, footer, all of that. And all of this configuration should be done inside router.js. Once this is done, you need to export it. And where do we use it? Where do we actually start using router.js? Inside our main.js file. The syntax usually looks like this: app.use and router. Remember, this router word depends upon how you are exporting it, but that's how the usual structure is. But that is not enough. Once this is done, the next thing you need to be aware about is now your app.vue needs a programmatic navigation. When you go to slash contact, show the contact.vue. When you go to cart, show cart.vue. That will be now taken up care by router.js. So we just need to tell app.vue, just sit back and relax, we will take care of it, and you don't have to import individually these views inside app.vue. Now your app.vue will be the most simplest single file component in your whole application. All you have to type is router view, open it up and close it up. That's all you'll have to do, and it will take care of routing. And this is how the file actually looks like, which we have shown in the code: router.js, main.js, and make changes to app.vue. In all of that, make sure you are not doing any spelling mistake. Other than that, your Vue router is ready to rock. Alright, so let's try to make the same API call that we did with the Axios now. Okay, so this is the npm package that will be using Axios. Of course, first thing is we'll have to go through the installation part. Let's install them real quick. Don't get the $sign. Perfect, it is added. Now remember, Axios is the package, so of course you need to install, you need to import it. Whatever is not part of your framework that you are using, be it anything, Vue, React, Angular, or whatever library that you are using, there will be certain functionality that will not be the part of it by default. In all such cases, you have to import. Okay, so first thing first, let's import Axios from Axios. Cool, we'll have Axios to be ready to be used. Let's look at a get example call. So remember, we are making get request, we just want to get the data. So I'll just copy this code in on mounted. I'll put this. So remember, instead of this URL, we need to use this particular URL, which is fake store API. Let's replace this one. And alright, the console logs are already added. Let's save this, run the code. perfect. I think reference error data is not defined. Anyways, let's check if we are getting the request. Okay, so this is where the data is. It is inside the object, but it is hidden inside this key called as data, so we'll have to access that. And that also means we need to map that data to our line number 21, which is basically connected to line number 3, which is ready, to render it onto the DOM. So this is where we are getting the success. So remember, console.log response was the thing which was giving us object, but we actually want the data inside it. So this is how it will look like. Products should be equal to response dot, what is the name of the key? Data. Again, there is a mistake that I have done. Remember, it will not only be products. Why? Because it is a reactive variable. Whenever you want to change the value of reactive variable, you actually have to go inside. I know this might look still tricky and might be painful in the beginning, but remember, when your project is much bigger, this helps you understand which are your reactive variable. Kind of allows you to separate your reactive variables, compared to your non-reactive, your normal variables. Let's save this. And there you go, it will render in the exact same fashion. All you have to do is make sure that the connectivity is happening smoothly. But it is .then.catch call, so we are using .then.catch. Let's try to do this with now async await. Again, you are free to use anything that you want. So let res is equal to await axios.get, get the URL in. Let data is equal to, again, await. Now we want to collect the data, use the bucket, collect the water, and once we have the data ready with us, we need to map it here, line number 49. But remember, it is actually, so just to see, if I console.log the data, see, expect what will you be getting. Data is not defined. Let's check which data we don't have defined. Just comment this one off for a while, because we don't have that data, the right hand side. Save, fresh. Res.json is not a function. What's not a function? What did we miss out on? Let's console.log res first. Oh, I don't think, yes, I got it. Can you guess? Let's just remember, always, if your line number 3 is not working, don't go to line number 1, go to line number 2. If line number 2 is not working, go to line number 1, in that fashion. So if I go here, I will see something interesting, and that is this. Remember, when you use Axios, you don't have to use res.json. That's the benefit of Axios over fetch. It will already collect your data from the stream, put it into this particular key, and that will be this data. So instead of doing all of this circus, we can just, whenever you want to connect your value that is coming from API to the value that you want to show onto the DOM, all you have to do is now res.data. And when I save this, it will take care of it, as you can see. Okay, so few things at the last, when we talk about API calls, always remember that, try to put that in the on mounted, and it should be an async API call. Once you do that, remember, this needs to be a reactive value, because initially this is an empty array, and this is basically been rendered at line number 3 to line number 10, and this will only re-render when the value of this products change. Does it change? Yes. When the API call is done, the value will be changed. How do you make sure that the new value is assigned? You ensure that using this line number 47, left hand side, products dot value, not just products but products dot value. So that's pretty much about it. In the API call, you can just do post, call, put, patch, all of this are like pretty similar. In just when you are sending something to the server, you just have to add some extra headers, some body, and you'll have to do some stringify stuff. Now again, I think I already explained in the first video, but just going through once again, the only reason we are using a different API for this and not just using our Firebase, because Firebase SDK 9 doesn't give you the URLs. It will be like, okay, you want to get the documents from your collection, just use our get docs function, pass whatever the ID you want, whatever collection name you want. So let's say collection will be product and some other metadata, and that's pretty much it. You don't have to use the URL. So there will be I think majority of the cases will still be like this, where you just need to use the URL. So in that case, this is how your whole setup will look like, either Axios or Fetch, whatever you want to use. Alright, so from the next chapters we'll be getting into the Firebase now and actually try to make the API calls in the Firebase way. Alright, so in this particular chapter we are going to discuss about how we can do API calls using Vue 3. So remember, all this data that we have right now is basically hard coded, which is being imported at line number 15. Later on, this data is something we want to store in our Firestore collection, our Firestore database, but right now it is just the hard coded data, and there is a reason why we will be using a different API just to show how to do API calling in Vue 3 and why we are not directly going to the Firebase. We'll come to that point, but right now let's just use the simplest API possible and see how we can make an API call using fetch in Vue 3. So let's start. So Fexstore API is an e-commerce API where you can get some products just for, like, the name is fake, so you'll get some fake products data. So that is the URL where we are going to make the GET request. So what we have to do is few things that we need to remember. Number one is, whenever we make API call, remember it is going to be an asynchronous call, and we only want to append the data when our DOM nodes are ready, and that's why we need to use the lifecycle hook, and that is on mounted we'll have to use. So let's use on mounted. There you go. Inside of this we'll write our fetch API call. So let's say response is equal to await fetch, put our URL, perfect, and then let's select data. Now we want to collect this data. Remember, these are like the basic or necessary steps that you need to do. First, make an API call. So this is our first promise. Second promise is just collecting the data. It will only give you a stream. You need to collect that stream, just like you collect a water in a bucket, so that you can make use of it. And then we'll finally do console.log the data. Now there are some things that we haven't done in the code, but let's see how this looks and what are the things we need to fix to actually make this work. So let's save this. First, there is already an error. Let's check await. Yes, so await, you cannot use it. Unexpected is a word await without using async. So that is the pair, always remember that. And this is where we put asynchronous call. So remember, you can have your lifecycle hook perform as an asynchronous function as well. Let's save it now. Another error. Unexpected token. Yes, so this happens in my case. I think this is because of the VS Code setting that I've done, but there is a automatic comma has been added after a function call is done. So make sure that is like the very smallest mistake that might go unnoticed. Fix that, save it, and this will be good to go. Let's check. So right now we just want to see if the data is coming, and if I go here, onMounted is not defined. So again, we have gone through this for the few times. Remember, onMounted is a functionality, is a method provided by Vue, and for that you need to import it from the Vue if you want to use it. So now when I do that, this should fix it. Let's go back, and there you go, our data is coming. I'll just refresh it once again. And there you go, our data is coming right now. Now what we need to do, we need to map this data to this dummy data that we have. So of course we'll remove the dummy data and we'll try to show this data onto our DOM. So how do we do that? First, let's just get rid of the importing the data and products. All right, so of course first we will give a products variable where the data will be stored. Remember, this will update when there is a change in the data, so that's why we want this to be a reactive value. So let's use ref. This will be an empty array in the beginning, and once we get the data at line number 27, we will be connecting that data to where we first initialize it, that is line number 20. So now products will be equal to this data that we are getting. So by the way, there is already a mistake in this code. Let's see if you guys could figure it out. Let's save this, go back, refresh. Alright, ref is not defined. Again, a Vue functionality that we need to import. Let's do that. Save it, refresh. All right, so it's not working. So this is a warning. We don't have to worry about that, but there is one more thing, and that thing is, remember, you want to have the value store onto your products, and product is a reactive variable. And how do you actually change the value of a reactive variable? You don't just change it like this, just saying, products is equal to data. To actually access its value, you have to go inside it like this: products dot value is equal to data. Let's save this, and it should work. But again, I don't think we have mapped this products to this products here. So this product is capital, so we'll just do that. We'll make this as capital as well. Perfect. And then what are the things that we want to show? We want to show the title, we want to show the price, and image URL is not the key in the response that we are getting. The key is image only. So let's save this, go back, and there you go. We have successfully made a API call in Vue 3 using a simple fetch method provided by the browser itself, as you can see. Okay, so again, we are not going to use this data, but this is just to show you, if you want to make a simple API call, this is how you should get it done. Always remember, you should put that in the on mounted, because remember, your DOM needs to be ready before you actually putting the title in, price in, image, before you actually connect the data. And this will be an asynchronous API call, because again, why? It is an API call. And this is where you might get stuck. Instead of just writing products.value, you will write only products, and you'll try to figure it out like where you are doing wrong. Because to be honest, the way we write JavaScript, this makes perfectly sense, but remember, you are dealing with a reactive variable. So if you are again having difficulty with this, I'll always recommend to go to the discussion where we talked about reactive variables, intro to data reactivity, so you can check that out. So products dot value, and that should do it. And in the next video, we're going to do this exact same thing using Axios. So Axios is a one popular library used by many developers, so that is something you should be aware about. But again, now why we are discussing this, why this will not be covered in the Firebase itself? Because in the Firebase also, we have to make API calls. The reason is, in the Firebase, they don't provide you URLs now, so you can't make API calls like that. Instead of writing all of this, Firebase will provide you their inbuilt functionality. Let's say you want to get data from the Firebase, so this is the function, get docs. That's it. You are not supposed to pass URL and all that. You just import the get docs functionality from Firebase, and that's it. So that's where you might feel that conflict. Okay, where is the URL? Whenever you want to make API call, then URL needs to be there. But that is not the case with the latest Firebase version. It's actually beneficial, because in the URLs we make a lot of mistakes, so it's like a lot of loss in the productivity. But yeah, this is something you should be aware about, and in the next video we'll actually try to do the exact same thing with the Axios. Alright, so we do have our new route setup, that is admin page. So let's make it more look like what we have in the application. Of course, admin page will require some authentication, but we are just practicing creating a simple friendly application, so no need to worry about any of the auth so far. So how do we import a new component? Do we have the component ready with us? Yes, navbar.view is ready, so let's just import it. Navbar view from your components. We want to rename it as component, so that it is easy to read and understand what's actually happening. Once we have it, just put it into this syntax, and you should have your navbar component in your admin route now. See, it is as simple as that. We'll quickly reduce the size of this heading as well. We'll make it h4. Now, our main goal in this video is learn about forms. Why do we need forms? Of course, let's say you are creating a social media website. Users will come to you. Users will post some data, comments, likes, or videos, images, whatever that is, and that data needs to be read by your application, and we should be sent to the user. So reading input data is something very important, and we are just trying to do that now. First thing first, we'll create a very simple input. All right, and we'll give it some, let's say, ID as name, will not be required that much in your Vue application. So how do you read an input in the Vue application? It's quite simple. For that you need to learn about a directive, a Vue directive, and that is called as Vue model. So what is the Vue model? Let's go to our sketchboard and learn about it. Can you remember what was the Vue directive you have learned previously? Yes, Vue for, and today we are going to learn about Vue model as well. So what does Vue model does? You have your input, right? So let's see how this input box, and of course you want whatever user have written about it. First thing you need is a connection between your input and whatever you want it to be output on the screen, and that's where Vue model comes. So what does Vue model does is it binds a value to it. So let's say you are reading it as name. Now as soon as user types something, Vue model is update its value, and you should start getting you will read the value basically. So you don't have to do like on input, on submit. You don't have to wait till any event to get your input. As soon as you bind the value with the Vue model onto your input, you should start reading it. It is as simple as that. So when we actually show it to the code, it will be more easier. All you need to type is Vue model, just like if you remember you typed Vue for, what is the value you want to give it to you. So let's say name. So that's why we don't need the ID for now. Vue model is name. Alright, so how do you even read it? Of course, we need to first define it in our script. Now think about it. Should it be only an empty string? Is that what we want it to be? Of course, in the beginning, it will be an empty string. Let's do one thing. We are expecting whenever user types something, the value name should be modified, and when it does, we want to output it on the screen. How do you connect something from the script, and add it to the DOM? You use the mustache syntax again. So let's see if this even works. I typed something, okay, nothing is visible. Think about it. We are typing something, that means the data in our input is changing, and our name value should react to this change, but it is not working. Why? Because we haven't made it reactive. So how do you make something reactive? Using ref. There you go. So initially it will be an empty string, no problem. Of course, when I save it now, there will be some sort of error. Think about it. What might be that error? Ref is not defined. So ref is not an inbuilt function. It is something coming from the Vue. So of course we'll have to import it from the Vue first. From Vue. Now let's see the magic. The error should be gone. Let's refresh this. Remember, sometimes you will have to refresh. Now what you are expecting, whenever user inputs anything inside this line number 6, it is connected to a script using Vue model, the name, and the name is actually reactive data. So whenever this value inside input change, you should be able to get the output at line number 8. Let's check that. So let's say Swanand. There you go. Perfect. Whatever name you want to type, let's say name. So see, that's how you start reading the value in the real time using Vue model, and by making your Vue model whatever name you have given, by making it reactive. Can you type anything here? Of course you can have any, because name is basically a variable. See at line number 70, and that's how you start reading the value. So of course name is not the only thing we want. Let's say we want their contact number as well. Type will be number in this case. No need to put any ID or name. Just put a Vue model. So Vue model will bind the value to our reactive data. In our case, let's say contact. And now that set up that contact as a reactive value. Of course, we need to wrap whatever value we have in the ref. Initially, it will be, let's say, 0, or you can also keep it as empty string, no problem. If I save it, and we can start writing the value. So first thing, we have the name. So let's say Johnny, that's the name, and you start putting your contact number. So let's say 7654. Now why it is not visible? Think about it. What is the step we are missing on? First step is making sure Vue model is binded to your input. We have done that. Second thing, make sure that Vue model is initialized in your script setup, and not just initialize as a reactive variable using ref. But third step is actually showing onto the screen.
What is the name? Contact. Now as you can see people, if I, as soon as I type any input value, to refresh real quick, any value has been typed, it will start showing, it will start reading that value in the real time, letter by letter. And that's how we read the input values in our Vue application. Of course, like, you don't have to show it to the screen, just for our sake of understanding we have did that. And we do that is using ref. But imagine people, we have multiple input, like in our form right now we just have two values. What if we have multiple values, more than 4 and 5? That means you'll have to keep on writing this, making each single input value reactive. As we move forward, we have a better option for that. We can also make our variables reactive using a new thing called as reactive. Instead of making it using ref, we can make them reactive using this reactive function as well. How we do that and how it differs from ref, we'll talk about that in our next video. All right, so after learning about input bindings using V model, and then making those V model reactive using ref, we will be moving forward and try to do that using reactive. So ref, the main difference is ref does it for individual elements, plus ref can get any data structure inside it. So in this case it is a string, it is a number, it can take object as well, multiple data types. Reactive does not do that. Reactive can take only object. So what we'll do, we'll just create a proper form right now. Let's say input, what is the next thing we might want? Let's say V model will be city the user lives in. Let's take one more. In this case it will be, maybe let's say their age. You can take select checkboxes and all that. When we actually start creating our form, then we'll take multiple inputs. We'll be also working with inputting the file as well, but right now let's just get the basics ready with us. Now we will comment out using ref. We want to use reactive now. So the best part about reactive is you can take all the data at once, but remember, when you do that, you can take only objects. You can't take individual number, individual contacts and all that. Of course you can take it, but you need to make it the part of an object. Now instead of ref, you need to use reactive. So reactive is also function provided by JavaScript, Vue.js, and what you pass to it? Object. Exactly. What is the first value you want to read it? You want to read, let's say, name, and name will be an empty string. After that, what do we have in our form? We have contact, city and age. So let's keep on writing them. So we have contact will be maybe, let's say, 0 in the beginning. You can also keep it string, no problem. Contact, then I guess city will be a string, and age will be an empty 0 value as well. So now our form is ready, but then we have an issue. Are they connected properly to our input using V model? Do we have anything like name in our code right now? Have a good look. Do we have it? Do we have any variable as name? Any variable as contact? No. Yes, we do have it, but they are inside form. So the one change we'll need to do is, think about it, form.name. Exactly. That is the value inside an object that we want to referred as an V model. Form.age. Perfect. Now what we can do, you can just directly output form here. That's the best part about V model. You don't have to individually do it now. You can just do the form here, and let's save it now, and let's try to write our code. So as you can see, we have our form object ready with us. Of course looks a little weird, but it will start reading whatever value you change. So let's say I first do Sonal. As you can see, inside my reactive object, the value has been changed. Let's type age. Age will be, let's say, 24. There you go. We have the 24 our age. Similarly, contact, you can write any contact. City will be, let's say, Delhi. And there you go, people. You have the complete input provided by the user in form of an object,
and all you can do is just take this object, convert it into JSON and send it to your server. So if you ask me, we would prefer using reactive whenever you are working with multiple forms. But let's say multiple inputs. If you just have one or two inputs, we can just stick to the ref, and that is the main difference. Basically, reactive can take multiple values as an object, and ref is good for taking individual values. At the end you can make anything work with both ref and reactive, but we'll stick to this pattern. And one last thing, ref internally uses reactive under its hood to make itself work. So reactive is the fundamental most basic function through which all your variables are made reactive. Ref is made on top of reactive. Okay, so these are like two individual differences. Now once we have learned about how to read this data, we'll actually start creating a good looking form. The relevant inputs we need when it actually comes to submitting a product, like inputting an image, their name, their price, and all of that will be sending it to the server. So in upcoming videos we'll be learning about setting up a proper form and sending that data to the server. That means we will also learning about servers. So let's quickly summarize what we have learned so far regarding form and input bindings. First thing is you need to know what your use case is. Use case is, of course, creating an input box, multiple input box in case of form. What you actually want, you want to grab the value, whatever value user has typed. So let's say you want to grab name, and for in the traditional JavaScript way, you usually use on input, or let's say when all the form is submitted on submit, then you grab the data. In case of Vue.js, that is achieved using Vue model. So you don't have to add any event listener as such. Now what are the steps you need to follow while doing that? First thing first, add Vue model to the input box. Okay, the input HTML element. Give it a proper name. So whatever name you are giving it, declare it in your component state. What does component state actually means? Component state is basically the memory of your component, which is basically variables that you are declaring. But that is also not enough. The third thing you need to do is make it reactive. Now there are two ways through which you can make it reactive. First thing is ref, and second thing will be reactive. So for individual input boxes you can use ref, but if you are having multiple input boxes, you just want to collect all the data at once, then reactive should be your choice. While you're doing that, another thing you also need to make sure is ref and reactive are provided to us by, think about it, exactly, it is provided to us by Vue. So that's why make sure that you are importing both of them from Vue. So that needs to be there, otherwise you'll get there like ref is not defined, reactive is not defined. One quick thing regarding reactive is that since reactive will be an object, so if you want to access name or contact, of course based on the basics of object, you need to go inside form.name, form.contact, form.city. So your Vue model should be written accordingly. So if you take care of these things, form and input bindings is going to be a cakewalk for you. Alright, so far we have learned about lifecycle hooks, Vue router and input binding, so that we can read whatever data user are giving to us. Now these features of Vue.js are required to us so that we can build further functionalities in our application. The number one thing that we want to do is basically create an /admin page where basically user will be able to add products to the website. So we provide them a form. Based on that, the data will be collected inside an object, and this data will be sent to the, think about it, of course we need a storage, but what kind of storage? Can we use a local storage here? Because if we use local storage, it will be useful only for on that local system. It will not be useful for multiple users at the same time. So answer is basically we'll be requiring a cloud server where basically we can add the data So like adding products, and then once we add the product, we should be able to show the products. We should go to the server, get the products and show on our website, just like what we are doing here, as you guys can see. But this data right now that is coming is from our local system, coming from products.json, and that's where we need to use server in our application, and for that the solution that we are going to use is Firebase. In the next video we are going to talk about what exactly Firebase is, and we will create our first Firebase project. Alright, Firebase is what we are going to use when it comes to storing our image files and storing our data. What kind of data I'm talking about? Basically plain objects where we have data like URL of the image, price of our product and the title of the product. So that will go inside our Firebase database, which is named by Firestore, and all the images that will be uploading will be stored to the Firebase storage. So for us to use those functionality, let's just get started. Make sure you have logged in with your Google account. Then just add a new project. The name of your project will be, let's say, Vue Online Store. Let's create it. Don't want any other features for now. We'll try to keep it as simple as possible. So remember, right now we have just created a plain project. We have not added any Firebase functionalities to the project. And right now we are just dealing on the UI side on the dashboard. We have not touched anything in our Vue application code wise. Okay, once our project is ready, let's click continue. Now we want to add Firebase to our application. So what is the platform we are using? Of course it is web. So let's say maybe Firebase hosting. If we require later on, we can use it. Right now let's give it a name again, Vue Store maybe. Perfect. And then we can just click on register app. So now it is actually adding Firebase services to our application. So this is how we can actually start using Firebase in our application. We'll skip this step for a while because first we'll just set up all the configuration on the website and then we'll dive into our code. One thing that will require is this particular configuration. Okay, so what we can do is you can just copy this configuration, keep it with you. We will require this very much. Okay, then click on next. We don't require Firebase CLI for a while. If you want to use Firebase hosting, that's when it will come into the picture. Let's go to the next. And this is how, if let's say you want to deploy, we can go in this format. So we'll talk about hosting later on. Right now let's just focus on having Firebase ready onto your project in Firebase console. Perfect. Now that is done, let's go to the Firestore, because that is the database we will be using to store all our products data. Let's create a database. We will start in test mode actually. Create the closest server, that is, sorry, choose the closest server, in my case Mumbai. Perfect. So now Cloud Firestore will be added to our Firebase project. In the next video, we will actually try to now connect our Firebase application that is created here on the dashboard to the code that we have written as our Vue application. So we'll do that in the next video. Alright, so our Vue Online Store project is ready. Inside that, we have also created Cloud Firestore, the database that we are going to use to store all our products data. The step that we are going to do now is connect whatever we have on the left hand side to the code that we have on the right hand side. Basically connection between Firebase dashboard to our local development environment. For that, follow the following step. First, make sure that you are inside Vue Online Store project or whatever the project name was given. Then click on project settings. When you do that, in the last when you scroll down, you'll see that this is our web application, and if you want to connect, This is how you can start connecting. Okay, so this is where your configuration is. We have already copied this. In case you have not, please do it from here. Okay, that's pretty much for it. Then let's go to the documentation, Firebase fundamentals, add Firebase to your app. In our case platform is web. Let's click on that. And these are the steps we need to follow. We have done, with the creating Firebase project and registering our application. Now what we need to do, install the SDK and initialize Firebase in our Vue application. Remember, SDK means software development kit. And in a web, usually those SDKs are provided via npm. So let's first install npm. Let's paste it. I think I mistakenly copied it, so our configuration is gone. Anyways, no problem. Let's install Firebase. Okay, Firebase is done installing. I think I already installed it before. This was fast. Usually it takes time. Just make sure that version 9 above, any version above 9 is installed on your application. Once that is done, now we need to initialize Firebase in our app. Remember, whenever we want to set up any external tool like router or Cassar or whatever you have been doing, create a setup file for that inside source. So it will be firebase.js. Once that is done, and just copy the code that is given to us, which is initializing Firebase. We are importing initialize app. So firebase/app is the npm package that is already installed with us. The next thing we have to do is grab the Firebase config. We lost on that. Let's quickly get it. So go back to our project, where I think we already have the project here. If I go down, yes, this is the configuration I need. So I'll just copy this, and inside this I will paste it. Okay, so my Firebase configuration is ready. Okay, next thing we need to do is, let's go back to the documentation. Access Firebase in your application. Now we'll have to access it. What are the things we want to access? Of course, Firestore, it's something we are working about. We want to get the documents from there. So all of these are inbuilt functions provided by Firebase. Right now we don't have to worry about what exactly that means. When we'll start using it, it will get clear. So let's import them for now. Paste it inside your firebase.js configuration file. Next thing, initialize application. That is already done. If you could look at line number 14. Now second thing we have to do is initialize the database, which is not done in our case. Let's initialize the database as well, and that's pretty much it, I guess. If you could yeah, this is perfect. So what we'll do, we will export this setup so that we can use this in any component that we want. So export, we'll have to export multiple things. So let's say app, then the db, then we'll have to use collection, get docs. Basically all of those are functionality provided by Firebase. Whenever you need it, make sure that you are exporting it from your Firebase config. Usually what happens is you need a particular functionality, but you are not first importing it and then you are not exporting it as well. All the uses of Firebase, whatever you want to use and whatever you want it to be exported, all of this should be done in firebase.js. So I hope that's done from your side. In the next video, we'll actually try to import a Firebase database and see if we could actually get some data on that. Alright, let's see if we could use all the Firebase functionality in our application. Now we have exported whatever we need. If we need more things, we will export them later on. So first, of course, we'll be requiring that inside our products component. So let's go to the components, products.vue. Perfect. And here first step is, just do it later on, that is import Firebase utilities or functionalities. Okay, the standard way, import let's say what are the things we are wanting to get from it. Let's say db, collection and get docs. All right, let's just do only db for a while. Okay, import db from, I have to go to folders back, Yes, there it is, firebase.js. Now what we want to do is, let's just be assured about, are we even able to get the database from Firebase, in terms of console. So just do console.log for a while. Let's open up the terminal. This is the wrong shortcut. Let's go to inspect to the console. Let's reload it. Oh, sorry, our server is not ready. Again, don't make that mistake. You need to run the server. And there you go, people, our database is there. At least the good part is, even though this looks quite gibberish, it is not throwing us any error, and all of the things looks quite relevant to the Firestore database. So what we will try to do is actually store something in our Firestore database manually, and let's see if we can get the data from Firestore. We'll do that in the next video. Alright, so we have Firestore ready with us. First thing we want to do is now get the data from our Firestore database and see if we can show it on our Vue application. So we'll be actually building the connection now of getting the data. For that, we need to have the data with us. So let's create a collection, give it a name, then the document that you want to add. So that is going to be the one particular data. Field will be, let's say, title of my product, let's say t-shirt number 1. Add one more field, let's say price. Price will also be price will be a number. Let's call it 1200. Perfect. Let's save it. So this is our one data, one document in our Vue store collection. Of course, we can add as much as we want. Now let's see if we could get this data from our Firestore database. For that, let's go to the documentation. Remember, we are on this page, add Firebase to your JavaScript app. Scroll down. Here you will see Cloud Firestore for web. So these are the documentations you will require. And what do we want to do in this Firestore? On the left hand side, you can see we want to read the data. So let's open it up. Get data is what we want. So what is this? This is about writing some data. Okay, we don't want to write the data yet. We want to get data. Do we want to get a document? No, we want to get all the documents. So let's scroll down. Okay, get multiple documents from a collection. Let's look at the code. But here they are actually adding some conditions, like where like they want a particular data. Okay, this looks like what you want. Get all documents in a collection. All right, perfect. So this is what our documentation will be requiring. Okay, so for that, what are the inbuilt Firebase functionalities we'll require? Collection and get docs. Are they ready with us? Let's have a look. Collection and get docs. Yes, we have already imported it. So make sure that whatever things that you want to use, like getting the data, reading the data, writing the data, querying the data, make sure that all those necessary built-in functions are imported in your firebase.js. Once that is confirmed, make sure that you are exporting them as well. Okay, so I'm exporting collection, we are exporting get docs as well. Now second thing, where do we want to use them? We want to use them in products.vue. So let's get them. Do we require db? Yes, db is required. Okay, so db is not the inbuilt function. Db is something that we have set up at line number 15, which is basically a reference to your Firestore application, and that will be required mandatorily if you want to perform any operation on your Firebase Firestore collection. All right, so db is done. Second thing we want to have is collection, and next is get docs. Perfect. Now what after that? We can just copy this code, these lines we already have importing done. Let's put it here, and just hide this for a while. So what are the things this code is asking for? First of all, query snapshot is basically just letting you know, okay, we have found that one particular data, and that is just kind of snapshotting it. Second thing that we have is get docs. That is the inbuilt function. If you look at it, let me remove this. Of course it is a function. Okay, what are the parameters to this function? First thing is the collection. So collection, if you look at it, it is also a function. What do we pass to this collection? We pass your reference of the database. And what is this thing? Cities. So this is basically the name of your collection. Of course that is not the name of our collection. Our name of our collection is Vue store, if you could look at here. So let's type that. Once that is done, let's just save it and see if this thing works. Let's go to the white app. We'll refresh it. And yeah, interestingly, we do get our data, t-shirt 1 and price. Let's try to add one more document here. So not add field. Let's open it a little bit. We are not seeing the view of adding the documents. Yep, add document. Auto ID. Field again, keep the same fields. Title will be, let's say, t-shirt 2. Add one more price. This will be a number 1900. Save it. Perfect. Might take a little time to update the data in the Firestore, but let's refresh it again. And there you go. We have now 2 products that is coming with the IDs that we added there. So that's how simple it is to make an API call. So remember, API call is done by get docs function itself. We are not using any package like, let's say, fetch or Axios and passing the URL. All of the API calling is done by get docs. All right, now one change we want to do here is, of course data is coming to us, but there is no way we can append the data if our DOM is not ready at all. So remember, what is that lifecycle hook in Vue.js, where you cannot interact with the DOM without invoking it, and that is basically on mounted. So only when the DOM is mounted, let's get the data, and then we'll start appending that data. So I'll just take all of this, or you can just put this into a function. Let's do that. That will be more easier to do. So const, let's say, get data, an arrow function, and what is the error? Syntax errors. Okay, yes, on mounted should have semicolon. Remember, that might happen with you. I think one of my extension is messing up with my code, but that will take care of it. Error aborted. Server, have you stopped the server? Oh, async await. Yes, so this function has to be an async. Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, this took care of it. So whenever your DOM are ready, of course, then and then you want to add the data to it. So let's invoke our get data here itself. Of course, get data is an async function, so we'll have to add await. If you're adding await there, your on mounted lifecycle hook should also function asynchronously. Now the get data will be invoked when the DOMs are mounted. Let's save it, and there you go. You can get the data, and then you can just run a loop, and you can start appending the data. So that's how it is about connecting Firebase to your application, importing the necessary functionality, and then following the documentation, all the inbuilt functionalities that are available provided by Firebase, and that's just as simple as it gets to create your own cloud database and using it in our application. In the next video, we'll actually summarize all of this, the possible mistakes that can happen, and from the next chapter we'll actually create our admin page, and in that video we'll see how we can add the data, how we can write the data of the Firestore. Alright, let's summarize Firebase real quick. So Firebase is the cloud service provider, of course, created by Google. One of the 2 main services we want to use are Firestore. So this is going to be a database. I know the name wise looks a little confusing, but remember, Firestore is going to be your database, and Firebase is the service providing that. Second thing that we have is we want to use storage, to store our image files so that when user uploads it from their local system. Right now we are just working on the Firestore. Make sure that before you actually start coding anything in your application, follow the documentation, create a Google account. If you don't have it, will be surprising. Then just create a Firebase project, then add Firebase functionalities, everything that is provided in the previous videos. Once that is done, you need to start connecting. For that, install Firebase in your application. Make sure that all the versions are correct. Once that is done, you need to create a firebase.js file. Remember router.js that we created, which was just a configuration about all the routes that we had. Firebase.js is no different, but the configuration that is coming to us, if I open firebase.js real quick, all this configuration, it is coming from the Firebase console. So make sure that to get it from the Firebase console, which we have access to after creating the project. Once that is done, import all the necessary functionalities that you want. So let's say collection, getting the documentations, sorry, not the documentation, get docs. So all those functions are inbuilt, provided by Firebase. So I'll just write like this, from Firebase. Again, this can differ. It can be like Firebase/app, Firebase/lite, something like that. But if you follow the documentation, it will be there. Once that is done, whatever component where you want to use Firebase, in our case, it was products.view. What was our use case? We wanted to, read data from our collection. So for that, first make sure that you have created the collection and you have some data added to that collection. Once that is done, what are the inbuilt functions provided by Firebase so that reading data is possible? First thing is collection, accessing a collection, and second thing is get docs. So remember, you don't have to do any specific API call by yourself, even though this is basically an API call, getting the docs. And once you do that, it will just, for each document, it will give you a query snapshot. It's a very weird name, but just understand, for each document, that's the reference that is given to it, and just use the official documented code provided by Firebase. In our case, it was, let's just go to the code real quick, products.view. Yes, this one provided officially, and that's what we use, and based on that we started getting our document data. In the next videos, we will actually try to create the admin page where we get the data from user, not just like plain numbers, contacts, address and all that. Sorry, it's different. In our case, it is title of the product, price of the product, but when they choose the file from their system, it should be uploaded to our Firebase. So two main things we are going to do: handling the file inputs, and second thing will be actually writing data to Firebase via our application. So I'll see you guys in the next chapter. All right, in this chapter we are going to work upon handling the file upload. So first, what we'll do, we are going to set up our queue form, which will have fields like title, price, but the most important that we are going to focus in this particular chapter is handling the file upload. So let's say there is a button like upload, and then finally we will be submitting our form. So submitting will we'll have to wait till next chapter to actually get this done, but what we are going to work upon is file uploading. So first thing first, we will learn about how to read a file data. Of course, you are well aware about how to read inputs, which we have discussed in the previous chapter, but now we'll see how to read a file data. Once you have the file data, we'll discuss how to store to the cloud. So in our case, who is the cloud? In our case, the cloud is basically Firebase is the main product, and the actual service of Firebase that we are going to use is Firebase storage. So once we send the data to Firebase storage using some magic code that will be provided to us by Firebase, of course from the documentation, it will give us back the URL. Okay, this is where we have stored, this is the URL, and once we have the URL, we can just add it to the image, image source, and there you go. your local file is now on the Firebase storage, successfully uploaded. You get the URL in return, and then you can start showing onto your web pages. And that's what we are going to work about in detail in this particular chapter.
Alright, let's start working on our add product form component that will be requiring to handle user input and of course the file upload. Let's clear what we have worked on so far. This is not required yet. Alright, ref reactive is also not required for now. So this is where we want to add our product form. Of course, this is a specific part of our admin page, so we will store it as a component. So let's go to the components folder. I will create a new folder, let's say admin components, okay, because that's what it actually relates to. We don't want to clutter our components here. Let's add a new file, a single file component, add product form.view. So let's set it up as we set up all the .view files using a composition API. You can remove SCSS language, CSS lang, save admin as well. Now, what are the things we will be working on here is we want to have a Kasar form. So remember, you can just go to kasar.dev, whatever component require, form, button, select, file upload, everything is available here. This is actually a component because you can pass props to it as well, just like we have passed props to our homepage components. That basically means QForm is also a Vue component. It's just that it is provided to us by Kasar. So let's look at the basic Kasar form that we have here. As you can see, it looks like this. So I'll just first wrap this inside add product form div for the styling purposes. Then you can just copy the whole code. We don't want this template of course because already it's there. So just remove everything. Make sure that we start from the Q form. Check the ending as well. Alright. Let's save this, see how it looks. Okay, so why this is not working? Add product form, we have already added the form as well, but remember it needs to be imported to the admin.view. Never miss out on that. It can happen in the beginning that you are working on every single thing and you suddenly like, why it's not visual. Remember to bring your child components to your parent. So let's bring our add product form, rename it as component for readability purpose, and we'll put it below this is admin page. As simple as that. Save it, and there you go, our form is ready. Now here of course we are not going to work on the inputs right now, so we'll just clear a little bit of clutter here. Let's have a look. Of course we don't want this I accept the license and terms, so we can remove that Q toggle. Okay, looks good. That's pretty much it, because we will be requiring title and price, but we'll work on that later. The only concern in our case right now is getting the file picker, file uploader. So let's say, do we have that component here? Form components, file picker. Perfect. So let's get that. Let's check which one you want. We want something basic. Okay. Something like choose file would be helpful. Let's see if we have that. Okay, let's go with the first one. So we'll try to get a standard one itself. So Q file, view model, perfect. Let's get it and put it below our second input here. And there you go, that should give it a file output. Label will be, choose product image. Perfect. We'll also change the labels for our inputs. So this will be your title, or let's say product title. Again, right now we are just changing the labels so that we don't get confused later on. All the V model and all that we will work on it later. So this will be product price. Perfect. So we have our form ready. We'll do just one thing real quick. we will maybe reduce the width of it. So add product from, and width, let's say maybe 30%. Let's see how this looks. Maybe 40%, 50% maybe. All right, good enough for a while. We can add some padding here as well. Oh, this is perfect actually on the big screen. We will do the styling later on as well. But yes, this is our Kasar form with the file picker. In the next video, we'll see how can we actually select the file, and not just select, read it, and we'll try to upload it to the server. Alright, now let's learn how to handle file imports in Vue.js using Kasar. So first thing that we have done is we have created a box where user can actually go, and basically the first step they will do is select the file. So of course, is there any change in the value of this input box? Absolutely. In the beginning, the value was nothing. So let's imagine null. And after that, user actually selected a file. Let's say xyz dot jpg. So what we need to do is we need to track the change. As soon as there is a file that has been selected, we need to fire an event, and that fire event will be, let's say, file upload or handle file upload. All right, and then we'll start writing the function. So remember, this is what we need to, that's why we want to have this input as a reactive data. As soon as there is a change in its value, it should react, and then it should fire an input, sorry, it should fire an event. And how do we make sure that an input is reactive? For that, we have two Superman in the house. One is basically Vue model that we apply on our input box, and second thing is ref. Exactly. All right, so ref is through which we can actually make this data reactive. So we model reactive basically will combine and make the data reactive. But there is one more thing, and that is actually when the data changes, the event should fire. And what is that event? We are going to discuss that, and as we start coding this up. So first thing first, let's give a Vue model to our file. We already have a by default the values model. Let's change it, make it file. So that is the first step. Second step will be, I'm going to remove this because just to create some let's see if you can debug the error, and I'm going to do const file is equal to null. Think about it, is it how it should be, just declaring in the normal fashion? No, we need to wrap it up using our ref function, so that now our file becomes a reactive data. When I save this, where my component is gone, we did not change anything in the component, right? Have a look at the error. Ref is not defined. That means script does not know what that ref is. Why? Because to use it, you need to import it from the ref. This is one of the common mistake that can happen when you start learning Vue. You are using some inbuilt function, following the documentation, but you are not importing it. So that should be your first step of debugging. Once that is done, let's refresh the page, and there you go, our form is back, and we should be able to work with the input now. So Vue model is done, but as soon as the value of this file changes, because remember, let's say I select a file has been selected. What does that mean? The value of this Vue model has been changed. So how do we track or read or listen to changing in the Vue model value? So for that, we have this event. If you just go to this model of the QFile API, you can see with a listener for update model value. So let's type it as it is. So when there is an update in this particular model value, run a function. And what is that function? The function is basically file upload. All right, now we have written our function, basically a method, but we have not defined that here. If you don't do that, this is the kind of error you will get. So let's select the file again, and there you go. Cannot read properties of undefined reading length, from where it might be coming. Let's check it. Dot length, okay, not sure about from where dot length is coming, so it is something has to do with the Kasar. All right, let's actually run define a method first. So const file upload, and let's say console.log, you can say file is selected. Let's reload it. Sometime remember, hot mode reload might not work properly, so just to be assured about it, you just reload your page. So file has been selected, and there you go, the message comes. Okay, next time I select it one more time, the message should come again. Where is it? Here it is, the second message. Okay, the first and second one. Now you will also see this yellow warning. These are basically you are writing this V model for age, you are writing it for name. Of course we don't want it should be title and price, but you are not referencing it anywhere in the script. So remember, if you are having unused V model, then you will get this kind of errors, but when we write the V model here, it should get fixed. All right, so our file has been selected now, but we don't want to just have this message. We actually want to access file data so that we can upload it. And how we access it? A simple thing, file dot value. That's how we actually access the whole file, but we want the first file. So let's select it, choose product image, now hit enter. It's some error, cannot read properties of null, reading 0. All right, what's the issue here? Start to debug. File dot value when the model is updated. Oh, okay, I think we are selecting only one file. Yes, you don't have to do. If it had been multiple files, then you have to, if you want to select first from those multiple files, then it makes sense, but we only have one file that we are uploading. So let's reload it again, choose the product image, first one, and it's coming as null. Okay, yes, so it's actually good thing that this error came up, because to be honest, I struggled with this kind of bug in the Vue 3. So let's say right now I have not selected any product. Okay, so that means the value initially should be null. Now when I select it, I should be getting the updated value, right? Why I'm getting this old value? See, now again, if I select it one more time, now I do have actual file value. Okay, when I select it again, that means the model value will change. Event should fire up, line number, what is it? I think 26, yes. And it will give me the file value, but remember, it is giving me for the previous image that I selected. For that, just to fix it, remember to add your update model value event below the V model at least. Okay, if you keep it at the end, that would be good. And now if I check it once more time, let's reload it, choose the product, and there you go, I have my product that has been selected. Let's check the name, 0706. Yes, that was it. So please make sure that whenever you are working with V model, if you are using this model value event handler, like whenever V model value is changed and you want to fire an event, make sure you write it below the V model. So we do have access to the file input now. In the next video, we will take the journey of taking the file data that we are accepting here to the Firebase storage. Alright, now the step that you have completed so far is we do have access to the file data. And what is our intended goal? Our intended goal is for the images that we are selecting, they should be moving towards the Firebase storage. So remember, storage and Firebase Firestore are two different things. Firestore is just for storing JSON data in terms of documents. Firebase storage is more about storing your videos, images, PDFs, those kind of multimedia documents. So they should be sent to the Firebase storage, but that's not enough, right? Just storing it there, because of course you want to access it later on, right? So Firebase should give you back the response. First thing is, yes, your file is successfully uploaded, but not just that, it should give you back the download URL. So URL of the product. Once we have the URL of the product, we can just do image source, and this image URL here, and based on that we can show it on our product, on our products component, basically on the DOM. And that's what we are going to do. So file data going from our local system to the Firebase.
this will be taken up care by Firebase. They will provide us some function. If you could remember, when we try to read the data from our Firebase Firestore collection, it provided a method called as get docs. Similarly, let's see what are the inbuilt Firebase storage methods will be required so that all of this operation will be successfully done. So let's get into it. Alright, now in order to use Firebase storage, you need to add it to your project. So go to your Firebase console, open up the project that you created. Right now we only have Firestore, which is our database. We need to add one more product, and that is storage. So click on the storage. Perfect. Let's get started. Again, we'll start this in a test mode as well. Click on next. To select the location. Okay, it's by default. Done. So remember, if you want to use any Firebase tool, you will have to first add it to your project, just like we added Firestore. Now we're adding storage. In the future, you want to use authentication, you will have to go through the same steps. Let's wait for a while. Feels like eternity. So the beautiful part about Firestore is just how easy it is to set up and start using in an application. So of course, if you want to do manually, you can just upload file from here, but we don't want to do that. We want to keep it on the admin side. Let's create a folder. So this will be, let's say, our products. Remember how we collected the created collection in our Firebase Firestore? Similarly, we create a folder here, which is where our all products will be stored. So that is our first step. In the next video, we'll actually now connect this products folder in our application following the Firebase storage documentation. Alright, once we have created a folder inside our storage, it's now time to refer it in our Vue application. So let's go to the documentations, fundamentals, add Firebase to your apps. So here you can find all the Firebase services for the web. We have already used Cloud Firestore. So for anything new that you want to add, you can find all the documentation here. Let's go to cloud storage. Now here they will give you documentation of how to do individual things, like just adding a bucket URL or some basic status setup, which we have already gone through in our configuration file. We want a specific thing, and that is uploading a file. So here you have some modular code, like how to just get a reference, upload the file, but here they are not giving us how to get that download URL from the Firebase. But if you scroll down, you can find monitor upload progress, and here you can get all the data. Like, so first you start the upload task, and then at the end, if everything is successful, you will get the download URL. So this is the code that we actually want. So let's copy it, and of course, we want this code to run whenever we get access to the file data. So let's paste it here. Now remember, all the functionalities that you get here, get storage, upload byte, resumable, are coming from the Firebase. So we will have to import them. But remember, where do we import them first? We import them inside our firebase.js. That is our configuration file. So let's import them there. As you can see here, we are importing it for whenever we want to work with our Firestore collections. Now this is regarding only Firebase storage functions, and above ones are Firebase Firestore functions. Okay, now once we have it here, we will be importing them now in our application. So in our add product form.view component. So once we have imported them, we can just export it now locally. Perfect. Now let's go to the add product form.
Of course, we don't want to import all of them now from uh, directly from the npm package. They are coming to us, but they are coming to us from now firebase.js file. So remember how we are separating, importing the data from npm package in a separate file, and when we actually have that, we refer it whenever we want, locally and as much as we want. So let's go to firebase.js. Perfect. Now there will be one issue. As you can see, line number 49 and line number 46. There is a ref that is coming from Vue, and there is a ref that is coming from Firebase as well. So we'll just change it name. So import ref as, let's say, Firebase ref, and that will take care of it. Okay. So instead of this ref, let's change the name and it will be Firebase ref. Perfect. So line number first is just initializing the storage. Line number 61 is about actually referring to the Firebase storage by typing in which file you want to save and where you want to save. So first is the product folder name. Now of course we already know the products folder name, which is products. And now the next thing will be the actual file that we want to store. And the actual file that we want to store is here, file.value. Sorry, this is where the file name should go. So file dot value dot name. Okay, so let's say we are storing a file called as xyz. It will be now stored inside our products folder as xyz.jpg, whatever the image extension is. Now line number 65 is about actually passing the file data. Okay, remember we haven't even started uploading yet. So what is our file value? Our file value is here, line number 58. Okay, coming from line number 54. So let's just do file.value. Remember how to accept the file.value. We have already worked on the previous chapter. So if you feel difficulty here, make sure you first finish that step A, then come to the step B. Okay, can remove console.log file.value. Now whenever once we have this data file.value ready with us, it will fire the event that yes, upload task has been started. It will give you the progress, how much you are uploading, and once everything is done, you will finally get our download URL. It is as simple as that. So let's check out this code. Let's go to our application, reload it in case HMR does not work. Alright, so let's choose a product image. So we'll try to upload this black shoe, hit enter. So as you can see, upload has been started, upload is running, and upload is done, and file is available at this download URL. So if I open it up, there you go, my file, my local file is now available on the cloud, and it is accessible universally using a URL. I mean, that's what URL does, right? So let's check if this is actually added to our Firebase storage. Let's reload this. Open up the products, and there we go. We have successfully uploaded our product image, as you can see. So you can upload any file. You can just follow this particular tutorial to get it done. The major errors that might happen is just getting the references. Make sure that this ref is imported as a different name, your custom name, so that it doesn't clash with the this reactive ref function we are importing from the Vue. If you take care of that, the file uploading using Firebase is one of the simplest thing you will be able to do. So in the next video, we'll now actually, because we do have the file URL now, all we need to do is just grab the product price, product title, and just send it data to our Firebase collection. That we are going to do in our next video. Alright, now once we have the file image URL with us, all we need to do is grab the product title and product price. So we have already learned about how we can make it happen. Again, two-way data binding using vModel and ref. So let's add the require vModel. Now remember one thing, since these are three inputs that we want to have, we'll try to send it in terms of an object. So that's why we will create a form as our reactive object. We'll not be using ref, as our individual reactive variables. So let's create a const form. Of course, this will be a reactive object. Inside this, we want to have, let's say, product title. Initially it will be an empty. Then the price as well. Initially the value will be 0, and then the image URL, which we already have, prepared. And where is it? It is handled in our file upload. So what we'll do, we'll just quickly set it up. We'll set the value of image URL to this download URL. So form.image URL should be equal to download URL. So it will take care of that. Now form title and this form price should be now reactive. Remember, whenever we use reactive, of course the same error, think about it, reactive is not defined. Why? Because it is something that we want to come from Vue. So make sure you import it. It will now take care of that error. Reload the page. There you go. Now there is this error, that we already discussed, that you do have the Vue model on the inputs, but they are not referenced in your script. So how our Vue model is it only title or is it only form? No, it is something inside the form. So form dot title. Similarly for the price, we will do form dot price. So when we do that, and let's refresh it, property on reset. Okay, so it is now about those other property that we have, on reset and on submit. So let's remove on reset. On submit is something we will work on. All right, so title and price are all accepted. We even have the image. Do we have the button, submit button? Yes, perfect. So what should happen when you submit the form? Of course, on submit, or we can name it, let's say, I'm thinking about the good name. Let's use on submit. Usually just choosing a variable names takes a lot of time. So file upload is done. Let's add our function const on submit, an arrow function. All right, when the form is submitted, basically we just want to see console.log form, all the values, that let's see if you are able to accept it. So first thing first, let's choose a product image. That is done. Let's wait for it. Upload is running. Why are you showing upload is running? Because upload is done, message is already coming at 83. You might have to remove some extra console log. Okay, we have actually removed, console.log. The download URL is ready. So what we can do is you can just add the product title. Let's say t-shirt 1, and price will be, let's say, 200. Let's click on submit. Please type a real age. All right, I think we are using some inbuilt rules provided by the Kasam, as you can see here. So rules we can just remove for now. Okay, let's click on submit, and there you go. We have our form data ready with us. So let's open up the target, and here it is. Image URL is ready, price is also ready, and title is also ready. So this is how we accept the form, as you have learned previously as well. Just make sure that you are using Vue model. If you are using reactive data, using reactive function, you cannot do it individually. You just have to pass a whole reactive object. So if you want to access individual key value pair from that form and make it reactive in the Vue model, of course you just have to go form.title, form.price. Like, you actually have to go and get that value and make it reactive. And finally, image URL, remember, it is coming when we upload the file, and when we have the download URL, that's where we are setting it up. So now once we have the data, all we need to do is just send this data to the Firebase storage. Let's write it in our next video. Sorry, not the Firebase storage, Firebase Firestore collection.
All right, let's see how we are going to approach this particular chapter. So The main player of this particular chapter is going to be the Firebase, whatever the Firebase functionalities we are using. In this case, it is going to be a database, and the name of Firebase database is called as Firestore. I know, quite confusing, different terms, but the database will be referring it to as Firestore. Alright, first thing first, we are going to perform two operations: read and write. So read means reading a data from a server, that is making a get request, and writing the data, saving the data to the server, that is going to mean post request. Let's quickly get it out of the way as well. So this is going to be get request, post request. All right. Now for this to work, first thing we need to do is basically we need to create a form, and for that we will be using QForm component provided by Kasar. So here we'll be accepting, let's say, product title, product price, and we will be handling the file upload as well, which we have already done, and then finally we'll be asking user to submit. So this is actually like an admin page where admin can access add the data to add new products to our database, and they should be visible onto the main page. All right, once you have this data, the next step that we basically have to do is make sure that all of those have Vue model attached to them, so title, price, and file, whatever you want to name it. But remember, we are going to need to make them reactive as well, and since this is a multiple inputs form, we are going to use reactive and not the ref. Remember, for the ref you have to individually refer to each one of these inputs. In reactive you can just pass the whole object of it, right? So that's why it will kind of become like form.name, form.title, form.price. When we actually get into the code, that will be much more easier. So once these connections are done, Vue model and reactive, we will have the data will come to us in the form of an object, and this data needs to be stored to our Firestore database. Now of course we have to do get request, we have to do post request. In this particular case, first thing we are going to do the write request, that is going to be the post one. So now what is the URL? Because whenever we talk about API calls, we need the URL, right? So URL is something which will not be required when you are performing actions to the Firestore. Why? Because Firestore are going to provide inbuilt function like, let's say, set doc. All you have to do is import them from official Firestore package, which we are doing, which we will be doing in our firebase.js configuration file. Just import it, pass the necessary arguments. So the argument will be what is the database you are referring to, what is the name of the collection, and finally what is the data you are passing. So this data will come here. So these are going to be the three main arguments we need to pass to the set doc, and that will do the job for us, sending the data to the Firestore. Now coming to the second part is very easy, because of course it is just first making sure that you are referring Firestore correctly. So now the game will be kind of opposite. So Firestore, you make what do you say, get request to it, and you will get the product data. And once you get the product data, all you have to do is append it to the DOM using which Vue directive. Think about it, using v-for, which something we already done for the hard coded data. Now again, for the get request, that is basically reading the data from Firestore. Do you need API calls? Nope. All of this will be taken care by built-in Firestore function, which you just have to import. I think for Firestore it's like get docs. If you want to get all the documents in a collection, you need to use get docs. Again, this will be actually coded when we move to our next videos, and this will get more clear. Again, here also you'll have to pass some references, otherwise how Firestore will know like which database you are trying to access. So DB, collection, all of those things, make sure you are importing in a correct way, and that's it. That will take care of reading and writing data to the Firestore, which we are now actually going to code in our next videos. Alright, let's go to our console real quick, open up our project. Now we want to access our Firestore database. This is where our product should be going into inside our Vue store collection. Okay, so let's get a reference to Firebase documentation. Let's check how we can add one single document. I think we already done previously as well.
Let's just have a journey one more time. Add Firebase to our apps. Which one we want to have? We want to work with Cloud Firestore for web. What is the specific thing we want to do? Add and manage data. So adding data is what we want. I think we did it manually. Am I wrong? We did not do it via code. Yes, we read the data using code, but now we are going to do it by our side. All right, so let's check how to set a documentation, how to add a documentation. Sorry, how to add a document. Let's check. Add a document. There you go. So just checking if this is what we actually need. Wait. Set doc. Update. No, we don't want updating. I think above one will do it. You must specify an ID. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one. Just making sure that what we want. So we need to import doc and set doc. We will have db. So this will be the storage that we have, the product, and this is where our data will go. But adding id, that will come automatically. Let's see. Oh, there we go. So add a new document with generated ID. So that's exactly what we want, and this is the code will be required. Remember, you can still use this, but you will have to manually pass the ID, or you'll have to randomly generate it. Of course, we want randomly generated, but let's see, Firebase is doing for us. So this is the code we'll require. Let's copy it. Let's use it on our on submit. So again, you will require inbuilt Firestore functions to make it happen. Collection and add document. Let's first import them in our firebase.js configuration file. I think we are already importing something from Firestore. Collection is there already. We just need to get add doc. So we'll add it here itself. Add doc. Perfect. Now we just need to import all the things that we require. The things that will require, have a look at the code. We require add doc inbuilt function, we require collection, and we require db as well. So check all of those are being exported. db is exported, collection is exported, add doc is not exported. So let's export that as well. Perfect. Now we have all the three things we require. Let's go to add product form and let's import them at the top. So import, you can just copy this thing, this whole thing, and db as well, of course. And this time it should not be coming from Firestore, it will be coming from our locally created firebase.js file. Firebase.js. Perfect. There's definitely some error. Let's check it. Unexpected reserve word await. Okay, let's check that. Yes, our on submit, we are using await here, so on submit should be an async function. Let's fix it. Perfect, it will take care of that. Awesome. So it's just that in this case now, the data that we have that we want to pass. So let's just have a look at the add doc function real quick. Add doc is the inbuilt function provided by the Firebase. Inside that you pass a collection, which is again a reference to what collection we are talking about. You pass a reference to a database. You pass what is the name of your collection. In our case, what is the name? The name is Vue Store. So let's change that. And once you get the collection reference till this step, you pass in your data in terms of an object. We already have the data in terms of form. That's how we are storing our data, and that should do it. Let's check it, how this work. Reload the page. Product title, let's say t-shirt 7.
price will be, let's say, 999. Let's say you want to upload some leather jacket. Let's upload it. Remember, you need to wait for upload to be done. When that is done, let's click on submit, and yes, successfully worked. Document is returned with this particular ID. Let's go to your Vue online store to check if it is already been added. Remember, we already have two data that was manually added, and there you go, the data has been added. As you can see, the last one with the image URL, price and title. So that's pretty much it. Making sure that you first handle the file upload part, then you get the download URL. Once you get the URL, you set it to your form object that we are doing here. We are grabbing the title, price and image URL. Once everything is inputted, we submit our form. Once the form is submitted, line number 104 will run, and then we are just doing the API calling using the inbuilt functions provided to us by the Firebase Firestore. Okay, that's how we do it. Here we are actually passing our data. Until this line, you are getting the collection. Make sure that you are typing the name of your collection as it is there on your console. Okay, once that is done, document will be returned with this ID. Now we'll just quickly remove this other docs which were added manually. The document and this one as well. So what we will do, we'll just keep on adding multiple products now. So in the next video, when we come, we'll have some list of the product just added in this manner. Or let's just add, try to add one more right now here. So t-shirt 1, let's keep it in 1999. Let's add this trouser. Okay, upload is running, upload is done. Let's click on submit, and document will be written with the ID. Let's check it, and there you go, our second product is also there. So try to have some good amount of products, 15 to 20. I'll just add it from my side, and once that is done, in the next video we'll just get the data. We have already seen how to read the data from Firebase Firestore, and once we read the data, all we have to do is just use Vue directive v4, run a loop over it, and start showing it in our Vue application. So basically we'll just be saying goodbye to our hard-coded data now, and the data that we have will be coming from the Firestore collection, and we'll do that in our next video. Alright, so this will be relatively simple tutorial considering we already have the data with us ready. Now what we need to do is we just need to show this data onto our DOM. Okay, so what we can do is we have the array ready with us, that is products, and of course, since it is an array of objects, we want this div to be contain each individual product, and it should be shown multiple times. So if you have, let's say, 10 products, this div should be shown 10 times. That means we'll have to run a loop on that HTML element. So we for, let's say, product in which array we are talking about, inside line number 12, that is products. Okay, and once that is done, we'll start showing its data. So let's say first thing we want to show is the image. So open it up a little bit. Source will be, now think about it, we have already seen, because the source value that will become is a dynamic value. So if you want to have a dynamic value, you have to bind it to a variable, and the variable that we have is product.image URL. Please check all the spellings are correct. I see, yeah, I made a mistake. It is image URL, not img. Image, and U is capital. Okay, after that we have a paragraph. So paragraph, if you want to just show the text, just use mushed as a syntax, and this should be now product dot title. Same, add one more p. This should be product dot price. All right, we are, I think, good to go. Let's save this. Open up our white app, Vue app, reload it. Okay, it's not working. How to check? We have done some mistake in products. Okay, add individual to products, product dot title, check the spelling of title and price. Okay, it's perfect. Source has been added as well. Alright, so there is one issue that we have completely missed out on. So remember, do you remember about on-mounted hook? So can we run our products data if the DOM is not even mounted yet? This is very important. Only when your DOM is mounted, only you have something like div id individual individual product as its id, then and then only you can run a loop over it. Right now we are doing all of that in a creation step. We want to work with the DOM. If you want to work with the DOM, make sure that the DOM is ready. So what we need to do, we need to put all of this inside our on mounted hook. Only when the DOM is mounted, start performing operations with the DOM. So on mounted, and we will push all of our code inside our on mounted hook. Let's paste it here. Perfect. This should take care of it. Is there error? Yes, on mount is undefined because it is something that should come from the view. So let's import it. And on mounted will also give us an error. See, this is the error. Make sure you fix it. Internal server error. Okay, let's run the server again. Script setup. Await. Oh yes, so in our on mounted hook we are using await function. That means our on mounted function should behave as an async as well. Let's save this. Now reload, and there you go, our product should be now visible. So it's actually good that we went through this mistake, the possible mistake. One of the thing is, if you want to interact with the DOM, always make sure that you are running it inside on mounted and not directly inside the creation stage. So that's pretty much it. Coming to to the part of showing the data onto the DOM, v for ref, on mounted, and there's basic official following official Firebase documentation. In the upcoming chapters, we'll actually make this interactive so that we click on this product and it should open us into a new page where I can see this product details. Of course the name says details, so the detailed view of the product, and then we'll start working with our cart functionality. So I'll see you guys there. Alright, so using the admin component that we created, the add product form, we have successfully added multiple projects. Now in this particular session, we are going to see how we can retrieve the data from Firebase, something that we have already done, but let's do it so that we get hang of what are the possible errors that can happen, and let's just get a better smooth understanding of this. So let's go to the documentation, scroll down. Of course, we want to work with Cloud Firestore for web. Open up the drawer, read data, get data. So we don't want individual documents, we want all the documents. So get all documents in a collection. So this is going to be our code that we are going to write inside our products.view component. Let's split the view a little better. Okay, so remember before that we used to show the data from that was present in our local system products.json. Now we are going to do that via server. First thing first, I will create a reactive array where all our products will be stored locally. Of course, once we get the result after we call the API. So this will be an array. Let's make it a reactive array. Ask this one question to yourself. This is the only one thing we want to make reactive. So what should we choose, ref or reactive? Yes, ref will be a better choice. So give it an initial value. Initial value will be an empty array. And if you want to make this work, of course you'll have to import ref from view. Alright, now we can progress in making our API call. Alright, so I'll just copy this code. So calling Firestore, sorry, not getting Firestore data, or reading Firestore data. Okay, I'll put it here. Now first thing is, we of course don't import directly from the Firestore. That direct import happens in our firebase.js, and I think we have already imported both collection and docs. Let's cross check real quick. fire collection and get docs. Yes, that has been done. So let's go to the products and we can just directly import it from firebase.js. Perfect. Now these things I have seen people getting confused with it. When I started, I also like, what is this query snapshot? So remember, query snapshot is basically the result that you'll be getting, the array of your product objects. So we'll just call it result itself to not get confused with it. Result. Okay, so if I just comment out for each for a while, and if I just console.log the result, let's see what do we get. Open up our application, reload, and nothing is coming up. What might be the issue? Products.view, console.log that. Save the code. Yes, so can you figure out the error, why it is not coming up? Actually, it should have been shown the error, because this DB that we are using, what is the reference for that? That DB is coming from our Firebase and we are not importing it. So let's import that. Now save it, and there you go. It should give us our data. So now again, second thing, why our array is completely empty? Think about it. Have a good look at the code, especially line number 16. So whatever the documents that you want to get, of course you have to pass a reference to your Firebase database, which is Firestore, and then you have to pass the name of your collection. In our case, the name of the collection is Vue Store, and we are passing it as city, which does not exist. So Vue Store, let's save it, and that should solve the error for us. As you can see, now we are getting all the docs, all of them, array 11, total 11 products. Looks a little weird, but if you want to access each individual product from this, all you have to do, just run a loop over it, which Firebase has already provided to us. So for each element inside an array, give us the ID and give us the document.data. Now let's save this. There you go. You'll start getting each individual product ID and its relevant data. What we need to do is, all of this product needs to be stored inside our products folder. Okay, we'll handle each individual product data as doc.data, so that will take care of it. But on that product, we will also pass in product.id should be equal to what is it, doc.id. Alright, that will take care of it. Our each individual product is ready with the ID and the data. Why? Because remember, ID is not present inside the actual data, so we might need ID to filter the results and to just have a unique identifier for each one of the product, and that's why we need the ID. Now once our product is done, we just push it to the products dot push. We need to push line number 19 product, and at the end we'll console.log products array. Okay, so let's save this now, refresh your code. Okay, nothing is happening. Should have been throwing some errors though, but it's not showing any errors. First thing that we need to do is, let's console.log the product if you are able to get them. Okay, you are able to get one product, and after that it's not working. Yes, why it is? Because remember, this is not a normal data, this is a reactive data, and if you want to access its value, you need to do, think about it, yes, products.value. That's how you get inside it actual value, and that's where you push it. So it should also be console.products.value. Let's save it now, and there we go. We have all our products. If I open it up, as you can see, and each one of this product should also have the ID with it. So let's open it up. So see, ID is added now, and all the default data that used to come when you get all the data from a collection, image, URL, price, and title is already there. Alright, so we have all the data already with us. It is also stored in our component state memory now as a reactive data at line number 12, where we initialize it, and this is where we actually start pushing the product, so that we have a local copy of it. In the next video, we will try to not will try to, we will accomplish showing this data onto our DOM. So we don't have to rely on our products.json anymore. The data will be coming to the server and we will be showing it to the DOM. Let's do that in our next video. Alright, let's move to our next section, and that is basically when we click on any one of this product, it should open us a new route, a new page where we should be able to see the details of that product. So let's see what will be our architecture to make this happen. So first thing first, of course, whenever there is a thing called requiring a new route, in our case it is now slash, let's say, product details, and of course it will go inside where, which folder? Think about it, a new route, exactly, it will go inside our views folder. Now just doing slash product details is not going to help us, because remember, in this product details today, let's say you are clicking on this product, so this product should be visible. Later on, let's say you click on product number B, product B should be visible, and then product C should be visible. Also, let's say you want to share any one of the product link with your friend, you need to take care of that as well. So then how do we identify which product to show on our product details page? The normal solution to this will be, because see, we are moving from slash to, let's say, slash product details. I mean, you have to transfer the data, right? Whatever product you click on, you have to show it there. So traditional answer will be using local storage, but local storage is not a good idea, because if someone goes to your website, let's say view online store dot slash product details, directly there, not clicking on any of the product, then of course slash product details will just be an empty page. So inside the route as well, we somehow need to embed the information of which product we want, and there is a really cool example of that, the website that we use on every day, and that is the YouTube. So right now I have opened up the video and have a look at the URL. The URL itself contains which video it needs to show. So based on the ID, as soon as you open up the URL, YouTube will understand, okay, this video, the whatever video that has this particular ID, that data needs to be shown. If I, let's say, click on one more video, see, the ID will be changed. So even if I share this link with someone else, just based on this ID, YouTube will be able to figure out, okay, which exact video user is trying to see. So that happens in all the major websites, especially in the online store as well. So if we could create a link like this, so let's say slash, pardon my spellings and pardon my handwriting, product details slash, let's say IZK23 4XM. So this is an ID of the product. Now even though we share this particular URL with anyone, if we know the ID, what we have to just do, call our Firebase and ask Firebase, can you give me a document which has this ID, which again basically means performing the get request. So we can just follow the documentation, and the tutorial that we need to follow from the documentation is how to get one single document from our Firestore collection using an ID, using an identifier. So that is going to be in our architecture, and that also means our route will not be same all the time. Today it is IZK234XM, tomorrow let's say it will be ABXM172, and so on and so forth. It will keep on changing. That basically means our routes will be now dynamic. So first we'll understand, will Vue router support dynamic routes? Of course it does, and then we'll try to implement a dynamic route using Vue router. Later on we'll see how can we get a individual document based on whatever ID we are passing, based on whatever product we are clicking. So this is how it will look. First you click on the product, then what you do, you get the ID. That ID will be passed to the root. Once you go to the root, of course you just read this ID, and based on this ID you make a API call to the Firebase, a get request, and you should be able to get the data and then come back and show it to the product details. All right, so let's implement that in our further videos. So our first goal will be to click on any one of this product, make sure they are clickable, and when we click on them we should be able to read their item ID, because that ID will be the part of the next route where the product details will be showed. So each product should be clickable, that means this div should be clickable. So what we are going to do, we'll just add a event listener on this. So remember, if you could remember in JavaScript we do something like this on click. On the Vue.js side it is something like this, v on. So basically what you are supposed to do, so clicking on particular event, what is supposed to happen, but instead of v on you can just make it a shorthand and make it as add click. So as simple as that. Add click what? Show product. Okay, perfect. So now let's write a method called as show product. Show product. So just see if this how this works. We'll just add a console.log, the sec collect. So let's keep it very simple. Open up the console. Let's say click on a product. There you go. I am able to click any of the product, but just clicking will not work. Remember, we have to read the ID of it. So first thing first, we remember we are running some data when we are talking about this individual product. We do have access to the product data, and what is the part of this whole product data we need access to when we click on it? Do we need title? Do we need price? Do we need image URL? No, we need just their ID, so that later on we can read their data from Firebase collection by making an API call just using the ID. So how do we access the product ID? It is product.id, and we are going to pass it whenever our function runs. So product.id, here it goes, and here is how we read it, ID. So instead of clicked, let's console.id and see if you are able to read its ID now. Click on the product and there you go. You are able to read ID of each individual product. So we are going to take this ID in our next video, and we are going to create a route, just push our Vue application to a new route, and it will be combined with /product details as the sub URL, and other than that we'll also pass an ID to that. Let's do that in our next video. Alright, so remember your HTML and JavaScript days. Whenever you click on particular button, we basically use href, or if you could reload, I think window.redirect, and then you pass whatever route you want to push it to. So when we click on the show product, we also want to now reroute it to something like this, a URL, so /product details, and then so like XYZ blah blah blah, like ID of the product. Of course this ID now we are able to read it, but how do we reroute it? Remember, whenever you need any routing feature, it will be provided to us by Vue router, and the way we do it is like this, very simple. Router dot push, and in the as a argument that you pass here is basically whatever the value you want your router to go to now. So of course this is going to be a dynamic string, so let's use template literals. So /product details and / so remember, this ID is the value that I want to pass. So of course I cannot do it like this. I need to make sure that its value is enclosed when line number 43 is completely written. So let's pass the ID, and there it go, it should be ready. So now let's see how this works. If I click on the product, okay, now see there will be one error, router is not defined. So just ask many questions to yourself. What is router? Is this something that you are creating, or is this some inbuilt functionality? Yes, it is an inbuilt functionality, but who is providing it? JavaScript, browser, or Vue.js? Of course Vue.js is providing it. So if Vue.js is providing it, are you importing it? In our case, nope. So let's importing from Vue.js real quick. Oh sorry, it's not a part of Vue.js, my bad. It is a part of a separate Vue router package. If you could remember, we installed Vue router separately other than Vue. So that is one of the reason why Vue.js is a very lightweight framework. You don't get everything in the main Vue package. So import. What do we need? We need a functionality called as use router actually. So not router, we'll get to that why it is the case, from Vue router. So you first set up your router like this, const router, and all the functionality from use router will be now a part of router variable, and then now you can use router dot push. Okay, so that's how it will be. Let's check it again now. Click on the product, and there you go. We have now created a dynamic ID and dynamic URL, a dynamic route, and ID of that product is embedded inside the route itself. And once we have it, we can just grab it using again some router functionality, and based on that we can grab the data from our Firebase collection, Firestore collection, my bad. But one thing is still remaining. Whenever we click on the product, nothing is shown. Why? Because we have not actually added this route. Guess where? Think about it. Where do we add our routes? Exactly, router.js. So in the next video, we'll actually write the add the route here, and we'll be creating a component for that as well in the router.js file. Alright, so let's create a new route for product details. As you can see, view route is also warning us that there is no match found for this particular location. But remember, if you want to write a path, you need to pair it with the component. Right now we don't have any product details component. So first step is to create a component. So let's go to the component. Which component will it be now? It's not a homepage component, it's not an admin component. So let's create a new folder. It will be the part of product details components. I know, long name, but it's better for readability. So new file will be, let's say, show. Let's use camel case product details.view. Again, keep the things basic. Whenever we create a .view file, it is going to be a single file component, SFC. Let's get the setup ready with the template, a script, and language, style sheet. Remember, this is the composition API that we are using. All right. So just add, this is PD page, product details. I'm actually being lazy about typing product details, but yeah. Now we do have the basic component ready, and of course for that we need to create a new view, because remember, this is a new route we are talking about. So just creating a normal component won't work. We'll have to create a proper view. So let's say product details dot view. Now again, let's do the same thing, create the setup. Now here two things will become part of a product details. Of course, we need to show navbar here as well. So let's import navbar. See, that is the fun of using reusables component. You just create it once and keep on just game of import exporting. Then navbar component, let's put it here. All right, perfect. And then second component will be, of course, our product details. Okay, so show product details component, and we'll show it below our navbar component. Perfect. Now our product details dot view, that is basically our new view. That is basically the component that will be rendered whenever we go to / product details will be shown. But again, it is not going to work unless we don't register that route and component pair in router.js. So let's add one more object. What path it is going to be? Now think about it. Is it only going to be a simple path like / product details, or is it going to be something more than that? Because we talked about dynamic routes, right? So it is going to be a dynamic route. That basically means, how do you type a dynamic route? You just add one more sub route to it. And what is the value that we are passing here? We are of course passing some ID. So, and it is going to be dynamic, so you write it like this. Remember, you can type anything like XYZ, blah blah blah, whatever it is, but since we are dealing with IDs, we'll keep it straightforward and dial in ID. So whatever you type after / product details, even if you type my name is Swanand, the ID will be equal to now my name is Swanand. Okay, so that's how it will work. Anything comes after this will be treated as a dynamic, and the value will be settled with ID. All right, then the component will be Okay, we haven't imported the component yet. Let's import product details from slash, let's go to the views and product details dot view. All right, we have imported it. Now register it and let our pair live happily from now on. Let's save this. Let's hope this works. Pay attention to the left hand side, and there you go. As simple as that. So now any product that you click on, come on, VS Code. So any product that we'll be clicking on, it will redirect us to now product details and ID. So remember, this value will be, we can read it as ID now. So of course there is no dynamic data that is being shown. Yes, our route is dynamic, and for any product we click on, it is work. But in the next video we'll actually see how we can make use of this dynamic route, grab the ID from it, and based on the ID can we get the data from our Firestore collection. Let's do that in our next video.
Alright, so let's see based on this ID how we can get back the data from our Firestore collection. So let's go to the documentation, getting the data with Cloud Firestore. So remember, this time we just want to get a single document, and this is the code for that. What are the functionalities we will be requiring from Firestore? Of course, doc and get doc. Remember, we are not doing the direct import here. All the functionality we require, we are doing in our Firebase.js. That is going to be our configuration file. So let's check that. For if you want to work with Firestore and get a document, are we importing doc and get doc? So no, we are not. So let's get both of them, doc and then get doc. Perfect. Once you import that, make sure you are exporting that here as well. What is it? Sorry, doc and then get doc. Perfect. Now this we can using this into our local components. Let's go to show product details, and now let's import both the things. I'll just copy this line. The only change here will be, it will not be imported from directly from the npm package. We'll be importing from our local firebase.js file. But remember, if you want to do this, this will also work. You can import from your npm package from any file of your Vue application. It's just that we want to have that structure in our code, that all the Firebase imports that we are doing are placed inside our firebase.js, so that it just becomes better for debugging purpose, and when the application structure gets bigger, it is just more helpful for that. But remember, if you like in this way, if you feel this is better, feel free to do this. So let's do our local firebase.js imports. Perfect. Now what is the code for getting the data? The code is this. We can just grab it right away. Remember, we have to show this data, whatever data that we are getting, onto a DOM as well, and DOM will only be ready when we can only access the DOM when we run on mounted hook. Without that, we will not be ready. So let's paste our code inside this. Perfect. Now this will probably not work. Number one is, let's check the error. Let's go back to my tab. Unexpected is a word of wait. Okay, of course. So we are making an asynchronous call. Let's make our unmounted async as well. Perfect. Then unexpected token at line number 18. Okay, here. So this can happen. I'm not sure if this will happen with you, but maybe I have some extension, some formatting extension. Because of that, it gives you me comma at the end of unmounted, while it should be giving me semicolon. So please check that. Quite a frustrating error. Next thing is, remember, db is not referred here, and it should be imported from our Firebase as well. So please do that. Once that is done, there will be some familiar errors probably. Cannot read properties of null, reading shape flag. Alright, not sure what does that mean, but remember, if you want to get the doc, first thing you need to pass is the
collection that you're dealing with. In our case, the name of the collection is Vue Store. Okay, not the project name, the collection name. Vue Store, perfect. And then we have to pass the ID of the product we want to access. Now remember, ID of the product is available here in our URL. We just don't know how to get it. Remember, this is a URL, and URL is basically handled by our Vue router. So there is a functionality through which we can access our route parameters. In our case, the parameter is ID right now. So let's import use route. Remember, this is different than use router. Okay, from Vue router. What Vue use route does, you will understand it in just the next line of code. So const route will be basically using the route. So use route is a function that allows us to access this particular route, all the sub route it has access to, all the parameters, you know, it is a part of. Basically you can just perform operations on your route just by using use route function. All right, so if you want to use parameters from your route, all you need to type is this route. Remember, route is coming from line number 12. Route dot parameters. Okay, which parameters we are talking about? We want to do ID. Now why ID? Why not something like XYZ or blah blah blah? Because in our router.js, if you have a look at it, we passed it as an ID. So that is the reason why. Okay, so now let's console.log. Okay, it's already done. Let's check how this works. We'll refresh the page. Unmounted is not defined. Yes, of course. So we need to be using it from the view as well. Unmounted from view. Perfect. Let's save this. Okay, the page is working. Let's see if we can get the data. Reload once again. There you go, people. We are able to get the product details based on the ID of the document that you actually worked on, you know, in our last video, and that ID we are passing here at line number 15, route.parameters.id. Route is something a variable that, you know, we are accessing via use route function, which is a inbuilt functionality provided by Vue router, so that you can perform operations on, you know, the current route that you are on. In our case, this is that current route. So let's check for a few of the products if this actually works. So this is t-shirt 1 and price is 1999. Let's click on it. There you go, t-shirt 1, price 1999. One more for the shoes. Perfect. Shoes is 31499. All right, so we are able to access the data. In our next video, we'll actually try to show the data on our product details page, and that will be the you know, end of showing this individual product details. All right, so in this video, we'll actually try to show the product details on our, of course, product details page. We are able to access the data. The first step that we need to do is, you know, store, you know, product data locally. So we'll create a variable for that in our component. Once we have the data, this is how the structure will look like. So let's say this is our whole div, and on the left hand side, which will, let's say, occupy maybe 40 or 50% of the width. So this is where our image will go. Remember, we can access the image using image URL key that we are able to access from the product. Here, let's say its name will go, here the price will go, and finally then we'll start working on our add to cart functionality. So we will be just adding the button for now, but showing the data onto this web page we'll be doing just now. So let's go back, show product details. So I'll create a reactive variable first, const product ref. What will be the data type? Remember, each product is going to be an object, so initially it will be an empty object. Perfect. Once that is done, the value of this product is coming here at line number 22, docsnap.data. So I'll just do product is equal to docsnap.data. Now remember, when I do this, there will be some error that will come up. Have a look at it if you could figure it out. So I refresh the page.
and the error will be a reference error. Ref is not defined. Yes, of course. So we need to import the ref. There will be one more error, by the way. Let's see if you could figure it out. Type error, assignment to constant variable. Remember, we are trying to assign the value to the product, and if you are just reassigning to the const, it will not work. But there is a catch here. When you make a variable reactive, how do you access its value? Access value using, think about it, this is not a normal variable, this is a reactive variable. So you use a getter for that, and that is product dot value. So if you are still facing, let's say, some confusion around this, I will ask you to just console.log product, see its structure. You will figure out that okay, it is an object now, it is not a simple object or simple variable. And if you want to change its value, if you want to access its value, you have to refer it like this, product dot value. So let's do that at line number 24 as well. Product dot value. Let's refresh it, and perfect, the error will be gone. Now our product will actually have this value with us. Now all we need to do is show it on our web page. So let's get into it. Our D will be, let's say, now a container. We'll create two more div inside it, as shown in our diagram in the beginning of the video. First will be the LHS, left hand side, and second one will be the RHS of this container. So on the LHS, we are trying to show our image, and image source will be, remember, the value is now coming from a variable, and that means the value needs to be binded. So this is how we bind the value in Vue, and it will be now, we'll have to still put the quotes, product dot, what is the key where we have our URL, have a look, image URL. So I can just copy it and I will paste it here. Let's see if this works. Perfect, there we go, our image URL, image is now available. Let's do the RHS, now add the product details. First thing will be P, this will be product dot price. Now remember, one confusion that you might have is, if you want to access anything inside the product, it should be something like this, right? Product dot value dot price, because that's what we have been discussing in this, whenever we have reactive variable. But remember, whenever you go to the DOM, you don't have to do that. The value is basically itself unwrapped as a product. You don't have to write dot value. So that's one more complexity removed if you want to use it onto the DOM. It is only required when you use a reactive variable inside a script. Also, sometimes you'll figure it out like why you have to write dot value. It just allows you to understand that this particular variable is reactive. If you just have a normal variable, let's say like this, you don't have to like react, dot value and all that. That tells you that the particular variable is not reactive. So that's the benefit of it, even though it kind of looks complex in the beginning, but you will get used to it. Okay, let's get the title, sorry, product, yeah, sorry, the first thing will be title and second thing will be the price. Let's check it how it looks. There we go, we have the title and price now. So let's style it. Let's use some flexbox here. So first thing will be our container will be display flex, some margin from the top, say 5%. Okay, so as you can see, it is on the left and right hand side kind of combination. For the LHS, the image side, we want to give, should be the display flex as well, and we should give, let's say, 4 parts out of 10 parts to it. Similarly for the RHS, the part should be now 6 out of 10. So that's what how we do the ratio. So 40 is to 40 and 60. Let's refresh it. Okay, perfect. Of course, remember the image size is too much, so we'll have to remove that. Sorry, we'll have to reduce that. LHS and image from that LHS will be, let's say, width somewhere around 90% maybe. Let's check how does it look. Okay, better. Okay, you can increase the width as well. I think when we open up the view, it will look much better. For the RHS, we will try to align it in a vertical column. So let's add few more properties. Flex direction will be column, that will take care of it. Then let's add some margin from the left, let's say 3%. Okay, I think that will do it. Maybe we'll increase the font size as well. So styling, you can always do it as the way you want. There is no restriction here. Maybe LHS email will try to keep the width 100% itself. Okay, if I open up the inspect element, let's open up our container. This is our container, this is our image. So this is the container. Inside we have LHS, and then here we have the RHS. So if you want to make it 50-50 as well, that's what you can do. Now let's see if this will work for all the products. Let's go back. Let's click on this shirt, leather jacket, whatever it is, and there you go. I'm able to see it now. Let's do it for the shoes, and there you go. So see how the communication is happening now. You click on the product, it will create a route, a dynamic route based on the ID of the product, and based on this ID we are grabbing the data, and that is happening right here from line number 25 to line number 35. Okay, so that's how we work our magic with Firestore, getting the data, writing the data, handling the file input and all of that. Now in our next video we'll actually try to work with adding items to the cart. So that will be something interesting. We'll be creating a cart pop-up, so we will not be creating a new page for that. I hope you are well familiar with now. If you want to add a new page, you have to add inside views folder whatever component you want, create it here, and then import inside your any views file that you want. And when you do that, you have to map it to your router.js file as well, whatever component you want to serve based on that particular path. All right, in the next chapter we'll start learning about our cart functionality. All right, now let's talk about the summary of this chapter that we just discussed. First thing, what was our requirement? Whenever a user clicked on any one of our product, we wanted to show its detail. The layout that we worked on was on the left hand side image, and on the right hand side the product title and product price basically. So the first thing that we needed to do was creating a new route, and whenever we create a new route, of course, where do we go to? We go to our views folder, and inside this we created a file, so product details dot view. Now if you have a new view, of course this should be rendered only when user visit a particular route, and that route in our case was again slash product details. But remember, only having slash product details will not work, because how will you identify which particular product to show? So that's why what we wanted to do was, in the URL we also wanted to pass the ID of the product we clicked on, so X, Y, Z, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, whatever that ID was, and we made it happen using what? Dynamic routing. Okay, so we added this configuration in our view router configuration file. Once that was done, we were successfully able to click on the product, go to this particular URL, and this URL was rendering product details dot view page. Now whenever we went to the product details dot view, I mean the coding part of it, all we needed to do was grab the ID and just make sure that you are calling a get doc function, pass the ID to it. I think I added too many parentheses. Okay, so that's how Firebase was getting the that single document, that single product for us. Once we got the data, all we had to do is just use mustache syntax, use what else, the binding, data binding, and show that data onto our DOM. Remember, all this functionality are coming from Firebase. We are importing them from Firebase. First we import them inside our firebase.js file, and then we locally export them whenever we want. And after doing that, we started exporting them in our product details.view. Make sure that the things that you require, probably you might miss out on importing DB, because in all the official Firebase documentation they don't show, in the code at least, importing DB. They do show importing collection, get doc, get docs, get storage and all of that, but importing DB is very important part. And before you import it in your Vue component, first make sure that you are importing it in your firebase.js file from official Firebase npm package. If you follow all of these steps, you should be able to show your product onto a product details page, different for each product that you click upon. Alright, so this is where we stand so far. We have successfully created our product details page. For any product we click upon, it should be able to show us on our new page, all thanks to the dynamic route and the ID as our parameters. Alright, now for this upcoming sessions we will require a Vue tool, and that is going to be a developer tool. So make sure you go to this website, click on install on Chrome or whatever browser you are using for the development, and then install it. I already have installed it, so if you just go to your Vue application, refresh it, you can start using this Vue dev tool. So just few quick things about Vue dev tools. Let's first go to our home component. If we don't have the path here, that's something we need to fix. Let's go manually, and if you go to the dev tools on your Chrome browser, at the end you can see something like Vue. So click on that, and this will not start giving you insights or Vue application. So if you guys could remember what we talked about in the beginning stages, that Vue application is basically components .vue file, and they have certain hierarchy to it. So this is the .app, app.vue file, which encompasses each single component. What does that latest, the nearest child component of that app.vue is the router view. And what are those router views? Basically all the Vue components that we store inside our views folder. So we had Vue home, then admin, then product details. And what did we added inside our home component? We added navbar. Now there might be a thing like, why navbar is showing this arrow? Like there is no component inside navbar, right? Let's open it and let's check. Well, there is a component, this Q icon. If you could look at the cart icon which is getting highlighted, so that is also component. It's just that it is provided to us by the SR. After that we have the banner, and then we have the products. So the best thing about this, it will not just show you the hierarchy of it, it will also help you. So if I open up the products, we can also look at the state of it. So state is basically, all the data it is having, all the methods it has available on it, what are the things that you are using. So if you could remember our script setup, it's exactly that. So you see, this is the product, that is our reactive variable. That's why it is, we have used the ref for that. And here you can see all the products data that we are storing. So that is one. Then all the router functionality we are using, then it will be available there. And later things are not that much required, but there are some other functionality that we are importing, and that is collection, get docs, and show product. Actually the methods that we have available, the functions, and then we have something like routing. So right now this is quite self-explanatory when we were actually working on this, but this will be required to us in our chapter of this topic, and that is global state management. It is very important for us to visualize that. So in the next video we'll actually talk about what exactly is global state management, how do we use it, and why do we use it. Alright, so let's talk about global state management. Might be the first time we have heard this word. So we will actually break it down into its each individual word which is making up this term. Of course, management means you have to manage things. Now what are the things that we are talking about? In our case, that thing is state, but what exactly is state? Just talk about real life terms. You talk about what is your state right now. Maybe you are happy, you are sad, you are curious, you are excited, multiple state that we go into. What actually is a state basically? So state is just a data that keeps on changing. So in our case, our data is basically the mood, but in the case of our Vue components, that data is basically the variable. It has access to the methods that are present on that. So you can just refer to it into one single word, that is component data. And remember, data keeps on changing, so that's why state of the application keeps on changing. For right now, all of our components, all of our .vue file has a state. And where do we write that state? We write that inside our script tag. That's where we define all our variables and all that. Of course, the setup needs to be used because we are using composition API. All right, looks like a very good script. And now what does global mean?
So there is a reason why the global has been added. So far, all our component data were isolated. So let's say I'm talking about products.view, and inside that, what is the variable or what is the state that we have access to? I mean, one of the state, and that is const products. The data that we are showing onto our DOM, which is basically a reactive array. I'm not writing reactive right now, but you can wrap that inside ref. Are any of the other components, do they have access to these products? No, it is encapsulated only inside our product. So all of our components right now have an isolated state. But what if you need to transfer a data between, let's say, component A to component B? Okay, you'll be like, we already have an answer for that. We can just use props. Okay, but remember, props can only be used if you're talking from parent component to the child component. All right, what if these components are not, are in any relationship with each other? Or let's say we have multiple components, A, B, C is here, D, E, F. Remember, we're talking about a large scale application because that's what eventually you'll be working upon in any organization. So A needs data of, A needs to provide data to the C, C's data needs to go to the D, B also needs the data from A, and B's data is dependent on D. So we have this like many to many relationship between our components. So how do you make this possible? Of course, using props for each one of this is highly impossible. But if you make it possible, if you have parent child component relationship, then it is going to be so much messier. It is not going to easy to organize our code, and that's where our solution of global state management is going to come in. I'll just save this sketch for your reference. Say 4. Okay, let's delete. And now let's talk about what is the global state management solution that we have access to. The name of the player is Pinia, and it's very simple. All you do is you create a one file. The name of that file will be, let's say, store.js, because Pinia store, like that. So what is a store? Basically, you go to any store and you get access to each and every single thing that you want. You go there, you get it, and you go home. Your job is done. Basically, that's what these components will be doing now. A will come to the Pinia store, B will also come to the Pinia store. All the components that we have access to, they will look at Pinia as a single point of reference for global state data, for all the data that you want to be accessible to all A, B, E, C, D. It needs to be stored inside our state. And not just accessing the data, you can also sorry, this arrow doesn't look like accessing, but you can also perform operations. So it is two-way communication. You can also change the data in the state via any component that you have available in your Vue application. So it is two-way communication. Now, for which thing this is required and why we are talking so much about this? Remember, people, we have now a cart functionality. We also have something called as orders, and all of this data needs to be accessible across all components. So if we look at our application, if you look at it, the cart data that we have, it is available even on the home page. If I look in the product details, it is available there as well. So all of these components need to be able to access this cart data. And actually, when we move forward and when we go to the, let's say, /order section, then and then these things will be more clear. Like, how do you need to access one data across all the component? Because now there is a need of a global data. Whenever there is a need of a global data, the solution is Pinia, an official global state management tool provided by Vue.js. So let's say I have multiple things, like cart is my array, so any product can access it. So they can do the total on that. They can see the amount of products, cart count. All of these things will be available to all these components now, instead of doing manual data passing via props or event listener as such. Global Pinia is a really efficient tool for better readability, better performance, and when you create a large scale application, your job of managing your state just becomes more easier. So in the next video, we'll actually set up Pinia first, and then later on we'll start using Pinia by creating our first store. Alright, make sure you are on the Pinia Vue.js documentation, and we want to first install the Pinia application, sorry, Pinia npm module on our system. Let's copy this command, install it in our project. So that will be the first step. Okay, perfect. Now you have to create a Pinia instance. That is basically making sure that just like we added Vue router on our app in our main.js, remember all the things that we use, we put it here. So the Kasar router that we are using, we are making sure that it is being added to our my app. My app is basically created from create app, and create app is the function provided by Vue. So that is basically the Vue application that is being created, and we are adding all the functionality on that. So let's add those. Create app is already imported. Let's import create Pinia. Perfect. Remember, import app is also there in our file, so don't use that. Then we can just use this Pinia setup now. We don't have to use create app as well. We just have to define const Pinia now. And this Pinia will be used on our my app. Remember, the name of our app is my app, it is not app. So make sure you are typing it accordingly, your application my app.use. Now what is the thing we want to use on our application now? Pinia. Perfect, that will do the setup for us. Okay, remember, this is for Vue 3 only. If you are on Vue 2 or something else, this is the documentation which we don't require at all. Okay, perfect. Now let's define a store. Let's create our first store. Remember, just like we create a router.js, after installing and setting up the router, we need to start defining our store as well, like what are the data it should encompass, and all of those things. So let's create a file inside our source folder. The name will be store.js. Perfect. Now let's go to defining a store documentation. This is how you define it, but let's just go down. Now remember, this is a store you can define for options API, which you don't, because see, there are so many boilerplate in this. Options API was something Vue.js came up with in the beginning, but later on in the Vue 3 they have switched to the composition API plus the setup part, and see how easy to access this store is. Okay, so first let's just, I think we have to do some imports. Yes, so let's copy this code, paste it. So you are defining a store from Pinia, and then you want to use the store. What is the name of our store? We want to identify as cart. So I'll change the name as well, like use cart store. So remember, you can use as much stores as you want. So let's see how you want to maintain a separate store for a cart. You can just create const use product store, and then you can export that one as well. So that is the modularity, that is the breaking down of global state data possible in the Pinia. Okay, let's move forward. Once you have that define store, this thing is done. Now what are the things that we want to expose to all our components? So let's say for now const let's say cart count. Okay, for my cart count is, let's say, initially it has to be reactive variable, because it will keep on changing as soon as you add a product to the cart, and once you change it, the value should be reflected across all our components. So ref, let's say beginning, let's say it is 3. Why cart count is showing error? I think we have messed up something. Define store. Oh yes, we need to pass it as a function, arrow function. Perfect, this will do it. Okay, so now we have just defined the store here. We have created the store that we want, and we have added all the variables that we want users to have access to. Of course, later on we will have actual cart, which will be some sort of a reactive array. Okay, but that is something we'll do later. My bad. Yep, perfect. So for now, just declare it, but we'll start pushing items to the card. We'll talk about how you can perform operations onto the state, and how you can get back the data from the store as well. So now once this is done, make sure that you are returning all of these things inside here itself, inside this define store function. So what are the things we want to return? For now, just cart count, because our cart is just we added it just for the sake of adding it because that's what the name is. Now that's pretty much it. The data is defined, remember, make it reactive, and the data is written. This is how we set up and define a Pinia store. In the next video we'll actually see how we can access this cart count data. Alright, let's take the most basic example of accessing a Pinia store data inside our component. So first question you need to ask is where you need to use cart count. Of course, here this is where we are showing all our cart count. Sorry, not all, we just have only one cart count. Right now it is manually added, so it is hard coded, and the component that we are talking about here is navbar. So let's go to navbar. It is a part of homepage component. Perfect. So open it up. Here you go. Here we have hard coded it. Now in our this particular video, we don't want to hard code it. This data needs to be coming from our Pinia store. So let's go to the script. First thing first, I'll make sure that your Pinia store is set up as we did in the previous video. Then import your store. What was the name of your store? Use cart store, and it is coming from your store.js file. Okay, make sure all the paths are correct. Now once that is done, you use that function to get a reference to your cart store. So like this. So just for the sake of understanding, let's console.log in and see how this looks like. Put it up. Oh, our server is not running, dev server. Let's run it. Reference error, ref is not defined. Yes, so where the ref is coming, store.js line number 9. So again, the same error keeps on happening. Make sure that you are taking care of it. So this ref, make sure that you are importing it from where? Vue. Perfect. This should take care of it. Let's move forward, refresh the page. Perfect. Now there you go. You have access to the cart in your navbar component from line number 22 that we have here. And what does it show? It shows you the ID of it, and then multiple methods and functions that are available on that, the properties and those things. So how do you actually access a cart count? So for that, all you have to do is, what is the property name on your cart use cart store? So let's go to store.js. And the property that we have is cart count. As simple as that. That's what you have to use. Let's go to the component. Use mustache syntax. Cart store. Let me check if S is capital. So it's only store. Let's make it cart store for better understanding. Cart store. Perfect. So first use the object where we have stored all our properties, and then add the name of the properties that you want to access. So in our case, cart count. If I save this, okay, nothing is happening, so must be spelling mistake. Yes, probably. So see, C is capital, cart count. Save this, and there you go. You have been able to access, to use data that is inside our Pinia store just by writing the data, defining it first, returning it, so that when you export a use cart store, this data should also be exported. Remember, it is not exporting every single thing. It is only exporting the things that you want. So if you try to do cart store.cart here, since we have not exported it here, it is not going to work. Okay, so if you want to make it work, you'll have to export it here, which is something we'll keep on doing in our further session. And that is where we needed to use our Vue dev tools as well. So let's open it up and let's check where do we have the state. See, I can open Pinia, and there you go. This is my Pinia app, and inside this I have a cart array, and inside I have my cart count. Okay, so that is the reactive data that I have access to. So this is where you can also see if you are able to pass the data from your store to your component using Vue dev tools as well in the more graphical format. But if it is working, it's working. And see how simple is that. No boilerplate code, no extra setup as we had in Vue version 2 or Vue options API. Composition API with the help of setup allows you to write the code in almost plain JavaScript. Just do the import export, make sure spellings are correct, make sure you are following the documentation, defining store and all that, and you should be good to go. Now in our further videos, we'll actually try to now build our cart functionality so that whenever user clicks on, we'll add to cart button here. That product should be added at line number 9. Let's do that in our next video. Alright, let's talk about the architecture of add to cart functionality, how we are going to make it work. So first thing first, we'll have a button, which is of course basically add to cart. And first what we'll do, it will read the product, okay, whatever product it is trying to add to the cart. So read the product, which will be very easy thing to do when we do the coding part. Once the product is read, of course we want to run a function on that, and that is basically add to cart. So basically add to cart will have read the product as its argument that we need to pass. Now once that is done, where it needs to add, of course our goal is to add it to our store.js file. Now usually there are two ways to do it. First thing is you can just directly grab the property that you want to manipulate. So let's say cart store .cart .push, something like that, directly making changes. But that is not an approach which is recommended. Instead, what we do, inside the store.js, we create a function, that is, these are basically called as actions, like, actions takers. They are ready to perform some actions on the data that you have define in your store.js, like cart count, cart array, and all of that. And model action is basically a method, by the way. So we will run an add to cart internally inside store.js. Remember, it will be defined in store.js. And when you run this add to cart function in your any component that you have, it is internally going to run this particular thing. And when this thing runs, it will now make changes to your cart store. So remember, you directly do not change it, you go through something called as actions. Now might be sounding complicated here, but when we actually write the code, it is very simple. It's just that one function from a component is calling a function from a store, and this function we usually call it as an action. Why action? Because it is taking action on the state of the our global state management, which is in our case cart array. And let's try to do that in our next video. Alright, now let's start working on our add to cart functionality. First thing first, let's create a button real quick, which will be the on the right hand side. Remember, we are going to use Q button component here. So Q button, remember, Q button is not like this. That's not how it is. So don't get confused. It is actually a component provided to us by Kasar. And since it is a component, that's why it looks like this. Once this is done, all you need to pass is few props to it, like let's say an ID, add to cart button. Then next props will be, let's say, color we want to be maybe, let's say, black. And sorry, this should come as a string. So all of these are props. And then label will be, let's say, add to cart. Let's see how this looks. Okay, good, not bad. So let's reduce the width of it real quick. And width will be, let's say, maybe 20%, a little bit more, 50 maybe. Alright, perfect. Let's make it 40. Perfect. So now whenever you click on this button, something should happen, and for that we have Vue event listener. That is when someone clicks on it, and that is basically at click. What should happen when you click on this? Of course, add to cart. And remember the architecture we talked about in the previous video. when this function runs, it should also take with it the product that is being clicked upon. So in this whole div, do we have access to that individual product? Yes, we do have, because remember, this is that thing, product. So add to cart product, and it will take care of it. So if we try to run it in our Vue script component, not component, my bad, script setup, what is the name? Sorry, const add to cart. It is accepting a product. Let's console.log it to see if this is working perfectly fine. Just console, click on the product, and there you go. Now I have access to the product that I want to add to the cart. Now half of the thing is done. We are able to read the data that we want to add it to the cart. Now our goal is how we can transfer this data to our store, to our Pinia store, and that's where the concept of action comes in. So let's quickly go to our store.js file, and here now we need to have something called as actions. So actions are functions which change state properties, global state properties. In our case, these are these two state properties. All right, so let's write an action. Action is basically a function, and you can give it any name. Of course, we want to stick to add to cart. So remember, it will not clash with the name that you have used, in your component. So you can keep the same name as well. Now what this add to cart is supposed to do, again, this is supposed to accept a item, a product. The only change here is, does this add to cart have access to our cart reactive array? Yes, because they are in the same file. Remember, the add to cart function that we have in product details here does not have access to cart, So what we'll do, cart dot, think about it, remember cart is a reactive variable declared with ref, so you need to use cart dot value dot push as product. There you go, as simple as that. So now you have an action ready with you. So somehow if you could invoke this action, this line will be run, and if this line will be run, your cart value be updated. So what we are going to do now, we are going to export add to cart action, in our store as well. And where do we need it? We need it in our product details. So let's go use it. But how do we use it now? First, make sure that you have done the, where are you? We haven't done it yet, so we'll have to do that first. So first we'll have to import our store. How do we import our store? Just like we are importing, this use route and all of these things. Import use cart store, because that is the name of our store, from our store.js file. Perfect. Let's get a reference to it like this. Exactly what we did, in our first reading the data from cart store video. So cart store should be equal to use cart store. There you go, we have a reference to it. Now we have two things available in our cart store. One is the cart count, which we are already using in navbar, but we don't want that here. What we want is the action, that is cart store dot add to cart. And where do we need it? We need it here, exactly. So calling the action present in store.js. So see how the communication is happening. One function will basically invoke a function from our global state management file. So cart store dot add to cart. Remember, you are already able to see because of Visual Studio Code highlighted, add to cart. Now you just need to add a product here. That's all. It will take care of it. Let's see if this is being invoked. So we'll just console.log cart.value. Let's go to the console. Okay. Let's refresh this. Click on add to cart, and there you go. The value has been added to the cart. As you can see, it is here. It is available in our cart store now. So you can keep on adding this. Let's try to add one more product. So many console logs, by the way. Let's try to add this jeans. So let's click on add to cart, and there you go, our cart will now have two values available. Alright, now let's check if the product that we are able to add to the cart are actually working using Vue dev tools. So let's go back to the few pages. Let's add more items. Now let's open up the Vue dev tools. Perfect. Make sure that you are in the product details component, or you can just go to like Pinia root, no problem. Remember, your cart count is only visible, your cart is not, because you are not returning it. So your Pinia store does not return, it is only declare, it is not exposed to the application. So let's log cart, and once you're done, you need to refresh the page as well. So now your cart will be visible, as you can see here down. So let's add a product to the cart, and there you go, it will be added to the cart here. Let's add a few more. Pay attention to this cart area. If I add it to the cart, there you go, one more product will be added. So see how the communication is happening from a product details route to the store.js, all thanks to the accessibility of the Pinia. Make sure that you are importing, exporting, and defining the store perfectly. Alright, in the next video we'll actually talk about something called as computed properties, because remember, this cart count that is coming to us is, again, we are hard coding it. It should be coming as the length of this cart value, which should be computed automatically, and that's why we have this something called as computed properties in Pinia store, which we'll discuss next. So now let's talk about computed properties in Vue Pinia store. Remember, computed basically means a computation has been performed, and we sometimes want computations to be performed automatically. We don't want any functions to be part of it. So what we do when we click on add to cart, our cart is basically updated. You push a value to your cart, and that's what we have been doing so far. Now once that is done, there is a variable that is dependent on this, and that is basically our cart count, how many products we have in our cart, and it should just do cart.value.length, and that's it. It should output us the value. We don't want to turn it into a function and invoke each single time, and that's where computed comes into the play, and let's see how we can make it happen. So first thing first, what is the property you want to be computed? Basically, A is dependent on B. We want B to run simultaneously as soon as something in the cart changes. Again, one good example of reactivity. So first you wrap that inside something called as computed. So computed is going to run a function automatically, okay, and that function is basically cart dot value dot length. So whatever the value of this thing is going to come, it will be applied to cart count, and it is completely reactive. Why? Because our cart is reactive, and that means if you add something to the cart, this thing will be triggered. That means there is a change in the value of the cart, and whenever a computed property C, there is a change in a reactive property, it will run this function. Basically it will start a computation. So now our cart count is dynamic very well, and let's see how this works. So let's refresh the page. Okay, there's an issue. Let's check console. Computed is not defined. So what do you think about this? Why computed is not defined? Because that is something we will have to import from our Pinia store as well. So import computed. Now let's save this. Oh wait, sorry, computed is not something we import from Pinia. It is a Vue property. It's provided by the Vue. So that means you can use it even though you are not installing Pinia. So it has nothing to do with the Pinia. You can use it in your plain Vue application as well. So let's save it. Reload the page. There you go, application is working, and now you can see the value of the cart is 0. Why? Because there is nothing added to our cart. Now let's say the moment of truth, click on add to cart. It should add a product to the cart, and it should fire up the computed property, and the cart count value should be updated. And cart count is something we are already showing here at line number 11. Let's click on, and there you go, one product has been added. Let's add more. There you go, now the product is 2. So on and so forth. So see how Pinia store has automatically made a global state management so easy just by using reactive properties, computed, and these things called as action. So there are main 3 components of the Vue Pinia store. One is these properties, then the computed properties, and finally the actions. Actions are basically whenever you want to change any of your store property, you should be using actions and not directly trying to mutate it. Alright, so that's pretty much about adding something to the cart. In our next chapter, we'll create a cart component, so like kind of a pop-up that should come from the right hand side, like a drawer kind of. So for that we'll be needing help of Kasar framework a lot. So let's do that in our next chapter. Alright, so we have been able to work with add to cart functionality. All our product that have been added to the cart are now stored in our global state management file we created, that is in Pinia, and that is store.js. Now our next target is basically, so imagine this is our page, this is the home page, right? And this is where we were showing our product. Here were the title of the product, then the price, and finally add to cart button. So ADC, I'll write it right now. And here was our, let's say, cart icon. I hope I draw it. Okay, good. Plus cart icon. So now what we want to do in this particular chapter is, whenever user clicks on this particular cart icon, there should be a cart dialog that should come up as a drawer from the right hand side. So when I click on it, a drawer from this side would come up, and it will contain our cart data. So first it will show the image, name, price, and how much quantity we are not working upon, then the option to remove this item from the cart, then again for another product, and then remove from the cart, so on and so forth. And then we click on this icon, this should be non-visible. Now it should go away, and again the transition will be there. So coming up from the right hand side, when you click on the cart icon, when you click on it again, it should go away, so it's kind of toggling, switching it on and off. And for that we are going to use Kasar's queue dialog component, so which they provide us in build, which will take care of these transitions and most of the complex stuff. So let's deep dive into that and make it happen. Alright, so let's start working upon our queue dialog. That is basically going to be our cart pop-up. Now question number 1, where does our cart icon exist, like where the interaction will be happening? Of course it is in the navbar component. So remember, our queue dialog will also be the part of navbar component now. Okay, for that let's just go to queue dialog, and this is how it looks. So these are like the basic ones. If I open it up, that's how they look like, but remember we want them to be coming from right hand side like a transition. So if I click here, exactly that's what we want. It's just that the size, height and the width might be different, and some of the content, of course we want to add cart content inside it, but this looks good. So let's grab the code for it from queue dialog end to end. And remember, this is going to be a separate component now. So let's go to our components folder, create a new folder, cart components. Remember, cart is not going to be a different route. It will be accessible from each route of our application. So let's say cart pop-up.view. Perfect. So just the way we initiate our single file components, Vue.js setup. Perfect. Here inside the div, first I'll give it an ID as in cart. Let's paste the queue dialog. Now let's look at this queue dialog. Let's see if this is visible. Perfect. So it is not visible yet. That means there are some issues we need to deal with. First thing first, there is a V model that we are using. Remember, this is something that is going to decide is it going to be visible in our component or not. That is going to toggle its state from on and off. So first let's give it a reactive variable So const dialog should be equal to ref. Obviously in the beginning, let's say we want to because right now we just want to see if it's working, so we'll make it true. If you are using ref, make sure this is being imported as well. Import rep from Vue. Perfect. Let's see, and there you go, it is ready. But remember, the position that is coming right now is default, that is center, and they are using vbind because they are expecting this value to be coming from some variable from our script, which is not the case. We always want this to be coming from right, so you can just directly provide the mention value. Let's save it, and there you go, now it is coming from the right hand side. So what we'll quickly do now, we'll just change the contents in it, increase its height, do some customizations. So first thing first, we don't want this linear progress, this pink line that you're able to see. Let's remove that, where we have our Q card. So Q card is basically going to be our containing all the data about our card. So first let's give it an ID. Let's say card. Okay, so remove the width for a while. Okay, then we have Q card section. Again, we don't want any of the inbuilt styling, we want to provide ours. And then inside our first div, we'll just write something like, let's say h4 recently added items. So I'm just talking about cart now. There you go, looks better. Q space, yes, we might require it. Then let's go to the Q card section. Is it done? Nope. So after the Q space, let's remove all these buttons, we don't require it. Now let's create one more div, which is actually going to now start having our product. So we'll call it that, let's say cart products. Yes, makes sense. And here let's say we have now individual cart product. Okay, so cart product, and for each cart product, of course, we'll have some LHS and RHS, just the diagram we talked about in our last chapter. That's how we are going to make it. LHS, and here let's say image will go here. For now, we'll just hard code all the data to get understanding of how the structure looks like in RHS, and we'll say product name, price here. All right, let's save this. Alright, now let's work on the styling of this. Remember, for the Q dialog, you actually cannot change its height because it's the built-in component coming from Kasar. But for the card, you can actually do it. So let's do it for hashtag card. Height will be, let's say 800 pixel. Okay, good. Maybe a little less, 700. Okay, better. And then width looks good actually. Let's see how 400 pixel might look like. Okay, it's a little better. Let's keep it originally, whatever the width is, in the beginning. We will do one thing, we'll actually increase its height, and we just from the margin, we'll give it some margin from the top. Let's say 10%, and there you go. Because remember, we want to contain whole page, contain the whole height of our application, but also make that cart icon visible. Perfect. Now let's work on our cart. Sorry, this is a spelling mistake. Cart product. So cart product. Remember, left hand side and right hand side. LHS, RHS. So this will be a display flex. And LHS will also be a display flex. It will take 6, and RHS will take 4. So out of 10, 6 will be taken by LHS and 4 will be taken by, that's the ratio we are talking about here. We'll add some bordering here as well. So all the div in our cart product. Now why all the divs? Remember, this is for one product. Should have border, say solid 1 pixel black. This is just for understanding purpose. Perfect. So if let's say this is only one product, and if I want to run it for let's say 3 products, so for now let's try to run a v4 here, item in let's say 3, so 3 times it will be looped over. You can type anything here because of course item will not have any value, and there you go, this is how it will look. Remember, if that is the case, we'll have to provide some margin here as well from the top. So margin top, let's say 2%, or maybe let's say 4%. Cool, this is much better now. Remember, we haven't added any data. When we start adding some data, then we have to do some more styling as well. So on the left hand side, you can see product name and product price are okay. It's just one particular paragraph. All right. So when we actually start getting the data, the styling might be a little different, but this is how it looks like, and this is how we want it. Right now, there is no toggling here. Like I cannot switch it on and off based on clicking on the cart icon. One thing is provided by default by Casares. If you just click anywhere in the screen, it will go away. But cart icon, opening and closing, we have not done, and that's exactly what we are going to do in our next video. Right now, let's talk about how we can work on toggle our cart pop-up. So remember, the first thing will be user will click on our let's say this cart icon. Based on that, let's say when user clicked on this, what do we want to do? We want to show that cart pop-up is now visible. So let's say the value will be true, and while it is true, when user again clicks on it, that means now the value should go as false. So one thing is clear, we have to add some event handler on our icon. That is the first thing. And where are we doing operations? Remember this, where is this cart icon is available? It is available in our, think about it, nav bar, and the values true and false, all of this will be happening in our nav bar component itself. But it's a different story, right? Because cart pop-up is available, actual V model of a cart pop-up is available in a different component, that is cart pop-up dot view. So that means whatever value we are generating, true or false, it needs to be passed from navbar to cart pop-up dot view. Now ask this question, do they have any relationship between them? Is one of them is child or parent? Absolutely. Navbar is our parent and cart pop-up is our child. So how do we pass the data from parent to child? Do you guys remember? Exactly, using props. That's how we will be passing. So in this particular upcoming videos, we need to just talk about first add a click handler on our icon. Once that is done, based on that toggle true false value, and whenever that value is generated, pass it to cart pop-up. Okay, cart pop-up dot view using what? Using props. All right, so that will make it clear. So now let's jump into actual code and let's make this happen. All right, first thing first, whenever we want to pass the data from parent to child, first we'll have to go to the parent component. So right now we are inside navbar.view, and this is our child component, and this is where we want to pass the data. And again, props is just like a variable value pair that we pass. So let's say the value that we want to pass, we want to wrap that in this variable, let's say dialog visibility. So this will be our variable, and it will take any value. So either it will be true or it will be false, but remember, this needs to be toggled based on how we are clicking our cart icon, and cart icon present at line number 9. So what we'll do, we will create a reactive variable which will let's say const dialog, and initially of course we want to make it false, and now this value we need to combine it here at line number 13 with dialog visibility. And remember, when we combine any value from a script to a component, we need to bind it like this. Okay, perfect. Now dialog is done, but this dialog needs to be changed whenever we click upon our cart icon. So here we have our cart icon. Whenever we click on this cart icon, whatever is the value of dialog, make it reverse of it. So if it is true, make it false. If it is false, make it true. That's what it is doing. Remember, you can write a separate function for this, but since it is just very simple line of code, we are preferring to do it just inline. Okay, and that will just take care about it. What we'll do right now is there an issue? Yes, ref we are using, but we are not importing it. So let's import the ref from Vue. Perfect. Let's reload the page. Awesome, that's working. Now we have done with our parent side. When we want to pass the props, all the steps have been followed. Let's go to the card popper, which is our child component, and grab the properties. So first step is just define whatever props that are being passed into our component. So define props is a function. It takes an array of props. Right now we just have one property, and that is this dialog visibility. Let's paste it here. Perfect. Now what I want to do is just try to show it here. That's all, to see if the value is actually coming from our navbar to our card pop-up. So this true false visibility we should be able to see. Remember, we are not doing anything regarding queue dialog when it is actually switching it on and off. Just trying to show the value now. Let's check if this is working. Click on this. Alright, it's not working, might be some error. Let's go back to the steps from where we started. Always start from your first steps usually, so you don't get lost. Okay, add click. Dialog is, oh okay, so dialog is not equal to, we are just kind of trying to do some condition here. No, dialog should be equal to negation of dialog. So if the value is false, right now it is false, the new value of dialog should be negation of false, that is it should be true, and that should take care of it. Let's click on here now, and there you go. True, false, true, false. And remember, this will work in every single page. False, true, false. There you go. We are now able to toggle the value. But remember, this value need to be tied up to our card pop-up, that is queue dialog. Now, you will be like, okay, dialog visibility coming as true or false. Let's copy it and let's paste it here. Makes quite a lot of sense. But if I save this, you will get this error. Vue model cannot be used on a prop. Local prop bindings are not writable. So to fix this, all you have to do is, there is a new thing introduced by Vue. If you want to use a prop as a way to update anything in your parent component, especially like visibility, toggling some state, you can just use this model value. Okay, so now if I save this, refresh it, it will start changing. But there is one issue. As you can see, if I click here, for a moment it does not show. So like there is a gap in between. It's because the way cursor is showing that pop-up and we are not able to interact with the page. So for that, let's add just one property on queue dialog, and that is seamless. The experience should be seamless. And this is a binding value, so just add a bind here. Perfect. Save this. Now let's check, refresh the page. Open, close, open, close, open, close. Let's remove dialog visibility now. And there you go. For each click, it will open and it will close. So that's how we can make it happen. Remember, just be aware about using model value, something that Vue also recommends instead of just directly using Vue model. Remember, that only happens in case of you're passing the prop and that prop is read as Vue model. If you want to read that prop, read it as model value. Okay. And seamless is something coming from the cursor which allows us to interact with the web page even though it is showing its pop-up. So make sure that both things are done, and that will take care of it. In the next video, we'll actually now try to grab the value from our cart, a store, that is store.js, and we'll try to show it here. Alright, now we are almost there. We have successfully made the toggle feature for cart pop-up successful. Now let's just access our cart data from our store.js, that is our global state, and show it in our this cart pop-up component. So for that, first thing first, make sure that you are importing your cart store. What is the name of it? Use cart store, coming from store.js. Have a reference to it. So like this, const cart store is equal to use cart store. Now when you use cart store, it will start exposing all the properties it has access to. Like I think we have cart count, we also have actually the cart and all the getters and actions that we have access to. Now once you have cart store, all we need to do is, what is the exact thing we want to access? We want to access cart store dot cart. So just to show it again, what is the exact property we are trying to access? This thing, cart store dot cart. Remember how use cart store is returning all of it, and it is returning as an object, and that's what we are doing here. Refer it as a cart store and cart store dot cart. So where we want to show it? We want to show it cart pop-up. Where is our v4? Okay. So now v4 will change. It will be like product in our cart store dot cart. Perfect. And image will go here, of course. So let's pass the image, and the source will be how we are defining it. I think product dot image URL. Remember, whenever you pass a value like this, it needs to be binded. Perfect. And on the right hand side, we'll have two p elements. So one will show you product dot title, and one more for product dot price. Perfect. This will take care of it. Remember, we don't have anything in our cart, so let's start adding things. This goes the cart. Let's add it to the cart. See, one item has been added to the cart. Let's go back. Let's add shoes to the cart as well. One last one, say jacket. Perfect. And now let's open our cart and let's see. There you go. We have items in the cart. It's just that the images are too big. So let's reduce the image size real quick. So all our images are present on our left hand side. And let's say their width somewhere around 90% of their parent div. Okay, maybe less, probably 40%. All right, I think our width is also getting increased because of that, so that's something we'll have to fix. Haven't we added any width? Yes, we kind of made it automatic. So width we want to limit to, let's say, 300 pixel. Perfect. Now that will take care of it. Image, now we can make it around 90%. Okay, that is a little better. Remember, when we expand the view on the desktop, it will of course look much more better. And t-shirt and the price, they should be in the vertical fashion. So where are they? They are on the right hand side. So for the right hand side, let's do flex direction as column. Perfect. That will take care of it now. So that's how our products look. Remember, we need to add a remove from cart functionality as well. But so far this looks good. Click on the cart, it will close again. Let's have a good look in the a full view, full desktop view of this. Remember, we can always do the styling later on. Add it to the cart and our component is ready. There you go. So the width looks actually less here. Let's increase it. Maybe 400 pixel will do the justice. Yeah, this looks much better now. So all right, there you go, people. It is our cart poppers able to toggle on and off and accessible from each single page in our application. So see how everything is coming up now. App.vue is parenting all of our components and giving you this single file application look. In the next video, they'll actually work on remove from cart functionality. So we'll use an icon, some methods, and also some actions we need to perform on our cart. Let's do that in our next video. All right, now let's work on our remove from cart functionality. Remember, for that we will have to add an icon which will actually give the option to user. Okay, that's where we can remove the things. So let's say where we can add it. Somewhere in the RHS. Yes, we have good space here. So remember, Q icon, how do we do it? Q icon, so that's the component, and the name for icon, remember, material icon, and the name will be for this delete. Let's save this, and there you go, a delete icon appears, but it is not okay, it's not inside our RHS. So put it here, and perfect, it will take care of it. Now when we click on this delete icon, we want something to happen, so let's add an click event listener, and this will do remove from cart. And remember, how will you identify which item to remove? Remember, that's why we were using ID in the first place, to identify, because title and price might be the same for each individual product. So what we are going to do, we are going to pass the product.id, like this is the guy we want to delete. Okay, so now let's write that method here, const remove from cart. So now I have a question for you. Do you remember our add to cart functionality? At the end of the day, we wanted to add something to the cart, and where is our cart present? Our cart is present in our store.js file. So we directly muted it from here itself, something like cart store.cart.value push. No, we use something like actions, to muted basically means change the data in our global store, and that's what exactly we are going to do as well. So let's go to our store.js and let's write an action. So see, this is where we wrote our add to cart action. Now similarly we are going to write remove from cart action as well, which is going to change the state of our this global state. Basically in this case we are accepting the ID, and there will be a new value of cart. Remember, cart dot value, why we need to type? Because our variable is reactive, it is wrapped inside ref function. So cart dot value is going to be a new array, a filtered array. So we are going to use dot filter function, which will read each single element and return all the elements, keep it part of our array whose ID is not equal to the ID that is provided. Okay, we messed it up. Perfect. So ID should not be equal to ID that is provided. So all those products are perfectly fine to be the part of our new cart array. And there you go, it has already performed the action. Now all we need to do is make this remove from cart accessible when we expose our store. There we go. Now we just need to use it in our component where we want to perform this operation. Cart pop-up, there you go. So cart store dot, what is it? Remove from cart, and pass the ID. Remember, we need to read the ID here as well, and that should take care of it. Let's see if this works or not. So let's add product to the cart. Few more. Remember, your state will be lost if you reload your page. The by default state is not persistent. There are some tools through which you can make it happen. Okay, let's try to delete this one. Oh, it has deleted all of it. Wonderful. Let's check what was the issue. Store.js l.id should not be equal to the ID. Cart.value.filter. Do we even have ID to these products? I have to check that first. Let's check if the ID is being shown. Add to the cart. So open console. Click on delete. Okay, ID is undefined, so ID is not being passed. Why? Product.id. Wait, does that mean our data in our cart does not have ID with it? Well, that is that is something. How did we miss out on that? All right, I guess not then. So let's do one thing. Whenever we add something to the cart, let's try to console.log cart value. Okay, this is already there. So let's add to the cart, and there you go. Open up the product. Yes, there is no ID, image, URL, price, title. All right, we need to fix our add to cart function then. So add to cart, it should not only add the product, it should also pass its ID with it. So where are we invoking add to cart? I think it's in our show product details component here. This is the one. So the product that is been read here, let's read the product. We're going to click on add to cart now. Okay, this is the one. Well, it also does not have the ID. And where is this product coming from? This product is coming from here. Okay, this is where we are getting the data. Product dot value is equal to docsnap dot data. All right, we need to add one more thing then. So product dot value dot id should be equal to doc dot id. That will take care of adding id to our each individual product data that is being shown here. Remember, this is almost the way we did in our home page as well. Okay, let's save it, add to cart. Let's see if the id is being added now. id is not been added here yet. This is how they add doc.id though. Are we reading doc? Oh, it is doc snap, my bad. There is no such thing called as doc. So hopefully, if not, we'll just console.log doc snap anyways to see where the id is present. Kind of confident that this will work. I don't think it's working. Console.log doc snap. Let's refresh this. Okay, this is where the doc snap is coming. It is there, doc snap dot id. So it is not reading it. Console.log docsnap.id, only that part. Okay, the id is being read. So product then we are okay. So we are first adding it and then we are literally reassigning it later on as well. So let's do one thing. Let's properly create a product. So let product should be equal to this data. Okay, so in actual data, and let's add id to our product. Product.id is equal to docsnap.id. Now this whole product will become part of our actual product, that we are storing in as our local copy, which is being which will be later on added in our add to cart. Also, we'll just do, let's say, what name we should give it. Again, now that's the biggest confusion of our life, developers life. So let's give it prod only then, and product.value should be this whole prod, where we are first adding the data and we are making sure id is also passed. Let's save this. Now this is 100% going to work. Let's click on add to cart. There you go, id has been added now. Now let's add a few more products. Let's go to the cart and start removing. There you go, your products are now removed. So just make sure that this is done. Show product details. You are not just sending the data, you are sending the ID as well, because it is very important for us whenever we want to perform some operations on the cart, like removing a data from the cart. If that is done, removing the data from the cart is going to be the very easy thing. So that's pretty much it. In our next video, we'll actually try to place the orders now, because our cart is almost done. We'll add a orders button, and this orders will be stored to our Firestore collection. So basically, writing data to Firestore is something we are going to do once again in our next chapter. All right, let's see how this chapter is going to play out for us. First thing first, we have worked on creating the cart component. So that's how the sidebar is popping up, where we see the image and name and price of the product. Similarly for multiple products as well. Now what we want to do, we want to create a proceed button somewhere here. So let's say user is aware about all the items they have added to the cart, and now they want to take the next step, and that is placing the order. So when they click on the proceed button, we are supposed to take them to the new route. Now remember, the requirement of new route came up. That means we need to start using our router.js file. By using, I mean we need to register our /orders path with the respective component. So path will be /orders, and for that, let's say orders.view should be rendered. Remember, this will go inside our views folder because this is a dedicated route, a dedicated path. So remember, we have to create a new order component and register that in router.js. So let's say we have done all of this step. The next thing will be what we need to write inside our orders.view. So maybe this will be much better. This is where we are writing, and first we'll be using a queue form component. So Kasar form component we will be using, which will give us access to some input fields like, let's say, user name, user contact number, user address, and finally let's say they are going to click on a submit button. So what is the data that we will now get from the user when they submit the form? This following data. First thing first, their name, then their address, then the contact number. Now this will help us identify who is the user, where to deliver, but also what to deliver. So all the items that we have in the cart, this particular part, this needs to be added as a package as well. This need to be sent to our Firestore collection as well. So orders, and inside the orders all our cart array will directly go. No need to make any changes. We can also add one more key called as cart total, which will show what is the total amount user has paid for this particular order, and all of this data will package into one object, and using Firebase official methods, I think it is set doc, maybe I'm not sure, we'll see what exactly the method is, imported from Firebase. Of course, the data will be stored to our Firebase collection. So the possible errors that can happen here is, make sure that router.js configuration is perfectly done with all the proper spellings, and create a orders.view component. Make sure you use queue form, and whenever we use form to accept the data, we need to use v model, a relevant v model on all the inputs. That means all these inputs needs to be reactive as well. So for that we will be using a reactive method, not the ref one. Why? Because we are accepting a huge form, not just one or two input. And once that is sent, make sure you are importing the correct Firebase functions, and also getting reference to your DB and your collection. All of this will be happening in our, think about it, which file? Firebase.js. Alright, let's do this. Alright, first let's go to the Kasar form component that will be requiring. So basically it's a queue form. Let's search for it. There it is. So we can just copy this one, and we can change it according to our way. So look at queue form from here. Perfect. Let's go to our orders component. Sorry, orders view page. Where are your orders? Here it is. Perfect. So we will wrap this up inside a container. Let's paste it here. Perfect. Remember, we'll have to change few things here. First thing is, we don't want this on reset yet. This is fine. Plus the input should be, yes, your name. Your age maybe not that require. Instead we can call it your contact. That's how we want to access it. That means, okay, v model is something we'll do at the end. Let's not put any rules for now. Remember, these rules are very simple, and these are already predetermined by Kasar form. Of course you can change it depending upon like, is it and operation or operation, or you want to change the length and all of this. It's possible. We don't want this queue toggle. Let's remove that. Queue button, okay, no reset button. Perfect, looks good. By the way, I missed out on one thing. Think about it. Remember, orders, it's still part of our application, so we need to have a nav bar over here. Okay, so again, let's make a use of that reusability. Import nav bar component, and Let's put it at the top. Perfect, that will take care of it, as simple as that. So container of course needs to be aligned a little bit better, which is basically, you know, containing our form. Let's imagine top 5%, maybe a little more, 20%. It's just too much. Let's make it 10. All right, and the width of the form, do we have any ID from the form? No, we don't. Let's remove this class inbuilt one. Okay, let's add an ID and let's call it, you know, orders form. Orders form, and the width should be, let's say 30%. Okay, maybe a little bit more, 50 will be better. Perfect. And oh, I think we do require that what do you say, inbuilt queue form. I think because of this, you know, labels and all that, they already set it up. So let's undo this real quick, keep that class. Okay, there it goes, but we'll add our own ID as well. So we can do our customized styling. Width will be 50% of the page. Okay, perfect. Let's add few more things. Of course, the name is there, contact is there. Maybe we'll add one more queue input, and this will, let's say, your address. I think that will do it, right? Name, contact, and address. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Now remember, our form is not perfectly done. The reason is we model. That's how we will be able to access whatever user is typing in the real time. You know, as soon as they type D, X, whatever it is, we will be able to read it. So let's give it the relevant names. Remember, since this is a complete form with multiple values, what we are supposed to use, think about it, ref or reactive. If you have only one or two options in the input and you want to make them reactive, maybe ref is a better choice. But if you want to, you know, collect all the data at once, make all of them reactive, the better option is always reactive. So let's import reactive from Vue. And let's create a reactive form variable, const form should be equal to reactive. Now let's wrap the object, and that will be every key inside this object will now be reactive. So first one is the name, initially an empty string. Second one, I think contact, you can keep it null. All of them you can keep it null, by the way. Address will be empty string. Okay, perfect. Now this needs to be binded, this needs to be attached with our form via v model. So remember, we can't directly just use name, it should be now form dot name. Perfect. We don't need hints. This one will be form dot what is this, contact. Yeah, perfect. And this should be form dot address. Alright, this should take care about our form thing. Now remember, in the form we have more things as well, like what is our order and where is our order accessible. Think about it, all the data that we have added to the cart, where is it accessible? It is accessible in our store.js here at the cart. So that means we need to import our store in our orders.view. So let's do that real quick. Import use cart store from our store.js file. Perfect. Let's initialize the store, cart store. Have a good look at it, people. Again, use cart store is a function that returns object. What are the values we have on that object? All of this. So remember, next time you think that it is not showing me particular value from the store that I have already defined but not able to see, make sure that you are returning it here. That might be one of the major issues. So our order is already predetermined in our store.js, and it should be cart store dot cart. That is one. Second one will be the total. Total is also already computed, cart store dot cart total. So that's how it will be. Now what we'll do, we will see if the data that we have is all, is it being printed accordingly, all the name, contact, address, basically our form is working or not. So whenever we submit, where is the submit button? Okay, submit button is here, but when we submit the whole form, on submit is supposed to be run using add submit event handler. So let's write a function body for that. On submit, what is supposed to happen? For now, just show us if the form is actually working properly. That's what we just want to see right now. Okay, so let's add some items to the cart. Perfect. Let's go to our orders page, proceed, open up the console. Perfect. So name will be, let's say, Swanand. Contact will be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and address will be, let's say, Mumbai. Why it is not typing it out? Anything in our address, form.address, we'll have to refresh it. Oh, type is number, correct. So type should not be number, type should be text. Save it. Now this will work. So Mumbai, and now let's see the moment of truth. Click on submit, and form value is undefined. All right, so this is okay, understandably you don't need to type dot value here. Let's save this, type it again. Let's submit, and there you go, we have the data. So why form dot value is not, remember, because form is already an object, and if you want to access name, contact, address, all of this, you just have to type form dot name. That's how you understand you are trying to access a key from the object. If you try to do form dot value, there is no key called as dot value. So that is again one more difference over ref and reactive. If you want to access a reactive property, you don't have to type dot value, you can directly be accessible like that. So if I open up, there you go, my address, contact, name, and all the orders that I had, all the three products in my array are successfully there, and as well as total is there as well. So in the next video, we'll actually try to send this data now to our Firebase collection, and let's do that. Alright, in this chapter, we are going to work on placing the orders. I have already added few products in the cart. Remember, we worked on cart total as well. Now what we want to do is, users will be able to get an option of proceed. So they will go to the /orders, which is going to our new route, which is going to our new view, and there will be accepting the user details like their address, mobile number, name, and we will be sending this data to our Firebase server, like this is the user, these are their details, and these are many products that they have ordered. So basically just sending whole order details with the person who has ordered that. So let's work on it. First thing first, we will create a div, so which will be like this place order. We just have to add a button here, nothing fancy. So let's get a cube button, passing a prop to cube button. Color will be, let's say, secondary, and then label that we need to add is, let's say, proceed. Perfect. Let's see how this looks. Save it. Okay, there you go. Let's add some margins to our place order div. this order, and let's say margin top will be 3%. Perfect. Let's make it 5. Okay, good. So now what you want to do is basically a margin bottom as well, because it looks quite, attached to the at the edge of a bottom. Let's save it. Perfect. Looks better now. So here what we need to do, when someone clicks on this button, something should happen. Of course, we just want them to take to the new route, and in that case we can use something called as router link. Remember, href you must have heard about in our traditional HTML JavaScript way, but in Vue.js you should be using router link if you want to go from one place to another. This is how it looks, router link tag, and you need to wrap your whatever your HTML component is that you want to use as a way to go from one page to another. So router link to where do you want it to go? You want it to go to, let's say, /orders, which is going to our new page. Let's save this. Let's refresh. I'm not sure why this is not working. So add item to the cart. Perfect, there it is. So remember, there are some highlights that are there. We don't want it to be. So what we can do is we can just use all the hyperlinks, which are as a. The text decoration should be none, and that will take care of it. Okay. Now remember, when I click on the proceed, the first thing we are able to see, it will go to the /orders. Let's click on that. But again, we don't have any route called as /orders. Now think about it. What are the steps you need to follow to make sure that this page is populated with some content whenever you go to route? First thing first, create a new component. Let's say this will be, we don't need any components for now. We can just create a new view. For new route, remember, you need a new view, and this will be, let's say, orders dot view. Let's set up a single file component, and for now we'll just write this is orders. Save it. I don't think we need anything other than this. Yes, perfect. Now the next step is we need to register this route. Where? Think about it. Right, we need to go to the router.js file. So in the router.js, first import the component that you want to register for a certain route, and in our case this is what, orders from views /orders.view. Perfect. Now let's register this one. What is the path? So add that object inside your routes, which has a pair of path and the component you want to render for that. The path will be /orders. This doesn't need to be a dynamic component like this one, dynamic routing, and then a component will be orders. That's pretty much it. Now let's save this, and there you go, you have our new route ready. Okay, so this is just about setting up a new route. Again, make sure that you are comfortable with this few steps that you need to follow, and you should be easily able to get it done. Usually this mistake that happen are spelling mistakes or importing mistakes, but just go a little patient about it, and when you practice more and more, this just becomes very like ordinary work for you. All right, in the next chapter we are actually going to create a form here, and then we'll try to send both order data and the user data to our collection. All right, now let's work upon adding a data to Firestore collection. So this is the documentation we have. Remember, this is something we have already worked upon, adding a single data with automatically generated ID to Firestore collection. So again, this is an API call again being made to the Firestore collection. It's just that we are not using any specific link. We are using Firebase provided inbuilt function which are going to do that thing for us. So if you want to do it, of course we need to make use of them. If you want to make use of them, we need to first import them. So import collection and get doc. Sorry, not get doc. It's about adding a doc. And all of those, remember, are in our Firebase. As I've said, if you directly want to do this import, that is also possible, but just for the sake of a better application architecture, all the Firebase imports we are keeping it in our firebase.js file. So remember, if you are not importing collection and add doc from the original Firebase package in your firebase.js, then remember it will not work. So this is how we are doing it. Okay, where is our collection? This is collection and add doc. So make sure you are first importing it from the main Firebase package. All right, where is our orders? Yep. So now all you need to do is we can just copy this code. Oh my bad. Yep. So remember, this is an asynchronous code, so you need to define it as async in the beginning. Collection db, are we importing db? No, remember that's why we have to import db as well. So db import they will not be showing here, remember, but in this code there is a db variable and there is no reference to that, and that's what you actually declare in your firebase.js setup file which you have done earlier. So collection is referred as db. What is the name of the collection that we are wanting to have? So let's say our orders. Remember, even though this collection is not present, it will be created when we add the data, and the data that we want to add is of course the form that we have, and then finally we'll see if this is being written with that any random id. So let's save this. We have some products data already. The cart total is 5997. Let's check. Okay, submit. And yes, the document is written with some ID successfully. Let's go to our Firebase and check this. Let's go to our console. Our project. Firestore database. And there you go, our orders collection has been created, and here we can see all the data that we wanted to show to, let's say, the owner or the admin who is handling all these orders. They can now see who is the user who ordered the data, the contact number, maybe their detail address, and then all the product they have in the cart. And not just that, we have the total as well. So of course we can add multiple fields here based upon the nature of the application. In this whole project we just work on the simple application, just making sure that we are first getting comfortable with this whole thing of Vue 3 composition API, this setup script that we are using, then the reactiveness using a Pinia store, how to use Firebase in our application. And I hope you have liked it. Just make sure you are working on it, and in the next video we will just finish it off by deploying this application, and then we'll also talk about what is next, what you should be focusing next once you have mastered this basic concept and gone through this application by yourself and perfected it as the way you wanted. So I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so we are at the conclusion of our Vue 3 course. First we'll start with the deployment of our application, and then we'll talk about the summary of what are things we have learned and what are the next steps you can take to be better at Vue.js ecosystem. Alright, first thing first, we'll have to create a repository for our project, so that when we try to host it, the code should be taken up from the GitHub, so it will take care of continuous integration, continuous deployment, that is CI/CD. So let's create a new repository. Owner will be me. Let's have repository name, let's say Vue store, Vue 3 store. Perfect. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's create it. Now all we have to do is just initialize this repository in this and do the connection from our local code to our GitHub. So that's why we have to set the remote origin and all. So first let's init. This will initialize empty git repository. Now we need to start pushing code here. So remember to push all the codes, we'll just do git add, then we'll commit the code. First commit. Alright, next thing is switch to the branch main. then we have to copy this particular command. So that basically means this code that we are developing, it is connected to this remote GitHub URL via this particular link, and this is where we actually set up the connection. Perfect. When this is done, we push our code, all of it. Perfect. Let's refresh this page now, and there you go. This should have all of our code, as you guys can see. Okay. Now next step is going to a hosting provider, and in our case we are going to use Netlify. So make sure that you have an account there, and what we want to do is add a new site. So import an existing project. Remember, we already have an existing project on GitHub. This is one we are talking about. So let's connect that. Let's go to the GitHub. It will authorize us. And now let's search Vue 3. But apparently search is not working. Yeah, there it is. Okay, branch to deploys main base directly automatically will be dist. Sorry, the folder that we have uploaded, which is basically this particular directory. And then when we run build command, remember this will be, when I look at the package.json, think about it, who is going to build our project. Have a look at this. npm run build, where is the build command? See, so white, that is our development tool, is going to provide us that build bundle, which will be optimized and web friendly, so that our users get the best user experience. All right, let's deploy site. Might take some time. Let's look at the logs meanwhile, what's happening in there. Perfect. Building for productions. Deploy site. Build is complete and site is live. Okay, so this is the site. Yep, this one. Let's open it up, and we'll open it now in a full view finally. There you go. This is our site deployed on Netlify. Let's try to play with it. Add items to the cart. You can open the cart from anywhere, then close it as well just by clicking on it, and scroll down to see all the items in the cart, and then we can click on proceed. Here we can place the order. So let's say order will be John Doe, contact, and address will be, let's say, Delhi. Okay, I think we added console.log to check if this works. Remember to remove all your console logs while you are in the production. Submit, and document should be written with the ID. So let's check that real quick if this is added. Go to console. Remember, console is our dashboard where you have to first choose the project you are working upon, then have a look at the which Firebase feature you are accessing. In our case, it is the database. Let's go to the orders, and there you go, our second orders from John Doe is there. So that's the whole complete cycle loop that we worked on using Firebase, using tools like Vue Router, Pinia, Kasar framework, and which has outputted us this wonderful looking Vue 3 website. Okay, so try to optimize it as much as you can. If you want to style it more better, if you want to add some additional features on this, feel free to do it. In the next video, I'm going to just quickly summarize what we worked on, the tools that we use, why we use, and then also where your next focus should be when it comes to whole Vue ecosystem.